Pero qué bueno, pudiste resolver. Es que no quiero que se retrase mucho por la agenda de los otros ministros.
translating device from outside.
Sí. Muy buenos días. Bueno, muy buenos días a todos. Bienvenidos a el pabellón de CAF, un pabellón dedicado a que Latinoamérica y el Caribe tenga voz en esta COP de biodiversidad que se celebra en Colombia. Hoy estamos muy contentos de tener un día dedicado a los océanos y es un día que organizamos en conjunto con WRI, Ocean Action, que aquí está Cintia a mi lado, y con el Foro Económico Mundial. Tendremos grandes panelistas, ministros de gobierno, tenemos varios, tenemos científicos, manejadores y demás. Cintia.
Bienvenidos todos. Welcome everyone to CAF's official Ocean Day. So let's just bring in a big applause for CAF for supporting the ocean. Thank you, everyone. We have a great day full of sessions. We're live streaming all of the sessions so that anyone that is not here is able to have access to this very interesting day full of wonderful sessions. We will discuss a lot of things from sustainability to climate to biodiversity, you name it. So thank you for being here and thank you for joining us. And let me introduce to you our wonderful panelist from today. Well, Alfredo, you're just one of us, so why don't you come here? These are the co-hosts of today. So just welcome everyone with me, please.
Thank you so much. Pero yo lo voy a decir en español porque veo que todos ya tienen sus headsets. Gracias por unirse hoy. Gracias al CAF por la gran colaboración y por dedicarle este espacio, no solamente hoy, sino el manglar completo y toda la decoración. Entonces, muchas gracias por el compromiso, CAF. CAF también es uno de los bancos, como vamos a escuchar más tarde durante el día, que ha invertido más en la economía azul y sobre todo en la región. Gracias por eso también y gracias a todos ustedes por estar aquí hoy. Va a ser un día lleno de actividades y como parte del Foro Económico Mundial estamos muy contentos de haber participado en esto. Entonces, bienvenidos y pues ahora pasamos a Alicia y Peter.
Gracias, Alfredo. Qué mejor oportunidad que contar con dos grandes líderes y que apoyan por supuesto, en el caso de Peter Thompson, es nuestro Special Envoy de Naciones Unidas en el tema del océano, así que qué mejor persona para abrir, para inspirar y para darnos unas palabras. Y luego quisiéramos oír de nuestra maravillosa host, Alicia Montalvo, la que hizo que todo esto sea posible el día de hoy, que tengamos un día al océano, que nos apoyó y que además es una gran líder en la agenda azul de Latinoamérica y el Caribe. Entonces, con eso quisiera dar el pase a nuestro gran campeón azul, a Peter Thompson, para que nos inspire en esta jornada del día de hoy. Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. Thank you, Alfredo. If I look around the room, I can only see one person who was at Blue Africa Summit with me, Patricia Ricard, 2 weeks ago in Morocco. So I can repeat some of the things that I said in that speech. And only Patricia will say, oh, God, he says the same thing everywhere. So I began that speech because when I woke up in Morocco, we were on the surf coast of Morocco and thundering surf coming in. And of course, jet lag, you get up before it's light. And I was standing there and looking out at the sea. The sun was rising up out of the Sahara. The Atlantic was in front of us. And as the sun came up, it just caught the top of the surf and started turning it a gorgeous color of pink. And it made me think of that poem, the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, that ancient poem. where the words were, "Awake, for morning in the bowl of night has flung the stone that puts the stars to flight." And it just came to me at that moment, so I thought, I'll go and wake everybody up at the speech that I have to give in half an hour by that quotation. And I've used it a couple of times since, because it tends to wake up the audience, because they think, oh my God, this guy's losing his mind. But say, a little bit of poetry, a little bit of music in your life if you haven't got it. The other thing is, it leads me on to thinking about awake. You know, are we awake to the triple planetary crisis? I think the answer is yes. Are we awake to the fact that the ocean's health is measurably declining? I think yes. The answer to that is yes now. I can assure you that we were fast asleep back in 2014, 2015, when we were forming the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. It was such an uphill battle that small island developing states in particular had to convince the world that if we were going to have Sustainable Development Goals, that we had to have one for the ocean. Why? We could see in the islands that the ocean was in trouble. We could see our coral dying, we could see the plastic on our beaches, we could see our fish disappearing. So we said, you know, the ocean is 70% of the planet. How can we have Sustainable Development Goals without an ocean goal? Huge opposition, especially from the superpowers. They tend to think of the ocean as theirs, always have all through history. And eventually we got there just by saying, if we don't have a sustainable ocean goal, we don't want any sustainable goal. That's basically what it came to. So they let us have it. Since then, of course, that awakening has happened. It's a snowballing through the UN ocean conferences of this awareness that we now have. And so the big question now is, what are we going to do about it? That's what we're all focused on now. What are we going to do about it? So look, first of all, I'd like to thank CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. I've been working with them through Alicia and through Cynthia for many years now. It's amazing what CAF does, and I really want to thank you sincerely. Also, I want to say it's amazing what Latin America does. You know, I look to the 3 C's for inspiration all the time. The 3 C's, you know, for me, that's Chile, and it's Costa Rica, and it's Colombia. Because they're just ahead of the game, you know, they're ahead of my game. And so I learned so much from what's being done in this region. So congratulations to you all. And also a thank you, which I usually do at the beginning of speeches, to you all for coming along and giving me the privilege of addressing you. You know, I just make 2 quick points, and then I'll sit down. The first point is that, you know, I'm old enough to realize that when you come to these meetings, you can just get lost in a blur. You've got to know before you come to meetings like this what you want to get out of them. You've got to get that, and then you can go home with satisfaction. In my case, it's all about 30 by 30. We got that 2 years ago in Montreal. It was amazing consensus, amazing. You know, at a time of toxic geopolitical world, that we all came together and said, okay, we've got to protect 30% of the planet by 2030. Otherwise, we're in real trouble. Not just the butterflies, but us. We're in real trouble. So we came together for that. But, you know, what are nice words without action? And we don't actually, as far as I'm aware, have a good, solid action plan of what we're going to do in the next 6 years to get that 30%. So my takeaway from this conference will be to leave here with a understanding engendered through meetings like this and meetings I've been having over the last 48 hours of how we're actually going to get there. And I'm a simple guy, and I can see a spreadsheet. And the spreadsheet's no longer more than 2 pages. It is basically a top 20 list of all the marine protected areas in the high seas, but also big ones in the EEZs that are going to get us to that 30% by 2030. Okay, there's the list, the top 20. And if you've got any good ideas on that, let me know, because I'm actually putting that down on paper over the next couple of days. Next column is, you know, who's actually going to be responsible for putting those giant MPAs in place. You know, we know who the people are, basically. If you look at something like the high seas pockets in the South Seas, you know, it's the governments of the South Pacific. Next column would be, what are the regional negotiations required? or something like the giant Chilean one, which is top of the list for me, the one, I've got to learn its name, basically running from Easter Island across to mainland Chile. That is just an amazing high seas MPA. Obviously Chile would be responsible for that one and probably don't need much regional consultation since it's within their country, their amazing coastline. So then you'd probably have another column about who's going to do the environmental impact assessments for this top 20 list, because we've got to get that done under BB&J. And probably the final column is, well, who's going to prepare the BB&J submission to get this approved by the global community? And that would be the last column. And when is all this presented? It's presented in 2028 or 2029, probably at COP2 of BB&J. Because COP1, you won't be able to cover this sort of thing. And that's the plan. And so by 2030, we can say, yeah, here's our 30% from the ocean of the 30 by 30 plan. So to me, it's just a very big task, which we've got to get ourselves organized and to do. That's my takeaway from Cali. And anybody in the audience that wants to be part of that, please just approach me over the next couple of days. I think the second point I want to make before I sit down is that, you know, what are we, when I ask the question, what are we going to do about it? Well, it's basically the green transition. You know, we've agreed. We've just got to stop burning fossil fuels. We've got to move to an electrified world that is powered by renewable energy. We've got to be living in with sustainable economic models that operate within ecological planetary boundaries. That's the green transition. And we've got so little time to make it happen. So again, you know, that's a takeaway from Cali. We've got to go home satisfied that you're part of that green transition. So look, we're here at the CAF Pavilion. We've got a big program ahead of us. I'll sit down now, but you know, how can we help you get what you came to Cali for? How can we help you? You know, let's talk to each other about helping each other get what you came for, and then we can all go home happy. But whatever it is that you came for, whether it's networking or whatever, I hope it's part of staying the course on a sustainable and nature-positive future. I hope that it's about making peace with nature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter, for inspiring us. So, as you heard, Ambassador Thompson, he has just not only set the tone, but also it's a call for action. And anyone who's got an idea, it's a very open invitation on how to address what we're here for. I think it's a great opportunity. Let us not forget about BB&J and ratifying BB&J, of course. It's of the utmost importance. So we need to move forward also on this. And let us not forget about Target 3 and hitting the target on the 30%, specifically on the marine side of things, 8% until today. So we need to get to that target. And it is my great pleasure now to introduce to you Alicia Montalvo Santa María. She's the Gerente de Acción Climática y Biodiversidad Positiva de la Vicepresidencia Corporativa de Programación Estratégica. We need an acronym for this one. It's a long one. I read it so that I can get it right. So not only she's great in everything she does, but she's a supporter of the Blue Agenda. So please help me greet our host today, Alicia. The floor is yours.
Muchísimas gracias, Cynthia. Embajador Thompson, muchísimas gracias por estar en este pabellón que, como ven, está dedicado a los manglares, lo que demuestra nuestro compromiso con la economía azul. Es fácil entusiasmarse con personas como Cynthia, Alfredo. Realmente desde el principio esta colaboración está siendo muy gratificante, muy provechosa y el camino, estamos seguros, va a ser muy largo. El presidente Díaz Granados se va a unir dentro de un ratito, estaba de camino, pero me ha pedido que dé este saludo de bienvenida de forma muy breve, simplemente para reiterar nuestro compromiso con el océano, con la economía azul, trabajando en esta jornada completa temas vinculados al océano y también pensando ya en el camino a la conferencia de los océanos el próximo año en Niza, que creo que va a ser un momento histórico también en el reconocimiento de la importancia del océano para el cambio climático y para la biodiversidad. Aquí estamos trabajando específicamente en biodiversidad, pero sabemos que también el cambio climático afecta y que el océano podría contribuir mucho a la solución de esos problemas. Recordar solamente que CAF ha hecho un compromiso de financiación para temas relacionados con la economía azul de 1.250 millones. Al final de esta jornada haremos una breve información sobre cómo estamos en esto, pero creo que vamos avanzando bien, estamos teniendo una agenda muy interesante. Pero sobre todo lo que queremos es transversalizar todas las cuestiones relacionadas con el océano en nuestra agenda. Y eso supone también temas que creemos que son de vanguardia, como el desarrollo de una taxonomía azul, en la que estamos trabajando y que queremos socializar y que creo que también nos permitirá ser mucho más rigurosos en nuestras acciones. El objetivo, por supuesto, es alcanzar el 30 por 30. Ahí estamos todos trabajando. Embajador, como usted lo ha señalado, creo que esto es algo que nos tenemos que poner siempre en el horizonte. Y como banco, nosotros trabajamos en los temas de financiación. Ayer hubo un día dedicado al océano también en la COP. Hoy se está trabajando en temas de finanzas. Nosotros fusionamos ambos temas en nuestra agenda, finanzas para la economía azul. Estamos desarrollando instrumentos innovadores, hemos puesto en marcha un enfoque de ecosistemas en CAF, muchos de los cuales, como no podía ser menos en la región, tienen que ver con el océano, algunos de manera muy clara y específica, los manglares, los corales, el Caribe, la corriente de surgencia del Humboldt. Estamos trabajando para que el océano esté muy presente en nuestra agenda y estamos comprometiendo 300 millones de dólares en un programa regional dedicado a los ecosistemas, donde esperamos que efectivamente el océano tenga una gran presencia. Yo voy a terminar aquí, simplemente señalar que luego se nos unirá el presidente Díaz Granados, porque tenemos la alegría de poder firmar un memorándum de entendimiento con WRI y con WEF, que nos gustará que ustedes puedan ser testigos y probablemente en media hora, una hora, cuando acabe el siguiente panel, podremos todos celebrarlo. Les invito a que se queden toda la jornada y que podamos pues tener intercambios tanto formales como informales sobre todo, y ahí tienen también un cafetito para que puedan pasar el día mejor. Muchas gracias.
Sí, no te preocupes. Bueno, y continuando con esta agenda, les recordamos que tenemos traducción simultánea en ambos idiomas, que también es un esfuerzo de integración. Queremos que los paneles sean mixtos, se habla inglés, español, bueno, faltó el portugués, tenemos aquí una deuda con nuestros compañeros brasileros, y es una jornada bastante integral, con una agenda donde vamos a hablar desde planes oceánicos sostenibles, el nexo con el clima, el financiamiento privado. Van a estar aquí los ministros del corredor marino del Pacífico, y además vamos a tener una recepción de 4 a 6 donde están todos invitados, con grandes anuncios de diferentes. No puedo quemar de una vez los mensajes, pero vamos a tener grandes anuncios. Ahorita, antes ya de iniciar la jornada, vamos a presentar a manera de motivación un video de CAF sobre los océanos que espero que sea de su agrado.
Los océanos nos presentan desafíos urgentes. El 50% de corales ha desaparecido en los últimos 70 años. Como consecuencia del calentamiento y la acidificación de los ecosistemas marinos provocados por el cambio climático. El aumento del nivel del mar por el deshielo de los polos amenaza al 40% de la población global que vive en zonas costeras. El 90% de los stocks de peces está sobreexplotado, poniendo en riesgo la seguridad alimentaria global. Es hora de que las cosas cambien. Los océanos producen el 50% del oxígeno que respiramos. Albergan la mayor biodiversidad del planeta. Son la principal fuente de proteínas para más de 1.000 millones de personas y generan alrededor de 350 millones de empleos en pesca, turismo e investigación. América Latina y el Caribe, a pesar de no ser un contribuyente mayor al cambio climático, será una de las regiones más afectadas por sus efectos en los océanos, especialmente en su pesca y turismo. Nuevos consensos internacionales a favor de la salud de los océanos, economías azules más resilientes y diversificadas, son necesarias. CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe. Buscamos apoyar y contribuir con soluciones para posicionar nuestra región como un actor imprescindible en la lucha contra el cambio climático y la protección de los océanos y la biodiversidad marina. Destinaremos $25.000 millones en financiamiento verde hasta el 2026. La economía azul y la salud de los océanos es una de nuestras áreas prioritarias de acción. Buscamos apoyar a nuestros países a lograr el ODS 14 y aumentar las inversiones en infraestructura verde que promuevan la recuperación, conservación y uso sostenible de los ecosistemas marino-costeros. Es así que apoyamos el fortalecimiento del corredor marino del Pacífico Tropical Oriental, una región natural compartida por Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador y Panamá, que genera $3.000 millones anuales de ingresos, principalmente de la pesca, el turismo y el transporte marítimo. CAF, en su camino a convertirse en el Banco Verde y el Banco Azul de la región, ha comprometido $1.250 millones en financiación directa para la protección y el desarrollo sostenible de las zonas marítimas y costeras de América Latina y el Caribe. Se ha elaborado un decálogo de compromisos CAF Azul, documento base para la propuesta estratégica para el océano y la economía azul sostenible en América Latina y el Caribe. Como referente para impulsar acciones positivas por los océanos y como parte de la estrategia de ser una región solución, este decálogo busca motivar a las naciones latinoamericanas y caribeñas a consolidar la economía azul como una oportunidad de crecimiento económico inclusivo en una región megadiversa y multicultural que mejore la calidad de vida de la población mediante la conservación y utilización sostenible, su biodiversidad marina y aumente su resiliencia frente a los efectos negativos del cambio climático. CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe.
Bueno, continuando con nuestra agenda, teníamos como speaker principal a la doctora Sandra Besudo, quien es una investigadora científica colombiana, activista ambiental, directora de la Fundación Malpelo, quien desafortunadamente precisamente está en Malpelo y debía arribar el barco ayer, pero cuando estamos en el mar no tenemos el control de todo. Sin embargo, Sandra nos ha enviado un video, no es un video editado, es un video que nos envió desde Malpelo ayer, y de todos modos los invitamos porque el día 30 va a tener un evento especial con nosotros y ya estará aquí en presencia. Entonces, los dejo. ¿Sí? ¿Sí? Va. Ok, perfecto.
Así que esperen para ese video porque va a estar maravilloso. Estamos anunciando entre Eric y yo todas las maravillas que van a pasar durante el día. En este momento me gustaría agradecer a Alfredo y a Alicia y a Eric, y me gustaría que Peter nos acompañe y se quede, y me gustaría give a very warm welcome to Her Excellency Vasana Mubarak. If you can join us here, please. Thank you. Bien, we're going to open session 1, and with Your Excellency is here, please. Can you join us both? linking sustainable ocean plans to the global biodiversity framework. As you know, thank you. So, as you know, the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy has been working and committed to action since 2020 when the Transformations Agenda was first launched. This Transformations Agenda has more than 70 concrete actions to actually tackle climate change, but also to tackle biodiversity loss. So for that reason, 19 serving world leaders around the world are working to develop and implement sustainable ocean plans. I must say that together they make 50% of the world's coastlines and 45% of the EEZ of the world. So they are committed, they are ambitious, and half of them have already delivered on this target before 2025. They have all committed to deliver within 5 years, and UAE has been the latest member to join this wonderful group of leaders. So today we have Her Excellency Razan with us, just because she's not only the champion of UNFCCC, president of IUCN, but she's also our Sherpa champion at the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. So thank you so much for joining us both. Yes. Yes. And someone who has been from the beginning with us on this as a special advisor, as a pusher, as a carrier of the messaging that needs to be out there everywhere in the world is, of course, our ambassador, Peter Thompson. So for that reason, yes, and just because he has been basically, I think, the lighthouse that we all chase, I would like for him to open this session on the work of the high-level panel. He knows it very well. He's been there from the beginning. And then we'll hear from our latest member, UAE, from Her Excellency Razan. So thank you both. And Peter, the floor is yours.
Hi, well, you've already heard from me, so I won't say too much, but what a pleasure to be sitting up here with Razan. She really is a true world leader when it comes to what we're all trying to achieve here. You know, Sustainable Ocean Plans, it's not a very successful name, I think. It doesn't sort of have it's not sexy, Sustainable Ocean Plans. But, you know, like accountancy, it's necessary. You know, like lawyers, they're necessary. It's not sexy. And maybe we should call them the sexy ocean plans. So we just got to get it across to everybody that this is the basic thing, right? This comes from the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy, right, which we formed under the chairmanship of the Prime Minister of Norway and the President of Palau back in, I don't know, it seems like decades, but it was probably about 2020, was it, Cynthia? I don't know when it was formed. It's now 2018, yeah. So it nearly is a decade. Look, it's made up of serving heads of government. That's where it's different from every other panel that I've ever been part of or any other organization. It's serving heads of government. And when a prime minister or a president is replaced through elections, we've found that in every case, you know, they've said, yes, we'd like to continue serving on the panel. So once a year we all get together in New York, but there are these Sherpa meetings in between. So this is an amazing group of people. In fact, if you ask me what were the two most significant things done since the start of SDG 14, I would say it would be the UN Decade of Ocean Science, you know, which all of us agreed we don't know enough about the ocean, therefore we need this decade. We only know about 20% of the ocean science. So that's been extremely successful. There's more work being done on ocean science now than ever before in human history. And the other one that I'd put right up there is the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. And if you look at the expert reports which have come out of this panel, this high-level panel, it is amazing. You know, the world's best experts on such a diverse range of topics publish these blue papers which have really changed the world, and that's not an exaggeration. So if you say, okay, what if in 3 words, what is the outcome of all this incredible work that's been put together at high level and at expert level? It's sustainable ocean plans. Why? Because it's actually the sort of basic thing which, like ocean science, is what we've got to build all our sustainable economy, all our conservation, all our efforts have to be based on proper planning of the ocean. You imagine a terrestrial setting, right? You imagine you've got a beautiful virgin area, and then somebody says, well, sorry, but this is going to be developed now for human habitation, human commerce. If you just let it happen, I can assure you, because I've seen hundreds of examples around the world, including in my own country, chaos. You know, you've got informal settlements mixed up with high development stuff, mixed up with industries putting all their pollution into residential areas. It's chaos. You need to have town planning. That's why every country in the world now has a town planning or country planning. So for land, we've got it. We need it for the ocean. That's why sustainable ocean plans are so important. And when we talk 30 by 30, we need to know where that 30% goes and what's going to happen to the other 70%. No, we're not just saying that's the chaos bit. We look after the 30% bit. We have to look after the totality, 100%. And that's why sustainable ocean plans may not sound sexy, but they're absolutely essential for our way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Maybe we do need to think about the name. So it is with great pleasure that I would like to introduce our next champion, because she is a champion. She's a global leader, and she not only supports within the work that she does for IUCN and also within the UNFCCC champions on climate, but she also supported us within the presidency of COP28 to sign on a joint declaration where countries that are part of the Organization of American States actually join the efforts of the Ocean Panel. They're supported and committed. So we need more of that. We need global ambition and action. And COP Presidency 28 was a huge milestone to get everyone's attention on the very much needed sustainable ocean plans globally. So today with us, someone that is going to bring, so a bit of a spoiler, some good announcements today. So stay tuned, because we're in for a very nice treat. So who's up for good news today? Raise your hands. Great. Let's give a big applause to Her Excellency Rosana Mubarak.
Good morning. Still morning, isn't it? Yes, wonderful. Wonderful to be here, wonderful to be supported by such an incredible community, and I'd like to also raise my hat, my chapeau to our patron of nature who is here with us today and who has really supported ocean research and has championed oceans way before I have. So thank you very much for being with us here today. I was asked before this good news announcement to really answer 2 fundamental questions. The first one, why did the UAE join this high-level panel? And at the onset, on behalf of the United Arab Emirates and on behalf of our President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, I'd like to say that we're truly honored to be part of this panel. And fundamentally, we saw it as an opportunity to address 3 important imperatives. From a local perspective, the UAE is very much dependent on the oceans. From trade, shipping, tourism, fisheries, but also a sense of national identity and culture. And when we looked at the sectors that the Ocean Panel is looking at, as well as other initiatives that I'd like to also raise my hat on as high-level champion, the ocean breakthroughs, the sectors were extremely interesting. So what are these sectors? Nature conservation, shipping, renewable energy in the ocean, food security, and as well as coastal tourism. And to be really honest, the idea of how do we innovate, these sectors are ripe for innovation. We must look at ocean conservation really at scale. We've been doing wonderful work, and as IUCN president, I can say that there's been incredible success stories on ocean nature conservation. But the question is, how do we scale it up, and how do we scale across? The other areas, of course, that are ripe for disruption and are shipping, renewable energies in the oceans. And so we really do see that as an opportunity to make these sectors much in line with the being nature positive and climate neutral. And then the third point is we felt that the Ocean Panel really embodied a fundamental policy direction that the UAE has, which is we cannot achieve the goals of Paris without nature, and oceans really sit at the nexus of the climate and nature goals and needs and actions. And as Cynthia said, it was brought to life with this joint statement on oceans and climate that was established at COP28. The second question I was asked is, so what is the outlook of the Ocean Panel, and what does a new member like the UAE going to do as part of the Ocean Panel? The first is to really break this idea that the oceans are too big to fail. We see that oceans are being, the resilience of our oceans is being eaten away by various practices, whether it's climate, coastal development, pollution, plastics. And this is jeopardizing nature and the ocean in particular when we need it the most from a climate change perspective. And so it's really important, as our ambassador Peter Thompson just mentioned, that we move from rhetoric and words into action. And we felt that the panel was action-oriented. So on behalf of the panel, which represents 19 countries, and as you've also heard, are significant because they represent, and in those countries, half of the world's coastlines, that we are launching a campaign, and that is, I think, part of the good news, to extend this idea beyond the panel members, the idea of a 100% alliance campaign. And the 100% alliance campaign calls on all ocean and coastal countries to work together on sustainable management plans that go beyond the 30 by 30 in their national oceans by 2030. And I'd like to really announce here that the UAE is committed to be part of this campaign and is committed to be the first and to submit the first regional sustainable ocean panel and to be part of the 100% alliance. We will have something to submit at the UN Ocean Conference in Nice, and we will be using the drumbeat of other important international conventions that will be coming our way in 2025 and 2026. And here I'd like to allude to two of those: the IUCN's World Conservation Congress that will be hosted in my country in Abu Dhabi in 2025, as well as the UN Water Conference in 2026, also hosted in the UAE. So thank you very much for your attention. We are very excited to be part of this panel and really to drive words into action and real implementation plans that ensure we engage the overall community. And engaging overall communities is a value of the Sustainable Ocean Plans as well as the Ocean Panel. And with that, I'd pleased to also announce on behalf of the panel the blue paper we are co-producing with indigenous peoples, specifically on engaging indigenous peoples on traditional and knowledge engagement on sustainable ocean plans. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. So you've heard the good news. Not only UAE joins the panel and has the ambition to deliver on their own sustainable ocean plan, but as of today, with this announcement, we would like to let you know that the latest blue paper, more than 20 blue papers already from the ocean panel, has been officially launched by Her Excellency. And behind me and in those probably in the rest of the room, you'll see the QR code where you can download and access this wonderful, wonderful blue paper on equity called Co-Producing Sustainable Ocean Plans with Indigenous Peoples and Knowledge Holders. And we have a very special guest that will talk about it, one of the co-authors. So with no further ado, I would like for all of us to give a big applause to our two champions. And what a great start of our whole Ocean Day focus sessions. So big applause to Your Excellencies, Ambassador Peter Thompson and Her Excellency Razan. Thank you so much for this. We are waiting for CAF's president, but I think there's a bit of traffic today. So I'm going to carry on, if that's okay. And we'd like to give a warm welcome to, hold on a second because I need to get this right. Sorry about it. Our keynote speaker, Ken Paul, presenting the latest blue paper from the Ocean Panel as one of the co-authors of Co-Producing Sustainable Ocean Plans with Indigenous and Traditional Knowledge Holders. Ken, can you join me? Let's give Ken a big applause.
Oh, okay. I'm good. Okay, gracias. Okay. Nidali was sagli kat budmuan naga nuchiao stukig nagukok Wilibim Giskok Skijinuok naga Nidapiag. Yeah, my name is Ken Paul. I come from an indigenous nation, the Wolastoqey Nation. We are situated on the border of Canada and the U.S., up in North America, up in the Atlantic coast. We have a membership of about 15,000 of us. Our territory is quite vast. It's built around the Wolastoq, which is the beautiful and bountiful river, which opens up into the Bay of Fundy and into the Atlantic Ocean. We're a fishing nation, from freshwater fish to ocean fish, fin fish to shellfish, which has sustained our ancestors for many, many years. I really appreciate the Ocean High-Level Panel allowing us to put this paper together, and also want to specifically mention Micheline Kahn, who couldn't be here today, but she was coordinating all of the authors. I was one of the lead authors for one of the 5 chapters. We had a writing team, I think there was about 25 of us altogether, and it was really hard to coordinate all that, but Micheline did a really good job on that. The paper itself, I'm not going to go through the paper because I'm sure that everybody will have a chance to go through that. I did want to talk a little bit about an underlying framework of how we approached it. So I'm going to show you a balanced model that talks about a holistic model. It talks about sustainability. So this model is a 4 directions model. It starts off with a circle. And I can't actually, oh, there it is, there. And the thing about a circle, it's one of the most common symbols for any spiritual or religious groups around the world. The second common symbol is a tree, which if you think of a tree, if you cut it across the trunk, it's a circle itself. The leaves all reach out in different directions, so that's a circle. Some roots of some of the trees, such as spruce, they'll reach out in all 4 directions, so these are all circles too. These are very, very important because it talks about holism. A circle doesn't have a beginning or an end, and circle and cycles are very, very common. So the way we have our circle presented, the way this was taught to me by elders, the circle fundamentally for an individual represents our 4 aspects of our health. Our physical health, which is our body, our mental health, which became in the highlight during COVID because we were all stuck at home. That's our mind. Our emotional health with our heart, so we want to have healthy relationships. We want to be able to express ourselves well. And our spiritual health, which talks about our connection to nature. When we bring these 4 aspects out to a societal level, make them at a macro level, the spiritual aspect becomes the culture. So that's the manifestation of our songs, our stories, theater, dance, arts, the written work, anything, film. So that these are things that we need in our society. The emotional part of our health talks about our relationships. So that's our communities, our social structures, all of those things that we need to help build healthy economies and healthy communities. The physical part of it becomes our economics. And economics is used to make sure that we have good food to eat, we have shelter, that we have food, that we have methods of transportation, and all of those physical needs that we have and other goods for trade. And the mental part of it becomes our politics, where we create our policies, our regulations, and our laws. And our society needs all 4 aspects of these health. And in fact, where they're placed on our circle is very important. When we have our politics and create our policies in the north, we have to look at the opposite for the balance, and make sure that we include the communities. We can't create policies without including communities. Is that okay? When we're dealing with our economics, we have to make sure that we understand the impact that our economies are going to have on our culture and our communities. So this is a framework that we had used and talked about when we were trying to develop what we were going to put in the paper. Another way of looking at this as well, this is, again, was instructions from the elders to tell me to do this. I work in the resource sector. Oh, got nothing there now. Hello? Yeah? Wait, okay. I'll let you guys memorize this. You guys Yeah? Okay. So when I worked in the resource sector, the elders had gave me instructions to start working this model into the work that I do in the resource sector, mainly in fisheries. So I put politics with knowledge systems. And we also talk about, at an international level, at a local level in Canada, and at a regional level, about indigenous knowledge or traditional knowledge. But the knowledge itself is not a thing. It's actually something that has to be in context. So we try to expand that so that people know it's a knowledge system. It's a way of knowing things. There's a methodology behind it. Just like a Western knowledge system. What is that? Yeah. Try this. Hello? Okay, here we go. All right. Yeah? Okay. So we try to use knowledge systems in the way that you have these mental exercises. That's all about your intellect and how we do that at a global level, at a macro level. You look to the south of that, the balance. We want to make sure that we balance the biodiversity. So we have to understand how fish interact with other fish, how fish interact with seaweed, how insects interact with fish, how fish interact with shorelines and trees and things on terrestrial lands. It's all about the relationships. So that's why I put that in with social and community. If you look at the Western aspect, technology are tools. These are physical tools to make us, to make our lives better so that we can actually do more work, but we have to balance that off with what's the impact on the environment. So I know that everybody in this room here is attuned to this kind of idea, but I also want to make sure that that we honor all four aspects, because we need all four aspects for nature, we need all four aspects for our society. So when I first learned about economics as part of the traditional framework for indigenous peoples, I really had a hard time accepting that, because I felt like our global economies was the thing that was destroying nature. But what I tried to think about was, okay, if this is true now, this was true before contact 500 years ago in North America, and yes, back then we had an economy. We had to create economy for our food, for our clothing, for our transportation, for our shelter, and for trading goods. But I had to think about, well, why did I have a hard time with that? So then I was taught about the life cycle of a tree. So a tree has basically 4 stages of life. There's the birth, which is the creation of little trees. There's its growth. There's its death. So the death is a process. You'll see some of the trees in my region, they actually die from the bottom up, where there's still green leaves at the top, but it's a process that they'll go through. And then once they die and fall to the earth, then there's the decay. So if we look at our economy this way, the way that our global economic system is based right now is that we want to create new jobs and we want to grow the economy. But we can't just have continual growth. We actually have to start planning for the downfall of the economy so we can have healthy, newer economies. And if you look at what's happening with the carbon industry, for example, the carbon industry is actually going through this natural cycle so that we have sustainable energy is the thing that's coming in and it's starting to replace the carbon cycles. So it's healthier to do this, and if we ignore that, if we don't plan for it, it's going to happen to us anyway. If you look at 2008 with the subprime mortgage crisis globally, that was something where we're trying to grow the economies, but it became unsustainable, and then there was a crash. So the bigger the tree, the harder the fall. So this is part of the circle and the cycles that we have to realize. So when we have our 4 directions and our elements, what we have here in our society is that we tend to focus a lot on the economies and a lot on the technologies, a lot on the politics, and a lot on our knowledge systems, but we tend not to pay a lot of attention to the biodiversity. This is why we're going through this biodiversity with the CBD, and we tend not to include the communities into all of these models that we're trying to build. We can't do this from the top down. We have to do this inclusively. The culture and the environment is the other thing that's suffering when we take this approach. And the reason why we do this globally, the motivating factor, is fear. There's a fear that our economies are going to collapse, that we're not going to get ahead, but we live in a finite ecosystem. We can't use fear as the motivator, because fear is a good motivator. You know, there's a lot of people that will use fear as a motivator, but when you use fear as a motivator, it becomes kind of reactionary. It doesn't mean for long-term planning. So what we try to do, and what the elders have taught me on how to address this, the better way to do it, I'll wait because I see a picture painting there, is try to use love as our motivation. So that love of self-respect, that love of other people, that love of nature, and do that trust to have that positive outlook. Because we can use words like protect, for example. I try to stay away from fear-based languages. This is another lesson from my elders. And I try to use the word respect every time I see the word protect. Because when you respect something, that gives you permission to interact. It gives you the responsibility to learn about it, and it gives you the ability to protect it if you have to. Because when I think of the word protect, it's kind of like I'm building a fence around something and making it prohibitive. So this is just some of the lessons. So some of the things that you'll see in our paper, the lessons which we try to weave through our paper as a holistic approach. We want people to honor the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I don't think we talk about that enough when we talk about Indigenous peoples. it's a very powerful tool, and there's a lot of good work that was put into that document. We want to honor the inherent rights and treaties with indigenous peoples. So where I come from in North America, we've had treaties with the Crown, with England, from the 1700s, before the U.S. became a country, before Canada became a country. While those treaties are still in place, they're still enforced, we have to honor those as agreements between nations. We want to honor the ocean as a living being. If we think of the ocean as this thing where we're just going to extract resources from, the ocean itself is going to react negatively. But if we recognize the ocean as a living being, as a spirit, then we will actually be able to develop a relationship with it, and she will be able to, I guess, build a relationship and act in the best interests of the oceans. Because if the oceans are neglected, the oceans are going to react. So this is why we're having like more frequent hurricanes and more frequent droughts, because the ocean affects every single person on the planet because of the weather, even if you live inland. The ocean is the engine for our weather, and the ocean will react if it is feeling it's being abused. Reciprocity, this is another inherent value within indigenous peoples, that you have to give if you're going to take. Even if it's only in a spiritual sense, but we just can't look at the ocean as something that we can just pull resources from. We see disappearing fish stocks, there's underwater mining that's being developed around the world, but we can use those resources, but what are we doing to actually repair these areas where we're actually, if we don't have mitigation or adaptation plans in place? When we work with indigenous peoples, I like to see investment into indigenous peoples and investment into indigenous knowledges. I think that most people around the world actually don't really understand what indigenous knowledge is. I think they think of it as sort of like a piece of information that you can pull to fill up your science deficiencies. But indigenous knowledge is something that cannot be separated from indigenous communities. It's localized. It has to be put into context, and when you work with indigenous coastal communities, you will also learn a whole different value system, and you'll actually enter in a different paradigm. It's very difficult to pair up indigenous knowledges with just Western science. It can be done, but in those areas of disagreement, that's where a lot of work has to be done. So you have to sort of build up indigenous communities by investment so that they can develop their sciences. Develop equitable partnerships with indigenous peoples. So this is all part of the investment, but also work with indigenous peoples at the onset when you're doing the work. Prioritize support for coastal communities. Know that the food security is very important in those communities, that you're actually affecting their way of life, and that they're going to be very passionate about what has happened, and they need stronger voices, and plan for the future generations. As an indigenous person, I'm always looking and trying to plan for the 7 generations down the road. So these are the elements that you'll see within the paper itself, written in different contexts, and we're hoping we're making a good contribution to the Ocean Decade and the rest of the biodiversity work.
Hello. Thank you so much, Ken. This is an excellent example why recognizing diverse knowledge is very much needed. Shall we proceed with the panelists, or shall we wait for CAF's president? Vale. So bear with me for a minute, please. We're trying to work along the traffic issues. So we're going to present a video, if it's okay with the next group of wonderful panelists, and we'll be with you shortly. Presenta tu el video.
Buenas, como les comentaba, vamos a ver un video muy corto de la doctora Sandra Besudo, que es investigadora colombiana, científica, y que es quizás la mayor responsable que una de las áreas marinas protegidas más importantes de Colombia, Malpelo, tenga una gestión muy efectiva. Ha sido por años la mayor defensora de este ecosistema. Por favor, nos colaboran con el video.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Sandra Besudo, soy fundadora y directora de la Fundación Malpelo y otros ecosistemas marinos. Me hubiese encantado estar con ustedes en este importante evento de la COP, este importante evento donde la CAF hace presencia, pero como ven me encuentro en el santuario de fauna y flora Isla Malpelo. Desde hace más de 25 años, desde la Fundación, hemos venido trabajando en diferentes programas para conocer, educar y proteger no solamente los ecosistemas, sino las especies que se encuentran en este lugar y que muchas de ellas están en peligro crítico de extinción y son altamente migratorias. Dentro de los programas que hemos venido trabajando, pues están todos los temas que tienen que ver con la lucha contra la pesca ilegal, pero también trabajamos en el monitoreo, en la investigación de ecosistemas y especies. Desde el año 2000, la Fundación Malpelo ha venido apoyando expediciones científicas multidisciplinarias donde cada grupo trabaja un aspecto diferente, ya sean corales, aves, especies endémicas, mamíferos marinos, oceanografía. La Fundación viene trabajando especialmente con tiburones, rayas y otros pelágicos. Hemos venido trabajando con telemetría satelital y acústica para conocer la conectividad y las migraciones de muchas de estas especies. Hemos visto la conectividad que existe de estas especies, no solamente aquí en Malpelo, sino también van a la isla de Coco en Costa Rica, van a la isla Coiba en Panamá, van a las Islas Galápagos del Ecuador, pero también van a la costa norte del Pacífico colombiano para tener sus crías. Hemos logrado determinar las áreas de crianza del tiburón martillo. He venido también apoyando desde el inicio la creación del Santuario de Fauna y Flora Isla Malpelo en el año de 1995 y las siguientes ampliaciones. Ya llevamos 4 ampliaciones. Hoy el área marina protegida, no take, es decir, que está prohibido pescar, es de un poquito más de 47.000 kilómetros cuadrados. Pero también desde la Fundación hicimos el documento técnico que el gobierno de Colombia presentó ante la UNESCO para que fuera declarado como un sitio de patrimonio mundial de la humanidad ante la UNESCO. Y así, la Fundación también ha apoyado para que Malpelo haya recibido diferentes reconocimientos internacionales que han sido de gran importancia y que han dado a conocer esta isla oceánica que se encuentra a 36 horas de la costa de Buenaventura. Hoy es conocida mundialmente como uno de los mejores sitios para realizar actividades de buceo avanzado, ya que es una isla donde hay muchísimas corrientes, pero se puede hacer de manera segura. No pude llegar a tiempo a la COP, pero básicamente porque ya teníamos unos compromisos antes de que tuviésemos las fechas de este gran importante evento. Ya teníamos el compromiso con unas agencias extranjeras que vienen a hacer buceo deportivo, que vienen a hacer buceo en la forma de ciencia ciudadana, y por eso pues en esta oportunidad no pude llegar a tiempo. Estaré el 29 de octubre y espero poderme encontrar con ustedes en esos días finalizando. Desde el inicio, la Fundación la creamos con el propósito de apoyar la institucionalidad, no solamente a parques nacionales, sino también a la Armada Nacional y a todo el gobierno de Colombia, para poder proteger, dar a conocer este sitio de patrimonio mundial de la humanidad. Fortalecer las instituciones ha sido una de las banderas de la Fundación Malpelo.
Bueno, solo dejarles saber que Sandra Besudo va a estar aquí en el pabellón el día 30 en un evento especial, dado que arriba de Malpelo hoy, y con agrado damos un saludo y la bienvenida a nuestro presidente ejecutivo, el doctor Sergio Díaz Granado, quien les dará un saludo, y con posterioridad vamos a firmar un memorando de entendimiento entre el Foro Económico Mundial, WRA, Ocean Action y CAF, donde esta alianza que se viene dando de manera natural la vamos a fortalecer de cara a la Conferencia de Océanos de Naciones Unidas el próximo año en Niza. Y lo más importante de todo es que todos los tres coincidimos en que el principal objetivo es que Latinoamérica y el Caribe tengan una voz fuerte en los océanos, estén presentes y contribuyan como una región solución. Presidente.
¿Esto no funciona? ¿Esto de aquí no funciona?
Este está fallando.
¿Está fallando? Bueno, muy buenos días. Quiero en primera instancia darle una cordial bienvenida a este pabellón a Peter Thompson, del enviado especial de Océanos. Ya lo saludé. Peter, thank you for being here with us today. Y un saludo muy especial también a Cintia Barzuna de WRA y a Alfredo Girón del WEF, a Carlos Correa, exministro de Ambiente de Colombia, también por supuesto a Sandra Besudo, que los tres fuimos colegas hace varios años en la administración del presidente Santos y tuvimos muchas de estas conversaciones. Déjenme ir un poco atrás, si se quiere, hablando del banco y lo que estamos haciendo, porque yo sé que Alicia, nuestra gerente de Acción Climática y Biodiversidad, ya dio unas palabras, pero nosotros hace 3 años, cuando yo llegué a la presidencia del banco, encontramos una oportunidad de conversación con el directorio del banco para desafiar un poco el status quo del banco y de mover el banco hacia un green bank o un banco verde. Yo diría green and blue bank. Esa fue la apuesta en diciembre del 2021. Le planteamos a nuestro board, que son los ministros de finanzas de América Latina y del Caribe, el mayor incremento de capital en la historia del banco. Países de América Latina y del Caribe están contribuyendo con un paid-in, con un pago en capital de cerca de $7.000 millones para doblar el tamaño del banco de aquí al 2030-32. Y planteamos la oportunidad también de ampliar la cobertura geográfica del banco. Este es un banco que ha sido esencialmente suramericano en su inicio. Ahora es un banco que se está expandiendo a Mesoamérica y al Caribe. Y ese fue como el segundo gran paso que dimos en su momento en diciembre del 2021. Hemos a la fecha sumado cerca de 6 islas del Caribe al banco, con lo cual estamos siendo en este momento el banco regional con mayor presencia en toda América Latina y el Caribe. Y esas dos decisiones, incrementar el capital y ampliar la cobertura geográfica del banco, nos lleva a lo que hemos hecho aquí la semana pasada, es pensar en nuestra programación viendo ecosistemas estratégicos, mirando comprensivamente a la región y particularmente elevar la voz de América Latina y el Caribe en cuanto a la protección de sus mares y sus océanos. Ahí vemos que tenemos una gran oportunidad también del lado del banco. Cuando vino la conferencia en Lisboa hace un par de años, dijimos vamos a ir a la conferencia, pero queremos ir con un pledge, con un anuncio de parte de CAF de que queremos comprometernos a hacer proyectos de economía azul y de restauración de ecosistemas marítimos por al menos $1.250 millones como compromiso del banco, como nuestro aporte a trabajar con los países de la región en este sentido. Para hacer eso requerimos alianzas, requerimos conocimiento. El banco tiene un grupo de profesionales muy comprometidos y tenemos acceso a los ministerios de Finanzas y de Economía de América Latina y el Caribe. Tenemos una capacidad de coordinación entre alcaldes y gobernadores o gobiernos locales dentro de América Latina y el Caribe, pero necesitamos también aliados que aporten conocimiento, que aporten ciencia, que nos ayuden a fortalecer la red de trabajo. Y por eso es tan importante el memorando que vamos a suscribir hoy. Yo quiero pedirle disculpas porque no estoy vestido de presidente de banco, pero a las 6 de la mañana de hoy estábamos en el Jardín Botánico de Cali con 2 organizaciones con las que venimos trabajando muy de cerca, que son Audubon y BirdLife International. Con ellos hace 3 años soñamos la idea de crear un corredor que proteja a las aves en todo el hemisferio, tanto las que están en tierra como las que están en mar. Y hicimos el primer anuncio con Alicia en Montreal y hoy ya por fin tenemos un plan estratégico con estas 2 organizaciones a 5 años. Y hoy estaba con ellos justamente en esa dirección. Muchas gracias, Peter. Pues, Estamos comenzando el trabajo y mañana suscribiremos aquí también con el NYBG, con el Jardín Botánico de Nueva York, para fortalecer la red de jardines botánicos de América Latina y el Caribe. La verdad que parte de este viaje de transformar a un banco de desarrollo que ha hecho tradicionalmente infraestructura en un banco verde y en un banco azul es una misión, y estoy seguro que lo que vamos a hacer hoy junto con Peter de este memorando nos acerca aún más. CAF además hace 10 años es observadora del sistema de Naciones Unidas. Participamos del Summit of the Future en Nueva York hace 2 meses, un mes y medio, y hemos ratificado nuestro compromiso con estas agendas. Y mientras van las negociaciones en paralelo, nosotros tenemos que ir haciendo trabajo, ir haciendo acción, ir haciendo delivery de lo que estamos conversando, discutiendo acá en la región. De manera que básicamente estas eran simplemente unas pequeñas palabras para decirle: cuenten con nosotros, cuenten con el banco, cuenten con este banco que es de América Latina y el Caribe. Es un banco que es verde y un banco que es azul. Muchas gracias.
Presidente, por favor, quédese de una vez acá. Muchas gracias, presidente. Y no solo vamos a suscribir el memorando, sino que tenemos unos testigos de honor. Por favor, embajador Peter Thompson, Tom Pickerel, que es el director global de WRA, y por favor nos acompaña como testigo, y nuestro exministro y embajador del Mangrove Breakthrough, Carlos Correa, y por supuesto nuestra gerente de acción climática y biodiversidad positiva. Básicamente este memorando busca posicionar la economía azul en Latinoamérica y el Caribe, que Latinoamérica y el Caribe tengan una voz de cara a la conferencia en Niza. CAF se integró al comité organizador también del Foro de Finanzas que habrá previamente en Mónaco, y con estos testigos de honor el trabajo se nos duplica a Cintia y Alfredo porque tenemos que dar buenos resultados. Por favor, prosigan. Sí. Perfecto. Bueno, sí, muchas gracias a todos. Este fue como un breve en nuestra agenda, pero de verdad que estamos muy emocionados de poder fortalecer esta cooperación de cara a nuestra conferencia Océanos en Niza. Cintia, tu panel en tiempo récord además ahora.
Tiempo récord, está bien. Gracias, gracias. ¿Me pasa mi teléfono, Carlos? Pásame eso, please. Can I invite our distinguished guests and panelists, please join me. Sorry for running a bit late, but this is so exciting, isn't it? So, Mark, Vidor, Alicia, Nick, can you join me and I'll introduce you in a minute. Oh, what an exciting day. Thank you everyone for joining us. Sí. Okay, let me introduce this very great group of families. Alicia Montalvo needs no further introduction, so I'll direct my attention to Peter Helgensen. He's the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, IOC UNESCO, and Assistant Director General of UNESCO. We also have Nicholas Harman, the Commonwealth Secretary of Sustainable Ocean Management in the Commonwealth with us, and Mark Lambeets, Director of the Department of Sustainable Development of the Organization of the American States. So I'll start maybe with you, Alicia, because this is a great day so far. So given CAF's significant leadership on blue finance, what are the biggest challenges you see in financing sustainable ocean plans, and what innovative financial mechanisms do you think we could introduce to scale investment in blue economy, specifically on your side from the Latin American Caribbean perspective? Thank you. ¿Funciona o te doy el mío?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cynthia. And thanks to everyone for being witness of these moments of signature. Well, I think that the Sustainable Ocean Plans are a key instrument. As you well know, Cynthia, we have been very enthusiastic with the possibility of having one instrument that allows us to really identify what are the priorities to finance the sustainability plans for the ocean and in the different countries. We joined Ocean Action 2030, I think 1 year and a half ago, 1 year ago. And I think that this is crucial. Even though only 3 countries from the Latin American and Caribbean region are part of the high-level panel, we consider that this instrument should be used beyond, because the most important thing is that we are able to really identify these instruments. And also we need to really develop new innovative instruments such as blue bonds, other kinds of instruments that we are now working on. We are very active right now in the Caribbean region with the Global Environmental Facility, and we are promoting different actions to really create more marine protected areas. So in short, we see that this could be really a very useful instrument to mobilize financing, because the question is not only to be able to identify actions, but to have them in an integrated document where you can identify the priorities, and you can also see how the different institutions involved in the protection of the ocean are working together at country level. So for us, you know very well, this instrument is very useful, and we hope we can keep supporting you in this initiative, learning very much about the experience. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alicia. CAF is one of Ocean Action 2030 members. Ocean Action 2030 is a coalition of United Nations agencies, of NGOs, of multi-development banks, of course, across the globe to aim countries in their goal of developing and implementing sustainable ocean plans. IOC UNESCO happens to be another partner, a great one indeed, and that has actually raised the bar when it comes to ambition. And Vidar has this duality because he was part of the ocean panel from the beginning. So it was easy to sell you the idea of working together on this one. So any thoughts on 100% sustainable ocean management through sustainable ocean plans, please?
Thank you very much. It's fantastic to be here and fantastic to see the progress that the concept of sustainable ocean planning and the high-level panel are making. Since you made it sound like I have a conflict of interest here, I would like to say that the IOC took on sustainable ocean planning and management before I joined it. And I think that speaks to the importance of the concept. It needs to be based on science. The IOC is the UN's ocean science body, and we're really happy to work intensively and increasingly with the high-level panel and all those other countries that are now committing to sustainable ocean management, because that planning needs to be based on sound science and knowledge and data about what exists in terms of biodiversity and other ocean dynamics, and let that filter into decision-making in political and business contexts. So for us, supporting multilateral processes is really important, like the CBD, but it is also important to support countries and governments that are committed to 100% sustainable management of their own national ocean territories.
Thank you, Peter. Nick, can I put you on the spot? You just arrived after, I guess, 40 hours of traveling. So thank you for being here, for starters. We're going to give you coffee for sure after the session. But before that, Shogun meeting, very important Commonwealth member states meeting that you were just at. Would you like to share some news, updates, announcements, anything that you would like to share with us today? Floor is yours.
Thank you, Cynthia. No, it's great to be here, and just come from half a world away in the South Pacific, but really just on our doorstep here, because it's one Pacific Ocean that joins us all, and we have one ocean on our planet. And so the first thing, yes, I do want to say that in Apia in Samoa, the Commonwealth heads of government met, and they adopted a landmark Apia Commonwealth Ocean Declaration for one resilient common future, which really aligns the ambitions of all 56 Commonwealth countries towards a sustainable ocean. Commonwealth countries have been coming together since 2018 for the ocean, when we launched the Commonwealth Blue Charter, and learning to work together, building communities, understanding each other's needs, and building capacity. And so this came out of that process where there was a call for really putting some substantial commitments down on what we're going to do. And so 30 by 30, absolutely, 30% restoration to getting BBNJ done by 2025 in there, and concluding the plastics treaty as soon as possible as well. Getting the WTO fisheries subsidies agreement done. It's all in there, and this is also important to what we're doing. But one of the things that's in there is also the really recognizing that need for 100% sustainable ocean planning, because when I first arrived in Samoa, the first morning I went snorkeling in a small MPA. It was where they have giant clams, 100-kilo clams, and but this is a tiny MPA. You can snorkel across it in 20 minutes. We saw Enrique Sala's paper last week that says, you know, we need 85 medium-sized MPAs per day, so like much bigger than this one, between now and 2030 if we're going to get there. How do we scale that when we just do it piecemeal, one at a time? But if we have a lot of government signed up to do full marine spatial planning, manage 100% of their ocean area, including mapping where those ocean MPAs should be, then we can scale faster, much faster. And we're seeing this already. So Minister Schuster in Samoa last week announced that his plan to actually, under the marine spatial plan that they've been doing with WAIT, for each of the villages around the coast to be able to establish their own MPA and own that MPA and run it. And so getting the whole community working together to establish this network of MPAs rather than just doing them one at a time. That's fantastic. We also saw Rotary launch a new mangrove MPA project with money they just raised to get the local community involved. We saw Conservation International put 1.6 million in. WAIT are ready to release their 51 million they've aligned to 5 Commonwealth countries in the Pacific. So things are moving, and it's there, and that's exciting, and we can move faster. But unless we plan, unless we get it all done together, we're not going to get there in time. So really excited to say, you're looking for 100 members of the 100% Alliance, and well, we've just had 56 countries, 49 with a coastline, say that they think this is a good idea. So there you go.
Thank you for that exciting news. More countries to work with, and we're ready for a Commonwealth, and hope we could actually work very close. So I'm originally from Costa Rica, Latin America. So it is with great pleasure that I actually convinced Mark to have OES, Organization of American States, as part of the coalition, and they said yes. Not only they said yes, but ever since they have been strong partners in delivering the ambition, but also action, and how Latin America and the Caribbean could actually join these efforts and develop their own sustainable ocean plans and implement them. Mark, care to share with us your thoughts on this as part of the development, Sustainable Development Secretariat from the Organization of the American States?
Indeed, and this working, yes. So thank you for that, Cynthia, and what an exciting morning so far. Really, congratulations to CAF and WRI, and then for the recent signing of the MOU, including WEF in that, just tremendous, and also on the release of the Indigenous Peoples paper. For those of you who are in the room, you heard Ken Paul talk about really the Indigenous philosophy and the relationship with their elders, and it really was inspiring to me. And while I work at the OES, I'm going to speak personally for a second. He gave a very interesting diagram about the relationship between the elements of our being, and really focus on politics, the difference between driving our economy with fear versus love. And as an American, I look forward to next week and think about the election that's coming up, and I wish he could come to my country and really talk about how do you use love to really drive some of our communities, the way we think about our economy and think about moving forward. I say that not just to get into a little bit of politics, but also to tie back into something Alicia said just a moment ago about the fact that we have 3 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean in this coalition. Let's also remember we have 5 countries in the Americas, so both the US and Canada being members of this important coalition. As the Organization of American States, and for those of you who may not know the organization, we're the political organization for this hemisphere. So we work on policy dialogue, convening people together, provide a lot of technical assistance, knowledge management. And in that context, our relationship to helping countries of the Americas drive sustainable economies is really on me, and I'm the leader of the Department of Sustainable Development. When we execute initiatives to help our countries drive sustainable development and sound solutions in that arena, we do this through partnerships, as we are not a bank. When it comes to our partnerships with money, relationship with CAF in particular is really essential to getting this job done. So I'm really excited about our just growing relationship with CAF. We work with other partners in the hemisphere like the Inter-American Development Bank on a global level, with the GEF, World Bank, and others. We work with these institutions, providing resources not for the benefit of the OES, which is a small organization, but to really facilitate access by our member states. 34 member states in the hemisphere, of which 32 of those member states have oceanfront property. So we are really an ocean hemisphere, and I use the word ocean, not oceans, as has been alluded to earlier. We really are living on one ocean, and so together we use these partnerships to help our countries. And Cynthia, to your question, just real briefly, the SOPs is an amazing platform for countries to have really a common framework for the way that we treat the ocean. We think about the things we put in our water that flow down our rivers. So we think about the trees that protect the cuencas, the aquifers, and we think about what we do in and on the ocean. So I just, I'm really proud to be part of this process and really think about the way that we protect the ocean using the Sustainable Ocean Planning Mechanism. And our commitment is to not just as an organization say we will support this, but to actually work country by country to go from, say, 5 countries of the Americas to 34 countries of the Americas that sign on to these. It'll take time, but with partnerships like with WRI and CAF, we're going to set up a technical assistance facility to go country by country and help them elaborate their sustainable ocean plans. That's our commitment as the OAS, and we look forward to working with all partners in getting that done.
Thank you, Mark, for that commitment. And Alicia, just because this is your house, I'm going to let you close the session. So I'll jump to you, Vidar, if you don't mind. Barcelona, great milestone. Great day for Sustainable Ocean Plans, UN Decade Program on Sustainable Ocean Planning. We are already co-chairing with IOC UNESCO to bridge the gap between science and policy, which is basically a very important part of Sustainable Ocean Plans. Do you care to share a bit more on that, or anything else that you would like to share for that matter? Thank you.
Does this work? Yeah, fantastic, progress. No, I mean, science to policy is quite challenging, but the high-level panel did exactly that in its own right. We had heads of state and government coming together, being supplied with 18 updated reports about everything ocean, and on that basis negotiated a pact between those initial 14 countries, now about 20, about sustainable ocean management. And the concept of sustainable ocean management is a similar approach, because we do have marine spatial planning, which is and can be very useful and helpful. But this is about societal planning. This is about understanding that the ocean is important to the land-based economy, and the land-based economy is important to the ocean economy and environment. It's about the totality of the SDGs. It's economic, it's social, equity is an important dimension. It's obviously environmental. It's also about our cultural relations to the ocean. And it's about politics and governance. It's about science basis, but a political decision-making process and a political accountability for these plans that come with transparency and an all-of-society approach. And I think that comes from having had actual heads of state and government, sitting and serving heads of state and government on that panel. That's not too normal to have panels of current heads of state and government. They are the ones sitting at the end of the table when trade-offs and decisions have to be made. And the emphasis they're putting on this, and the energy now in getting more countries to commit, I think is really promising. Because governments are compartmentalized, industries are compartmentalized, science even is compartmentalized, but ocean ecosystems can't be compartmentalized. We need to look at that as a whole, so it needs to be owned by the whole of governments as well.
Thank you for that. And yes, indeed, the Ocean Panel has gone through 10 changes of government already and still going strong. So that gives you an idea on how important this initiative is, and how strong and how unique. So we need to bring more countries along. For that reason, I'm going to turn to you and put you on the hotspot there. Nick, tell us about the ambition, what's next, how can we engage more with the Commonwealth, and any final thoughts on your side?
Thank you. Well, I liked what Peter was saying earlier about making sustainable ocean plans sexy, because to me they are. We've been sort of trying to do holistic planning with governments for many years, and through national ocean policies. That is not a sexy term. But actually it does bring together all those departments, all the different ministries that are working on a bit of the ocean, and try and join them up. And so important to be holistic, as Vidar said. I mean, to accelerate this process, one of the things we did earlier this year is have the first Commonwealth Ocean Ministers meeting. Most countries don't have an ocean minister. A few in the Pacific do, but not most of them. And so to try and get countries to say, well, actually, for our government for this meeting, this minister is going to speak on behalf of all ministries on behalf of the ocean, starts that process and gets that going. And so we'll be having another one in about a year's time in Kenya, and watch this space for details of that. But so I think, you know, but sustainable ocean plans really provide that framework that, as you say, connects not just the policy landscape, but the people, the communities, that the stakeholder engagement, the private sector, you know, sort of everybody needs to be involved in that process to understand what needs to happen get it forward. So as a model, I think it's definitely something we're going to be taking forward through our policy approach with governments to do that. The other thing, of course, is mobilizing the finance. And it was fantastic hearing what you were just saying there, and how you can work with the OECS countries. OECS, again, sort of a very strong Commonwealth region. We just, we've got to get this going. We've got nearly half the world's coral reefs in the Commonwealth, a third of the world's mangroves. We were talking about the breakthroughs yesterday. And we need that money to come into the breakthroughs, and we need to get it on the ground to the groups that are going to implement. But we need to make sure governments are fully engaged in that process. If we bypass governments and don't build capacity in them at the same time that we're building capacity in local NGOs, then next time they want to do another MPA, it's back to square one. But if the government's built capacity along the way, we can streamline the process, we can scale, we can move there and get by 2030. So thank you.
Thank you. It seems like the ambition is there, so I'm going to place a commercial here. I really hope the Secretary from the Commonwealth joins us as well at the collision. So, Mark, any last thoughts?
Yeah, thanks for that, Nick. I take the challenge of both the OECS countries and the lesser developed countries in this hemisphere. All must come together because we all share this ocean. It's critical, and it's a critical challenge that we treat it in a similar way. And also, while I appreciate the idea to reinvent the SOPs, maybe making them more sexy, at the same time, I think we all agree, the hard work of getting the job done isn't sexy. I mean, it is, and I just was thinking as you said that, it's about the hard work of addressing what we put in our ocean, plastics, waste fuels, other things, how it gets there down rivers and other means, what we put on our oceans, the ships and other transportation methods that cross our oceans, what we pull out of it in terms of mining and extraction, and then what's left with the ocean. And at the OAS, we deal with things like the sargassum that drifts around and affects our Caribbean seas. So, while sustainable ocean plans could become on the surface for public consumption sexy ocean plans, we also really need to do the hard work of protecting that body of water that sustains us all. So I'll stop there, Cynthia, and just leave with that thoughts.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the ambition, and thank you for being such a strong partner. We really appreciate OES. Alicia, close this session for us, please. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very interesting discussion on how to materialize all the things we need to do with the ocean. And from the experience of the bank, it's very difficult sometimes to really be involved in a dialogue with the governments to identify the right partner, to see what are the priorities. We have committed 1.25 billion, and I have to confess that sometimes it's not easy to identify actions that really have a systemic impact on the ocean. So thank you very much for sharing your experience. I think that we need to keep working on the planes oceánicos sexys, no sé. and then to have an instrument that really is useful to listen and to contribute to the 30 by 30 in the context of this COP. Thank you very much, Cynthia, for your moderation and for the panel.
Let's give a big applause to our panelists, please. Everyone in the room, do not leave. More to come. Next session is, all of the sessions are great. So stay in your seats, stay tuned. We're gonna give a big applause to our panelists and welcome the next panelist, please. Next session. Quien necesite traducción, tenemos servicio de traducción, pueden recogerlo afuera. Estamos haciendo inglés-español combinado. Alfredo. Who's next? ¿Quién sigue? ¿Me la llamas? Maybe we can have the next slide, please, Irene, for the next session. Grab a seat, everyone. We're about to start. Second session, Ocean and Climate Nexus. Where's Lorelei? I need you. There you go. Come on, take the floor. Leading this next session, our own Director for Ocean and Climate Platform, Lorelei Picou. The floor is yours. Lead the way.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we thought we were running a little bit late, so we were casually having a chat outside. But no, we are here to run the Ocean Climate Nexus session that will focus on coastal resilience and how to build a sustainable future. We have an incredible lineup of speakers, so I won't be too long to just set the scene and welcome you to this beautiful CAF pavilion. I mean, we've been running around for days now, and it is hands down the most beautiful pavilion at COP16, so it's very exciting to be here. Just very quickly on why we're running this session. If some of you were at the GBF Ocean Day yesterday, we had the official launch of the ocean breakthroughs at CBD. We're looking at a blueprint focusing on 5 ocean-based sectors: marine conservation, shipping, food, energy, and tourism. So we do have a set of ready-to-implement solutions to ensure that we deliver for nature, people, and climates. Building on the ocean breakthroughs, we really want to look at how bridging the connections between the climate agenda and the biodiversity agenda, the ocean being obviously our best allies in doing so. For this session, we have decided to focus on coastal resilience and the impacts of climate change, of course, on coastal regions, but also the opportunities and the solutions that we may have to address the impacts of climate change. I actually recently learned, and I'm going to have to look at my notes because I'm very bad with numbers, but that in Latin America alone, 200 million people live by the coast. That's about 30% of the population in the region. That's insane. That's a lot of people that are going to be threatened by the impacts of climate change. Another thing, though, is that the Latin American region is a biodiversity hotspot. It's a powerhouse for nature. It's absolutely fantastic when it comes to mangroves, to wetlands, to a number of coral reefs as well being hosted here in Latin America. So we need to make sure that with the growing impacts of climate change, biodiversity loss, urbanization, and so on and so forth, this powerhouse doesn't turn into a crumbling house of cards. So that's why we're here today to discuss how we can really work together and ensure the sustainability of coastal regions and communities. The last thing I wanted to mention, because in the opening of this beautiful Ocean Day at the CAF Pavilion, we heard from Excellencia Razan Al-Mubarak and from Special Envoy Peter Thompson the importance of the next UN Ocean Conference in Nice in June 2025. And I wanted to highlight that it will be also, coastal resilience will be very high on the agenda there. And you'll hear probably from some of our speakers how solutions in coastal regions will be highlighted in the Blue Economy and Finance Forum on 7th and 8th of June 2025. And I'm also very pleased to say that on the 7th of June in Nice, we will be hosting a special event on coastal regions and cities to launch the first ever Ocean Rise and Coastal Resilience Coalition, aiming at representing 1 billion people worldwide threatened by rising sea levels. So this is a really urgent and global topic that we have to address. And with this, I will call on my colleague, Marine Le Serre, the head of international policy at the Ocean and Climate Platform, who will be your moderator today. Thank you very much, Marine.
Thank you very much, Lorelei, for setting the scene for this event. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm delighted that we can talk actually about ocean climate action in a biodiversity COP. It's always so important to weave this blue thread across these different fora. So very happy to be here. And to kick off the discussion, I would like to invite on stage our 5 panelists. So please, a big round of applause for them, inviting them to come. Please take seats. Anywhere you want is perfect. Monique is there. And I'm going to take this opportunity to introduce them at the same time. So everyone's here. Perfect. So on my left, you have Dr. Kilaparti Ramakrishna, our dear friend and colleague Rama, a director on ocean and climate policy at the Woods Hole Oceanographic institution. Thank you for being here with us. We have also then Chip Conliffe, Program and Risk Director at the Ocean Risk and Resilience Action Alliance that you all know under the name of ORA. We also have the pleasure of welcoming Vice-Ministro José Ramón Reyes, the Vice Minister of Coastal and Marine Resources at the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources of Dominican Republic. Since we are in the CAF pavilions, it's quite a pleasure to welcome Dominican Republic, a Latin American country. We also have Ignacio Lorenzo Arana, one of our dear hosts, the Director of Biodiversity and Climate Technical Advisory for CAF. So thank you so much for welcoming us in this actually quite beautiful pavilion. And last but not least, we are here with Monique Galvao, Vice President of Rare Brazil. So thank you so much for being us and having this conversation with us. So to kick out this important discussion, I would like to ask all of you one overarching question so we can have all the different kind of perspective from different, not different regions of the world, but different sectors of the discussion. So my question to all of you is, what are the key levers to enhance the resilience of coastal ecosystem, communities, and infrastructure? So it's pretty wide, and to kick off this discussion, I would like to start with you, Rama. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Marine. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here. What a beautiful pavilion that we have for a discussion on this important topic. And as Laurel has said, this topic is probably one, to use an Americanism, where the tire hits the road. This is something that you can feel and have to contend with, the sea level rise. And the question that Marine asked was about science, data, the role that these two play in our appreciation of what is coming and what we need to do, how we build resilience to that. Now, one general point that we need to make is there is a lot that need to be known about ocean that we still don't know. So we at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution have large programs on ocean observations, and then they are trying to tell us as much as they possibly can, but this is not an attempt by just one institution. The global community need to take on that, and we need to learn a lot more. But having said that, we know a lot about sea level rise because of the work done by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change through various reports, including a special report on ocean and cryosphere. The most recent assessment, AR6, has a large chapter on sea level rise. So we have that information. We have that information with respect to what would be the mean sea level rise at various temperature increases. Now, Paris Agreement talks about 1.5 as the goal, keep it under 2 degrees Celsius in any case. And we have a scientific community telling us what would happen at various temperature increases to sea level rise. But what is not clear is what that means to people living in the coastal communities. Even the policymakers cannot make much of a connection between 1.5 degrees means what. In fact, in the United States, when you talk about 1.5 C, they say, what does it mean in Fahrenheit? I mean, so it is that level of communication that we need to perfect so that decision makers actually know. So we have now enough information, no matter what we do in terms of reducing our footprint on burning fossil fuels, the sea level rise is upon us. It is something that we have to deal with, and we had UN Secretary General going to Tonga and talking about sea level rise. This is a real existential threat to a lot of communities. We need, obviously, more science to tell us precisely what would happen to various regions that are impacted by climate change. But while we wait for that, we have enough information to act in terms of working with the communities in building resilience. And there is a lot of material in the Ocean and Climate Platform have done that in various studies, and we have at Woods Hole have done that, and I hope there will be an opportunity to talk more about it. But the key thing really that I want to leave with you all is that while broadly speaking we need more science, on sea level rise, we have enough to act right now, and we need to really think about how we communicate what we already know in science to policymakers and to potential affected communities at various levels. And the damage, the cost of doing anything is quite significant, and we need to be mindful of that. It is not just a problem that the rich countries can solve by throwing money at it. We need to think about it as a global plane. And one last point I want to mention is, for the first time, the UN General Assembly, with the leadership of the President of the General Assembly, had taken this at the leadership level to ask about sea level rise and what it means to the world community. We have now a decision pending from the International Court of Justice on the subject. Next year, probably it will come. And the International Law Commission is also looking at what that means in terms of various aspects. In all these cases, we need to be able to communicate science better to the decision makers. I'll stop there, Miriam.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Rama. So the first lever would be science, duly noted, and also thank you for mentioning the special report on ocean and the cryosphere and how this really, with this new scientific information, how it helped us put on the agenda sea level rise, and seeing that we have the UN General Assembly picking this up is actually very inspiring and very encouraging. So thank you very much for that. We will go back to the coastal communities and to the question of communication a bit later, but thank you for this first word. So, talking about this question of data, I believe someone else in the panel has something very important to bring in the discussion. I'm talking about you, Chip. I heard that Aura launched something quite interesting recently, so can you please tell us a bit more about this and how this contributes to the discussion? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing to speak today. So, yeah, this morning we rolled out excuse me, something called the Coastal Risk Index, which I've got to admit, is a sort of personal crusade, I suppose, in some ways, of mine, since I've been working on it since 2017. But the idea of, and I was, I suppose that at that time, myself and a boss of mine were sitting down at breakfast and thinking about, okay, well, how do we get the insurance industry, and indeed, how do we get investment driven into nature? And how do we address the issue of the lack of financing for nature itself, but more specifically around ocean risks. So the key ecosystems that we're talking about here are, of course, coral reefs and mangroves. So over the last few years, we have been working with University of California, Santa Cruz, and IHE Delft in the Netherlands to develop an index, develop a platform that allows policymakers, insurers, investors, and others to use the power of data, so going back to what's just been said, to better understand the risk reduction value of those ecosystems. So what we're saying is that in terms of a mangrove or a coral reef, as I'm sure most of us are aware, they do provide that risk reduction value to assets on the coast, and indeed to people that live along the coast as well. But what are the dollar figures? How many people would be impacted by the loss of those ecosystems? And that's really what the Coastal Risk Index does. So it basically provides data for, as I said, those stakeholders to better understand the risks to assets on land. As an example, here in Colombia, the annual projected damage to assets here in Colombia is $2.4 billion a year. Mangroves and coral reefs provide $1.2 billion of reduction, reduces that value, or reduces that impact by $1.2 billion. So that's how important these ecosystems are as a way of reducing flood risk. Okay, that's not focusing on people yet. So in terms of where you invest your money, if you're investing along the coastline, behind a mangrove or behind a coral reef, well, you know how important that ecosystem is for your investment. The whole idea behind the CRI is around, well, we now know how important those ecosystems are. We therefore should also be investing in those ecosystems into the future. So that's here in Colombia. In South America itself, $78.9 billion worth of damage could be expected from coastal flooding. With coral and mangrove ecosystems, there's a reduction of $13.6 billion. So again, how do you drive investment into ecosystems? Well, you do so by understanding the dollar value of those. And then I'm just going to give you one more, because I'm sitting here next to the minister from the DR. In 2050, so the good thing about the CRI is you can look forward not only today, but it's 2030 to 2050 as well. And we are looking at a 2050 with a 100-year storm. 13,000 people would be at risk, but that increases to 26,000, so that doubles the risk if you lose your mangroves and your coral reefs. So 26,000 people are now at risk of flooding if you were to take those ecosystems away. And then if you're looking at the dollar value, 515 million people at risk increases to 968 million at risk with habitat loss. We need to drive investment into nature, and more particularly in the work that we're doing, coastal nature. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chip, and congratulations on launching this forward-looking kind of tool. Here in this kind of context, we often talk about science to policy, so it's also so important and actually inspiring from our perspective to also be able to talk about the science to finance, and also trying to see how we can bring in these other kind of actors in the discussion, these mostly new stakeholders like insurers or others from the finance sector. So thank you for that. And actually, since you mentioned also Dominican Republic, I'm going to move now to Vice Ministro Reyes. Muchas gracias for being here. And I'm going to ask you to also illustrate from Dominican Republic's perspective to talk about these different stakes. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, muy buenos días ante todo. En el caso particular de la República Dominicana, que somos un país insular, para nosotros es de gran preocupación los impactos globales que están sufriendo nuestros ecosistemas costeros, como bien dijo nuestro amigo aquí. Es importante aclarar que aunque haremos todos los esfuerzos para minimizar y neutralizar los impactos locales, nos preocupa mucho más las amenazas que sufrimos por los desaciertos de los países que más contribuyen a potenciar los efectos del cambio climático. En todo caso, en nuestra experiencia y planificación futura, vemos clave la resiliencia, la cual debemos abordar desde una perspectiva multifacética, pero particularmente pensamos en 3 puntos: la conservación y restauración de los ecosistemas, la gestión integrada de la zona costera, y un tercer punto que es clave para nosotros, que es la educación y la concientización ciudadana para empoderar y capacitar a las comunidades locales en el uso y aprovechamiento sostenible de los recursos costeros y marinos, así como el fortalecimiento de su medio de vida o generando medios de vida alternos y sostenibles.
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. This is very inspiring to see how you're articulating these 3 different sides. I think it's also very important to see how conservation and restoration, as you said, are complementary to sustainable use. It's something that is really important in the global biodiversity framework. Make sure that we not only conserve and protect, but also stop the different drivers. And I think this is definitely this kind of approach. So thank you so much for that. And now I'm going to move to our next speaker, our host, Ignacio, to also ask you the same question, perhaps more from a finance perspective. What are the key levers to enhance coastal resilience? Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. Voy a dirigirme también en español, estando aquí en Cali. Lo primero es integración, y excelente la integración de clima y océano, que hemos venido conversando y desarrollando desde tanto tiempo, y también aquí en Cali incorporar la dimensión de naturaleza como una dimensión también de integración. Debajo de este manglar, sin duda que refuerza esa idea. Dentro de esa integración, por supuesto, los temas científicos y de conocimiento. Sin duda que la gestión costera implica información, un análisis técnico, escenarios, que obviamente implican una complejidad y que muchas veces las capacidades no están on the ground. Y allí hay una oportunidad enorme de trabajo conjunto entre países, incluso a nivel académico. También la participación activa de todos los actores en territorio y una participación que no sea únicamente desde el lugar de la planificación, sino también de la gestión desde una perspectiva de alianzas. Y dentro de esa participación y gestión, el financiamiento juega un rol, y un financiamiento que nosotros en CAF hemos estado analizando, en particular en los temas de adaptación, con la necesidad de, por supuesto, incrementar y avanzar en lo que es el financiamiento de donación y concesional en el marco del financiamiento bajo las diferentes convenciones, pero también de considerar aspectos, por ejemplo, el financiamiento del sector privado, en donde en el escenario de riesgo incremental, el concepto de cost avoidance surge como un concepto racional económico en donde el sector privado puede invertir para evitar futuros daños y que eso genere una rentabilidad de sus inversiones desde una perspectiva privada. Y allí hay sectores claves costeros como el de infraestructura, como el de turismo, y en donde el desafío de esa integración que decíamos al inicio es que las soluciones que estemos invirtiendo no sean soluciones tradicionales, sino que incorporen esa visión integral de océano, de clima y de naturaleza. Vemos allí que hay una oportunidad enorme de repensar el financiamiento y de repensar la acción colectiva en costas para efectivamente lograr un escenario de mayor resiliencia en un contexto de mayor riesgo.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Very interesting points in terms of connecting ocean, climate, and biodiversity action. So thank you for that. And I think it gets us to the science, inclusivity, and finance. And it's very important to see how multilateral banks or that kind of actors can also act as a bridge to connect the different stakeholders and have this more of a whole of society approach that we advocate for in these global frameworks. All right, moving to our final speaker, still in the Latin American zone, but moving from to Brazil. Could you please, Monique, also tell us about the levers that are most important to you?
Thank you. Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. I would like to share a little bit how we transform decision-making practice. So some examples. In Brazil, we have almost 10% of the mangrove of the world, right? It means that 80% of these 10% is seated in the Amazon coast, which means 3 states of Brazil, 14,000 square kilometers. However, flow finance into the Amazon forest, not the Amazon mangrove, right? And it's really important ecosystem. In Brazil, we have an amazing framework of law, which is the National Conservation Unity System that empower communities with the HESEX model, which is MPAs. Recently, Lula signed also a decree protecting more 2 areas at Pará State, connecting the dots with the COP30 coming. So we can say that the Amazon coast is mostly protected. However, most of the finance goes to create new protected area and lack of funding to really manage these areas that are already protected by law, right? So I give a couple examples. We have 14 MPAs has access. Only 2 have management plans. Imagine, just 2 have management plans because it's a huge territory. Imagine that they can put 4 Philippines inside of just Pará State. It's huge ecosystem. And also, we all mention about empowered communities and networks. We have a couple examples with Coastal 500 as a network of not community leaders, but government leaders. Who is from the government here? Just for me to see of decision making. No, universities. Universities, okay. Community members. Community members. So I'd like to, they are listening in Spanish, but you know, bringing decision-making to action, I think is really important to empower local communities and networks, right? For instance, we have a couple examples. We have the Mothers of Mangrove as a network of 100 women that they are providing financial literacy entrepreneurship, and how we flow the funding to them to really protect the ecosystem and improve their lives. And also the youth. We have a network of youth. They are helping with data to collect data with household surveys, for instance. So everyone has a role to play. And with that, besides of me speaking, I would like to provide a couple minutes for the community leaders just to share 1 or 2 examples how they are making change in the field. It's okay? So I will invite Mailton, please. He's a youth from the Amazon coast. He's going to speak Portuguese, but I would like to wait and brief. I will try to translate, okay?
Bom dia. Gratidão pelo momento. Eu venho lá do estado do Pará, Brasil, e venho representando as reservas extrativistas marinhas.
He is very grateful for this moment. He came from Pará State in the Amazon coast, so he is really proud to represent the community leaders.
Como o espaço é curto, a mensagem que eu deixo para vocês é que, de fato, a gente está na base, e quando a gente visualiza as 23 metas, a gente vê a preservação da vida também, mas a dignidade humana.
He is just saying that he knows that he has short time. He's just in connected dots with 23 targets of the global framework that everybody's connecting with the conservation. However, it's important to raise human citizenship as well.
A gente faz de um todo para preservar o ecossistema manguezal, que é tão importante para o equilíbrio climático do mundo. Mas a gente se vê também como pessoas que vivem, que moram nas unidades de conservação. E a gente fala da nossa própria vida, sabe? Falar que nós também merecemos viver com dignidade e proteção. Haja visto que a gente sofre vários riscos, inclusive de vida. Não é só das espécies biológicas, mas assim da vida humana.
He just mentioned that it's really important to conserve the mangrove, but also take care about human life, because they are threat about the risks in the mangrove area.
E como representante da juventude dos manguezais amazônicos, pensou que vale muito investir na juventude, por todo o nosso dinamismo que temos de vida, de vitalidade, com essa força jovem, e que a gente se enxerga como pertencente à comunidade. A comunidade, a natureza é uma só para nós, como um todo manguezal.
He's, as community leader, youth community leader, he's invited to invest on them because they have energy, they have vision, and they are connecting the dots with the nature conservation as well. Thank you. A final word, just Renilde. Renilde is a woman, community leader. She leads a network named Mothers of Mangrove, the acronym MOM. And I would like to give her a voice.
Bom dia a todos. Eu também moro numa reserva extrativista do estado do Pará.
She also lives in a MPA named Resex at the Pará coast.
Reforçando aqui a fala do nosso jovem Cuíras, das nossas Resex, eu venho falar também sobre as mulheres, que eu acho que é de suma importância ver políticas públicas voltadas para as mulheres, um fortalecimento.
She's also mentioning that beyond the youth, she would like to raise the topic about women, about public policy connecting to women agenda.
Uma vez que a gente somos guardiães do manguezais, nós tiramos o nosso sustento desse bioma, e de suma importância que nós vivemos de forma sustentável. Então, por isso que a gente estamos aqui hoje também reforçando.
She's just saying that she lives from the nature. She takes her, she conserve the mangrove in order to make a sustainable living, and she considers herself the true guardian of the mangrove.
Hoje eu estou como coordenadora da Rede Mães do Mangue, que tem mais de 800 mulheres, e elas tiram o seu sustento de dentro do manguezal e também estão de forma sustentável, fazendo as suas próprias economia e também fazendo as suas...
She's just saying that she leads a network of women, between 800, 1,000 women, and they also live from the sustainability of the natural resources from the make roof. That's it.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much.
Obrigada. Thank you very much for this. It's so important to also hear these other kind of voices to make sure that when we talk about ocean, climate, and biodiversity, we also talk about people and how the work that we do is actually translating on the ground. And I think it's important to have this discussion, especially here at COP16, when the focus is on implementation. How can we make sure that we create this link between these blue zone negotiation rooms directly to the mangrove sites? So we heard about every levers that you are implementing. Now I would like to discuss a bit more how you are carrying this work forward, each and every one of you in different sectors, in the different ways that you all have mentioned. So I'm going to ask you a bit more precise questions, coming and starting with you, Chip. Can you tell us a bit more about the work that you're doing with Aura, scaling up investments for this kind of ecosystems?
Yeah, thank you.
So much.
So Aura is a multi-stakeholder alliance of governments, of the private sector. So Deutsche Bank is our lead global banking partner, and AXA is our lead global insurance partner. We have over 100 members, and what we are looking to do is, what we are doing, should I say, is looking to pioneer finance and insurance products to incentivize the investment into coastal nature-based solutions and the ocean. So every project that we support through the funding from our funders has to have a finance or an insurance element linked to it. So whether that would be the development of a biodiversity credit in Kenya, whether it be a development of a parametric insurance product for small-scale fisheries in Indonesia or the Philippines, to building the market for seaweed in the Philippines and in Kenya. So every project has to have that financial element to it. So we are currently financing over 50 projects, and of course, what we also always hear from the private sector anyway, is there is a lack of that pipeline of investable programs or investable projects. So we are, through working at the bottom up, so working with local communities and local NGOs, and of course some of the bingos as well, to drive finance into building resilience in that space. But on the other hand, we're also focusing on the need to drive the hundreds of millions of dollars into the space, if not billions of dollars. And so we're doing that through the development of something called the SCIF, which is the Sea Change Impact Finance Facility. It's ultimately an umbrella term under which we have various programs and various finance mechanisms that we're developing at the moment. So one being a guarantee fund, Ocean Guarantee Fund for 6 sectors of the blue or the sustainable blue economy. So everything from ridge to reef, so offshore or anything that might flow from land to the ocean. Blue technology, circular economy, offshore-based renewables, ocean conservation, and 2 more. But the key piece here is about de-risking. So how do you drive that private finance into the space if they are somewhat worried, somewhat scared about seeing that return on investment? And that's why we picked those sort of 6 sectors, because we see that those are, apart from ocean conservation and sustainable seafood perhaps, but they are quite, they're fairly well understood green opportunities. So what we're doing is we're sort of painting them blue, and that guarantee facility will help to drive finance into this space. We're developing a blue bond incubator, and we have Nick Silver here in the room actually, who's building that with us, and that's really about how we drive or how we use debt to drive finance into the ocean and coastal ecosystems. We have an outrigger impact fund which we're looking to with a first close at the end of Q2 next year. basically looking at between $1 and $10 million investments into blue economy sectors again, specifically focused on SIDS and coastal LDCs. We're very aware of the fact that pretty much every impact bond or every impact fund that's focused on the ocean has a geographical interest in either North America or Europe. How do we need to be driving finance into those coastal communities that are likely to be impacted most, and indeed those communities whereby they may have a fantastic idea, but there's pretty much only one chance for them to make it happen, and if it doesn't happen, it probably goes away because they don't have the support, they don't have the finance to move that forward. So that impact fund is really key, and ultimately, I think that all of these different elements really sort of, as I said, sit under the skiff. We're very aware of the need to drive further finance into the space, and very keen, of course, for anybody who is interested in becoming a member of AURA, please come and speak to me, because I think that it's the power of collaboration within our space that are actually going to move things forward.
Fantastic, thank you so much, Chip. And actually, I just wrote collaboration just before you said it, so I think we're really aligned here. And talking about collaboration, one thing that I wanted to mention quickly is countries' national strategies and how we need to also make sure that we have a more integrated approach to them, to make sure that the different actors of civil society can also contribute and get the clear signal that they need to be able to invest in the solution. So I think this is also important to make sure that we use these strategies as the roadmap to guide us moving forward. So thank you very much for that. And now I'm going to move to another side of the discussion on finance, to you, Ignacio, and ask you a bit more about what CAF is doing, the ocean strategy that you have. I heard some important commitments were made, especially during COP15. So how do you carry these commitments forward? Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Y efectivamente CAF está desarrollando cada vez con más fuerza su estrategia de océanos, y también, de hecho, es un enorme placer tenerlos hoy aquí. En esa línea hemos comprometido efectivamente una cifra importante de recursos de CAF, específicamente 1.25 billones de dólares en este periodo de implementación de la estrategia actual de CAF para los temas de economía azul. Y eso hacerlo en una serie de actividades en América Latina y Caribe en materia oceánica y costera, desde puertos sostenibles, cables submarinos y, por supuesto, como decíamos al inicio, todo lo que tiene que ver con la acción de restauración de ecosistemas y ecosistemas costeros y oceánicos, incluyendo las soluciones que veíamos hoy más temprano de corales, manglares y también sistemas costeros. ¿Cómo hacerlo en ese range de acciones? Implica también tener un range de instrumentos financieros y tratar de entender para cada problema y para cada solución técnica cuál es el mejor esquema financiero que puede aplicar. Decíamos hace un rato en la primera parte de la pregunta que empezamos a observar racionalidades de inversión, por ejemplo en el sector privado, asociado al tema de cost avoidance, que pueden ser una forma de incorporar un nuevo modelo de finanzas de resiliencia. También a través de los fondos verdes, CAF atrae inversión a la región, que generalmente son proyectos de pequeña y media escala, pero que en su diseño plantean una serie de instrumentos que pueden permitir una escala de inversión mayor. Para eso, y muy brevemente, voy a hacer un ejemplo que estamos aprobando este año con el Adaptation Fund en la costa de Uruguay, en el cual es un grant de 10 millones de dólares, o sea, un grant pequeño, medio, pero que hemos establecido componentes de eso dentro de ese proyecto en los cuales desarrollamos herramientas y testeamos algunos instrumentos financieros adicionales. La mayoría del proyecto, por supuesto, tiene que ver con elementos de conocimiento y fortalecimiento de capacidades y acciones de implementación piloto, pero y todo esto basado en donación, pero hemos incorporado un pequeño componente de lo que nosotros llamamos un fondo revolvente de cero interés para viviendas de riesgo medio de inundación costera, que puedan tener una accesibilidad de financiamiento que el mercado hoy no le provee en moneda local y sin interés. Y que ese sistema de financiamiento pueda ayudar a través de ese revolvente a poder escalar la acción de financiamiento. También en ese proyecto hemos incorporado un componente obviamente de información e innovación financiera para testear, por ejemplo, con el sector privado de infraestructura y turismo, cómo pueden ser las racionalidades de cost avoidance, por ejemplo, en un gran hotel costero, y qué acciones de adaptación basadas en ecosistemas pueden ayudar a sostener esa inversión inicial. También esa misma información nos permite conversar con el sector de seguros, de cómo ellos pueden ajustar sus primas y su modelo de seguros para mucha de la infraestructura costera, que por ejemplo en el caso de Uruguay está concentrado ya el mayor PBI inversión en infraestructura en todo el país. Y por último, también CAF en sus instrumentos más tradicionales, como puede ser las líneas de crédito al país o líneas de crédito al sector privado de primero y segundo piso, incorporar la información de resiliencia y de nexus naturaleza, clima y océano en los productos financieros, de manera de, incorporando esa información, se pueden definir niveles de riesgo diferentes y esos niveles de referencia tienen un impacto directo en la tasa de interés, y con eso de alguna manera, cuando hacemos este tipo de acciones, podemos reducir el riesgo y reducir la tasa de interés que aplica en ese proyecto particular.
Thank you very much, Ignacio, and thank you for sharing the example of Uruguay. It's very impressive, the number of different tools that you're mobilizing, so congratulations for that. Moving back perhaps at the more national level, I would like to ask Viceministro Reyes. We heard about the strategy that you have, and I remember reading actually your national climate strategy, where you talk about nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based approaches, diving deeper into coral reefs and mangroves. So can you explain us a bit more about the strategy and the efforts that you are deploying to integrate ocean-based adaptation measures in your strategies, and how the two are working together? Thank you.
Bueno, en la República Dominicana estamos trabajando activamente para integrar medidas de adaptación basadas en los océanos y soluciones basadas en la naturaleza, en sus contribuciones determinadas a nivel nacional y en su plan de acción para la biodiversidad. Para esto se han realizado evaluaciones para identificar áreas y con las comunidades más vulnerables a los efectos del cambio climático, lo que nos va a permitir priorizar acciones específicas, incluyendo las comunidades costeras. La mayor parte de la población dominicana reside en una zona o provincia costera. Cerca del 69% de los dominicanos vivimos en una zona costera. Por otra parte, tenemos el turismo. El turismo es uno de los sectores principales de nuestra economía, que representa el 15% del Producto Interno Bruto de República Dominicana, y que se sustenta sobre los recursos naturales, y en la población los turistas van detrás de nuestros recursos naturales, principalmente en zona costera. Un ejemplo de esto es que uno de nuestros destinos principales es Punta Cana. Punta Cana se encuentra ubicado en una provincia con la mayor cantidad de manglares y con una unidad de costa muy amplia, compleja y con altos valores para la biodiversidad marina. Por otra parte, estamos impulsando la integración de la biodiversidad en la política nacional al incorporar consideraciones sobre biodiversidad y ecosistema en el desarrollo urbano y la planificación costera, acompañando de campañas de sensibilización para involucrar a las comunidades locales en la conservación de sus ecosistemas marinos y costeros. La República Dominicana ha buscado alianzas con organizaciones internacionales y otros países para compartir conocimientos. Bueno, un ejemplo de esto es nuestra declaratoria de áreas protegidas de la Cordillera Beata, que se realizó conjuntamente con el gobierno de Colombia y con instituciones colombianas. También estamos desarrollando capacidades, se están promoviendo capacitaciones para funcionarios y comunidades sobre prácticas sostenibles y resilientes en el uso de los recursos oceánicos. Estos esfuerzos que realizamos son parte de un enfoque más amplio para abordar el cambio climático y la conservación de la biodiversidad, y buscando fomentar la resiliencia de la economía y las comunidades costeras.
Muchas gracias. One thing that I think is very important that you mentioned is the sector of tourism, and Ignacio, you touched upon this as well. And in the idea of within this blue thread that we mentioned, we talked about the ocean breakthroughs earlier, and this is a topic on which the ocean breakthroughs are also discussing, that will be discussed at COP29 on the Ocean Day. So I invite you to also join us for this session in the climate sphere. And to conclude, last but not least, I would like to go back to you, Monique. Not to conclude, actually, there's still two speakers, sorry for that. And I'm going to actually start with you, Rama, sorry for that. To continue on the discussion on the points that you made in your introductory remarks before, talking about communities, one thing that I wanted to ask was how can community-based approaches complement scientific insights on the effectiveness of coastal resilience and adaptation plans?
Thank you, Marine. Before I answer your question, I just want to reflect on what other panelists have said. We have a lot of excellent ideas here, and the role that finance plays in particular, and the role that community plays, the role that mangrove forests play. It is almost like the Academy Award-winning movie, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. I mean, we need to do that. The question is, but I want to add to that, since you brought up COP29, in terms of the priority setting, we have to focus on reducing our reliance on fossil fuels, first and foremost. And then we need to do whatever we can to sequester carbon from the atmosphere. But as I said in the beginning, no matter what we do, sea level rises here. And we need to think about how to protect the communities, from that. And you asked about what we have been doing at Woods Hole, and I just want to draw your attention to a postcard that you see with a QR code. This has a report of a very important meeting that we had held in Woods Hole with a number of scientists and policymakers and those that are working with the United Nations in terms of bringing about this closer home. So the first point that we need to do is really make what the scientific community knows is known to policymakers. The sea level rise has to be a relatable concept to the policymakers. The abstractness of the temperature increase is not clear enough. We need to show through all sorts of tools that we have in the technology in terms of what a 1.5 degrees Celsius means to a particular coastline. Once we show that, then people understand the immediacy of it. The Secretary General talked about in his meeting in Tonga, for the Pacific Island states. So we need to bring the scientists and the policymakers together and communicate the results to the policymakers in a manner that they understand. I just want to give you one slight example of the difficulty of that communication, and we need to find a mechanism to do that. In preparing the report, my colleague Kalina Grab is here. She had taken primary hand in preparing that report. One of the sentences that we used was that sea level rise is now faster than ever before. And of course, as a scientific institution, we went for the peer review, and our scientists said, oh no, you cannot say ever before, because ever before means you're talking about the entire history of the Earth. But you can say that over the past 3,000 years, it has been faster than, in the past 3,000 years, it's faster. So, but that kind of specificity is lost on the policymaker, so we need to make sure that they have that thing. We live in Woods Hole, and so it is very near to us. We are an oceanographic institution. We need access to the ocean. So things that we have to do, we're going to do them, but it's going to cost a lot of money. our estimation in terms of just making it consistent with the potential sea level rise of 2050 is about $150 million. So what we did was the partnership, one of the things that has been talked about here. So we connected with all the other institutions in Woods Hole, including the private sector and the community leaders, to say, well, what does this mean to you? And how can we work together to make sure that we can build resilience? The Massachusetts government, where we are, has taken this example and came up with a mass resilience plan. So what the governor did was to come up with a plan that clearly lays out what the state needs to do at various increases of the sea level. So it is automatic. So the procedures are set in place, finances are made available, etc. But the key point is it's not something that even amongst the rich countries, this plan is not there. We need to make sure that those plans are there. But we are in the context of the global community here, at the Conference of the Parties. So we need to really think about what does it mean to communities that do not have the financial wherewithal. How do they cope with it? How do they build resilience to that? This is where I think the United Nations has a vital role to play. This is where finance has a vital role to play. And we need to make sure that we connect all these dots so that one of the primary goals of the Sustainable Development Goals is leave no one behind. And we want to make sure that we protect those that are vulnerable, that are most impacted by it, but do not have the resources at their disposal. And as a global community, it is our responsibility to make sure that we provide that. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Rama. You're making my life easier doing the wrap-up almost for me. To conclude this, and we have only a few minutes left, and we want to hear from our next speaker, but if you can tell us a bit more about the work that you do on the ground and elaborating on the different elements that you've mentioned, it would be fantastic.
Sure. Thank you. As everyone said, everyone has a role to play. And what we do in the ground is catalyze change via different type of partners. So with the universities and data that Doctor mentioned, it's really important. We have household survey with volunteers, and we connect universities for monitoring and evaluation. With the mayors, we have a network of mayors in the coastal zone, in the 3 states of the 10% of Brazil mangrove. We have almost 90 mayors that we are trying to mobilize for change. It's really different. One mayor have a voice and a network have a voice. So we leverage network all the time. Also network of women with empower for business, right? Because they need opportunity to improve their lives, and youth. And collectively, what we do is to have an umbrella. So for instance, we are in October. We have the Pink October, right? And people recognize this brand. How we recognize the brand of the mangrove, what we are doing the past 4 years is to raise what we call Green July campaign. So the 26th July, the International Day of Mangrove Protection, we have been working for 4 years in a campaign of mangrove, saying our mangrove have value of cultural, have value of finance, and how we make difference in the field, connecting all dots. The problem is so big. It's not one organization such rare. It's not one community leader. It's everyone together, and we need to organize ourselves to better deliver impact. And this is connecting with trust. What the organizations that you trust, that you can catalyze the change for, make a vehicle. So for instance, in one municipality in Pará State, we are working a crab facility. To make it happen, we have one project for monitoring and evaluation, the mangrove and the crab that take 10 years to get the adult life. Another funding go to build the facility, another funding for the capacity building. So it's a puzzle. It's really hard to make this puzzle happen, and only with integration and collaboration that we can make the change. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Monique. This is great. All right, so I would like to take the time to thank all of our panelists. A big round of applause for them. Congratulations, and thank you for sharing your perspective on these different levers. I invite you to go back to your seats. And I'm taking also this opportunity to thank all of our partners for this event, particularly important ones, the IUCN, ORA, Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, co-organized, of course, with the Ocean and Climate Platform. And to close this important event, we are very lucky. We have the pleasure of having Carlos Correa, the ambassador of the Mangrove Breakthrough and former minister of Colombia, who agreed to provide some closing remarks. So thank you very much, Carlos.
Muchas gracias, Maureen, y un saludo muy especial a todos. A CAF, muchas gracias por la invitación. Qué alegría estar aquí celebrando este gran día de los océanos. A todos los amigos aquí presentes, un abrazo especial. Me encantó este panel. Me gustó mucho porque se habló de todo y definitivamente la gran conclusión es que Ocean and Climate tienen un nexo directo con la resiliencia costera. Y aquí lo pudimos ver. Los puntos para este closing remarks creo que están muy claros. Primero, este es el año de la triple COP. 3 COP tenemos este año. Hoy estamos en Cali en la COP16 de Biodiversidad, donde los grandes retos, entre otros, quizá los más importantes son el 30-30, el High Ambition Coalition. Tenemos que proteger, declarar el 30% de nuestros mares y zonas continentales como áreas protegidas al año 2030. En Colombia tuve la fortuna como ministro de firmar la declaratoria del 37.5% de áreas marinas y 31% de áreas terrestres en el año 2022. Y ahí inició la campaña del 30 antes del 30. Podemos hacerlo antes del 30. El otro tema de la COP16, el financiamiento para poder administrar esas áreas y la implementación de esas áreas protegidas. Tercero, la sinergia. La sinergia entre climate change, cambio climático, biodiversidad, polución, pero también desertificación, que es la tercera COP de recurso hídrico. Esas 3 cosas se juntan y aquí se juntan en estos ecosistemas que hablábamos hoy como los manglares. Ese es el primer punto para poder tener en cuenta. Segundo, financiamiento. Hablaba Nacho desde CAF, todo el tema de financiamiento, data. Buena información hace que podamos tener y construir buenas políticas públicas. Necesitamos data y desde ORA nos han mostrado todo este indicador de resilience y risk que necesitamos esa data para lograr. Pero también necesitamos el corazón de las comunidades indígenas que están en el territorio. Hemos aprendido que ellos no solamente operan con data, sino con la experiencia, el sentimiento que tienen de cuidar la madre tierra y los océanos. Esas 2 cosas se tienen que juntar y los científicos, la academia, el sector privado, el sector público, tenemos que encontrar un mensaje unificado para construir la narrativa y el storytelling. Entre todos, un solo mensaje para llegar allá y decirle a este planeta y a la humanidad que tenemos que proteger nuestros ecosistemas. Y al final, Brasil, 10% de los manglares del planeta, casi 1.5 millones de hectáreas. Como embajador del Mangrove Breakthrough, tenemos una gran responsabilidad y reto. 4 números con los que cierro siempre. Primero, 15 millones de hectáreas hay hoy en nuestro planeta. Eso no es nada, eso tiene el departamento del Amazonas en Colombia. 15 millones de hectáreas. Segundo, restaurar la mitad de las hectáreas que se han perdido en los últimos 30 años. Se han perdido 1.1 millones de hectáreas. De esas, 800.000 las podemos restaurar. Las otras se fueron. Restaurar 400.000 hectáreas es nuestro reto desde el Mangrove Breakthrough y todos los aliados, el GMA, el MAC, todos los aliados. Tercero, doblar la protección. El 40% de los manglares del planeta están en áreas protegidas. Nuestro propósito, doblar eso a que el 80% de los manglares estén en áreas protegidas al año 2030. Y cuarto, $4 billones necesitamos para este propósito y necesitamos hacerlo de manera colectiva. 30 gobiernos nacionales ya han firmado la declaración, más de 40, más de 80 organizaciones privadas, públicas, NGOs, hacen parte de esto y este es el claro ejemplo de la cooperación, de que entre todos tenemos que hacerlo, que es entre todos los actores quienes tenemos que hacerlo. Y quiero cerrar con un comentario que hizo Brasil ahora: los gobiernos subnacionales, los alcaldes, los gobernadores en el territorio también tienen que entender este reto para poder llevarlo adelante. Felicitaciones a todos, acá había al ministro de Panamá, a República Dominicana por el liderazgo y todo lo que están haciendo. 1/4 de la población mundial, querido viceministro José Ramón, vive a 100 kilómetros a la redonda de nuestras costas. Esos son los que necesitan mucho más soluciones basadas en la naturaleza, los manglares, los corales. Tenemos que cuidarlos, tenemos que resguardarlos y de esta manera creo que podemos hacer un gran aporte al cuidado de nuestro planeta. Muchas gracias.
Gracias al ministro Correa, exministro Correa, por esas palabras que realmente nos ayudan para set the tone para lo que viene para la siguiente sesión. Me estaban pidiendo en la sesión anterior que se querían tomar un family photo, una foto de los panelistas. Les pido rápidamente que se vengan para acá a tomarse una foto. All the panelists. Sí, está listo, sí. Dale. Big applause for that wonderful session, inspiration. If you want to grab coffee, if you want to grab something to drink or to eat, this is the time. Please do not grab coffee, food during our sessions because our speakers get distracted. So out of respect, this is the time for you to grab something to eat or to drink. And we'll resume very shortly with a great session on financing and the target 30 by 30. Stay put, more to come. 10 minutes, we'll be back with you.
Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola. Hola. Hola, hola.
Thank you everyone for staying tuned, for staying with us. I'm glad you had a chance to have something to drink, have something to eat, because we're starting a very interesting session. So session number 3 is going to be about mobilizing finance, bridging the gap from 8% to 30% of ocean protection. So achieving this very specific goal and protecting 30% of the ocean by 2030 not only requires policy commitments, but also significant financial resources. For that, we have a great group of panelists that are going to lead the way, and your moderator for this session is Marcela Portocarrero from the World Bank. Marcela, the floor is yours, and thank you. Big applause for Marcela, please.
Thank you, Cynthia. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, this session is interesting. Target 3. And I need to say that I'm not optimistic at all about this target and reaching the 30 by 30. And I hope that by the end of this hour that we'll have here to talk and dialogue among us, my optimism, goes up. This session will be in English and Spanish, so please, if you need translation, there are devices, I think, behind you and outside. For our panelists, we have here devices, so we can have this conversation in the language that is most comfortable to all of us. I will start by inviting my selected panelists, and I will start with Rita, Ms. Rita El Zaglul. Come on, Rita, you can. Director of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. I will then Ms. Mary May Jeremy. She's the CEO of the Seychelles Conservation and Climate Adaptation Trust. Patricia León, Associate Director of the Bezos Earth Fund, and Eric Castro, Executive at CAF. We will have Mr. Franz Tattenberg, the Minister of Energy and Environment from Costa Rica. He will provide the closing remarks. He will come towards the end of our session. But yeah, right now, I think we are ready to start. Okay. Oh, Jennifer. Oh, that's awesome that you're here. Please come here. And my final panelist, Jennifer Corpus, Global Policy and Advocate Lead from the International, representative of the International Indigenous Forum for Biodiversity. So as you see, we have an amazing panel of women and Eric. And the idea here is to, of course, see what are those challenges that are keeping us from reaching that 30 by 30 target, seeing who are the players, who are those governments leading, what's the role of communities, philanthropy, multilateral development banks. I think this is, as you know, we are here hosted by the Ambition Coalition. This is a coalition. This is the only way we can achieve this target. And as I was saying, you know, I'm not positive. So far, we have only 8% of our ocean protected, only 1% in the high seas. And if you go back to what's happening in the land, only 17% of the land has been protected. And we have protected areas for the past 150 years. So imagine, in 150 years, we have only been managed to protect 17% of our land. So what's the future for our oceans? How we're going to reach and move from 8% to 30%, knowing that the protected areas that are already in place are underfunded. There are many competitors, you know. Now that the blue economy is blooming and all the countries are moving towards an energy transition, and we're talking about improving the circularity of tourism and improving fisheries, and talking about transport, offshore wind development. There are many things going on and moving in the oceans, and many of those funds have been attracted to those activities, but protected areas are there, like stagnant, quiet, and where that money is gonna come from, how we're gonna prioritize areas, which areas are gonna be prioritized for this declaration. We have moved from, preservation areas or protected areas per se to other effective conservation measures based in area. Now we include indigenous peoples, local communities, coastal communities that are part of this initiative, but I don't know, I see it quite tricky. And I hope you panelists help me change my perception, and we can leave here with a positive hint about if we are or not reaching that 30 by 30 by 2030. And I would like to start with Rita. First, I don't know if many of the people that are here know what hack is, so if you can give us a brief idea of what hack is, and what are those new tools and mechanisms that hack has available for governments. How governments can use hack in a positive way, and what are those challenges that you see that governments have right now to protect their oceans. Thank you. Micrófonos, por favor.
Thank you, Marcela, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here with all of you today with such distinguished panelists, and also I would say I think there's also a bit more of an emotional part for me, because many of those who are here on the panel today were also colleagues in the negotiation in the trenches. So it's a pleasure to be here today, 2 years after the adoption of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, talking about this issue. Maybe just to provide a bit of an overview about the High Ambition Coalition. It's a coalition that was created back in 2019, launched in 2021, of governments, mainly advocating and trying to do a diplomatic outreach in order to make sure that 30 by 30 was reality as and adopted as a target. So maybe starting, I think in general I'm a positive person, so I'm hoping that by the end of my intervention you will be a bit more positive. Maybe I will start with the first point and saying that today we all talk about 30 by 30 as if it's something that we all agreed upon, and that it was something that all the governments and everyone, all the stakeholders were all on board, and we were, clearly again in this consensus towards 30 by 30. But that was really not the case. Back in 2019, when all the negotiations started for the post-2020 or the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, this was not the case. There was not a lot of support for 30 by 30. Many were saying that the jump going from, as you were mentioning, from approximately 8% on ocean and 17% on land to 30% was a big jump. So the Aichi target mentioned 10 and 17, 10 on ocean, 17 on land. We were going to do that jump to 30 by 30. So many were not very positive in that sense. This is why the hack was created at the beginning. We rallied many governments. We started with 5 governments. Costa Rica and France were the ones that initiated it with the support of the UK as ocean co-chair. And then by December 2022, when we were negotiating at COP15, we managed to have over 100 countries, and the target was adopted. So point number 1 on positivity, I think that should bring us a bit more of positiveness into this goal. So since then, the coalition has shifted a bit its focus, and we're no longer trying to do this trying to advocate. Of course, this work continues with our political mobilization, but now we're much more in the phase of supporting our country members. As you know, many of the countries that are the most mega diverse countries and the countries that need more support are low-income countries and middle-income countries. So we need to make sure that those countries receive the support that is needed in order to be able to implement 30 by 30. So the hack shifted its support more towards the implementation of this target. Within the Secretariat now we have 8 people that are hosted by the GEF and the World Resources Institute. We are in Washington, D.C., and we focus really on trying to understand from our country members what are the needs. So since the creation of the Secretariat, which was a year and a half ago, we have been able to create several tools in order to understand really what are the needs of the governments in the implementation of 30 by 30. Of course, this is done also with the support of other stakeholders and making sure that, of course, indigenous peoples and local communities, and I have my sister here, Jen, to make sure that this is accompanied by an inclusive process, making sure that indigenous peoples and local communities are in the center of this conversation. So this first, I'll take us just one step back. The matchmaking platform, the 30 by 30 matchmaking platform within the coalition was created very quickly in order to make sure that we are able to support our governments, and it was launched at the COP28 last year. So it has been functioning for 10 months, and I'm very happy to say that several countries have used the platform. We have been hearing a lot of different needs from our country members. We have received 8 requests on the platform. We have been able to match 5 of those requests. This week we have been working very closely with our country members to make sure that they are able to understand much more the platform and be able to submit some requests. Of course, the requests go from Geographic Information System, GIS, to effective management, to finance, to understanding OECMs. There's a wide range and array of different topics that are there, but of course, finance is a key one and is a central one. At the moment, the coalition works with over 62 organizations, and we, of course, are advocating also for more finance to be channeled towards the matchmaking platform in order to be able to support governments. We know that there's a gigantic gap. So the Waldron report mentioned that $100 billion are needed per year for the 30 by 30. At the moment, we have roughly $20 billion that are being channeled towards this goal. So we have a big gap. This doesn't mean that we can move forward. I think there's a bit of a wider conversation that we need to take place. There's more finance that is needed. There's a redistribution of harmful subsidies that is needed to be taking place, and the involvement of a wider sector of our community. It's not only, you know, it's the conversation should go beyond the usual suspects, as we say. So I think in a way I would like to leave you with a message that within the coalition we have been able to support our country members. We have, I'll give just a brief example on, because we're over the ocean here, I imagine that those are the waves. We have the last match that we did with Madagascar in August, where we supported them thanks to our partners Rainforest Trust Fund in order for them to be able to build their roadmap on 30 by 30. So progress is coming. Countries are still engaging, and we are trying to make sure that countries have the support needed in order to be able to advance. But of course, much more is needed. And from our side, we are continuing that mobilization both from a political level, from a technical level, in order to make sure that we accelerate our efforts. And really the effort of the hack is as a connector, bringing the different partners together, making sure that we accelerate our efforts, because at the end of the day, this is not a goal that is just nice to have, or it's just a goal within the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. It's a science-based goal. This is what we need to do. And there's no other way that we can do it if we don't really accelerate the I would say, increasingly our collaboration together, and we really speed up together to be able to reach this goal in less than 6 years that we have. Thank you, and looking forward to hearing from my fellow panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. And an applause. In order to move forward and to scale up and to speed up this, we need to find innovative solutions, innovative instruments, and we need also countries that are, I don't know, willing to take that risk and that challenge. And I see here Mary May representing the Seychelles Trust, and how the Seychelles has been, I don't know, a pioneer in a way of finding new innovative blue instruments, economic instruments, financial instruments, You signed the first, I think, blue bond in 2018, and you've been moving, quickly, not waiting for the rest of the world to give you, I don't know, the way to do it. And I really want you to share with us what the Seychelles have been doing, what the Trust is doing, how are you using that money, those instruments, and what advice can you give to other countries that are facing so many threats and challenges, and their populations are at risk, and how you are part of this 30 by 30, but also how are you protecting your people?
Thank you, Marcela, and good afternoon to everyone and all the panelists. I'm very pleased this afternoon to get the opportunity to share the Seychelles story a little bit. I think our story begins a little bit over 10 years ago, and for us it was since the Aichi target. That's how far back the Seychelles had that vision of actually protecting more than 30% of its EZ as protected areas. And we were, of course, one of the first members that joined the hack because we believed, we had that conviction that the 30% really should be the target and the goal that we go for that. And from the very beginning, for us, our ocean, being a small island developing state, our ocean is very important for us, and therefore all of the solutions that we saw came from our ocean, and therefore we did the first Debt for Nature swap for ocean back in 2015, which led to the establishment of the organization that I work with. So the Seychelles Conservation and Climate Adaptation Trust, which is like a special purpose vehicle really that would allow for government of Seychelles to restructure its debt, to get some initial funds. And we were able to restructure at the time $21.6 million with a very strong focus on having a system or a mechanism in country to support our transition to expansion of our marine protected area network. And that started with an initial amount of $5 million that would go towards projects and programs related to biodiversity conservation, management of protected areas, building climate change resilience into the story, but also building on livelihoods in the development of the sustainable blue economy for the country. So then we went ahead and also issued the first blue bond for the amount of 15 million. And again, 10% of that would actually go towards the trust to award as projects. And since then, SECAT has been able to help the government transition. From 2014, we were only 0.4% marine protected areas to 32.6%, which we have already designated now. And we are at that crossroad now where we're looking to start implementing this huge area, which is 400,000 square kilometers of ocean, which is equivalent to the size of Germany in protected areas. And being a small island developing state, that is not a small feat. We have a very small population of only 100,000 people, and capacity is a big issue. So when we start talking about finance, the financing gap, for us, this is a reality that we have to be dealing with. And part of the work of the trust has been to try and identify resources wherever possible from all sources for us to support the government, the country, the people in managing those areas. So the commitment from the people of the Seychelles is there. But I think, again, I understand a little bit your skepticism, because the more people you talk about, and when we speak about the lessons, yes, we've done it, but it's not been easy. And so that's why a lot of countries are reticent to start, because they know that once you do commit, you do set up those protected areas, there is a lot more that comes to that. And right now we're working with partners to build that capacity in country for us to manage those areas, but there is still a lot. We're looking at $30–50 million a year for us to manage those areas. And alone, this is where we are also struggling. And Seychelles is also a high-income country, so therefore getting support from the rest of the countries that could actually help us has become very difficult. And so therefore, when we come on platforms like this, the idea is that we focus on solutions. Really, when we talk about matchmaking platforms, are they serving everyone who's actually made it? And how do you use those countries that have actually made it to encourage others to get on board? Because if we can't get the implementation going, then it's not going to make sense for us to achieve 30% designation and then not be able to manage it. So I think in the thinking about
talking 30 by 30, we not only need to speak about creation of MPAs, but how do we actually manage those MPAs? So I think this is where we are in that crossroad, and I look forward to engaging and maybe hopefully get some questions from the floor.
Applause. This is, yeah, my positivismo is going up now after listening. One of the things that are really interesting, and I'm super happy to have Jennifer here in this conversation, is because, you know, protected areas in land or in the ocean are, I don't know, for many communities, it's a way of saying to these communities, don't go there, don't touch. Your activities are going to be impacted by the declaration of this protected area. We have an issue in the ocean is that, you know, the ocean belongs, of course, to the states, but the communities are the ones that use that space. So there's no ownership or, you know, tenure of those spaces. And I know that there are many, I don't know, concerns and issues that indigenous communities and local, indigenous peoples and local communities have raised in terms of what's going to happen if that 30 by 30 is accomplished, how it is supposed to be accomplished, what is the role of indigenous peoples, local communities in that decision making. And I really would like to hear from you what have you been doing and leading and how we make sure that this is something that is inclusive, that integrates these peoples not as beneficiaries, because we keep telling, you know, you're going to get these benefits from this, but are partners and are the ones that also are part of the decision making.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the questions and for framing what I'm about to say. Indeed, indigenous peoples were very much central in the negotiations that led to the adoption of the GBF. And we had a very good collaboration with the High Ambition Coalition and its members. And so, with that collaboration, what we have to show for it is words within Target 3 that talk about indigenous and traditional territories and the need to respect indigenous peoples in the process of, well, indigenous peoples and local communities in the process of protecting these areas. And for us, from the start, it was very clear that indigenous and traditional territories includes ocean spaces. I myself, I feel like a bit of a fraud because I'm a mountain girl. My traditional territory is up in the mountains, but I also come from the Philippines, and the Philippines is in the Pacific Ocean. And we have brothers and sisters who are coastal people. In fact, in the Philippines, ancestral domains include ancestral waters. And we have many examples of ancestral domain titles for indigenous peoples that include ancestral waters. And I think it's true also in the Americas, certainly in Canada and the US, there are ocean spaces that are recognized as within the traditional territories of indigenous peoples. And so, having said that, the question is how we expand from there and how do we ensure inclusivity. So first, the first point I'd like to make is that we are limited in the framing of marine protected areas. Currently, the way that we frame it is through purely scientific criteria. And we know that a lot of the ocean is not studied. There's little information known. And for us indigenous peoples, we need to move beyond this purely scientific criteria and look at cultural criteria coming from the indigenous point of view. Because in our genealogies, in my brothers and sisters from the coasts and the oceans, their genealogies identify the ocean as kin. It's part of their genealogy. They emerged from the ocean. They also have a lot of rules to govern these areas. For example, taboos are always in place at certain times of the year. And so there is a management, there is a management framework, a way for indigenous peoples to manage marine areas. And so I think if we shift the framing to a cultural frame instead of a purely scientific frame, we would expand the coverage of protected marine areas. I have my notes from my friends from the oceans. The other limitation is geographic. No, as you said, there are some, the EEZs and places that are within the territories of parties of states. Sorry, and if we are limited by these geographical boundaries, then it limits us in the protection. That's why it's important, for instance, for ratification and full implementation of the BBNJ so that we can cover more. But also, in the indigenous perspective, there are many traditional wayfaring peoples that actually have explored the high seas and regard the high seas as part of their territory. And if we, break this geographic boundary mold, we can actually expand the area that's being protected. Then finally, inclusivity. You said it exactly. Indigenous peoples have long been regarded as mere beneficiaries. But if you look at all of these genealogies, the cultural criteria, indigenous peoples are actually supposed to be full partners because we have worldviews that are very relevant for protection of the oceans. And so that is the challenge now. How do we engage with indigenous peoples as full partners? And at the same time, aside from recognizing the protection frameworks, also look at sustainable use, which is also in the GBF. In fact, it's there in Target 3. But indigenous peoples have traditional economies. In some Pacific Island states, they call it custom economies. And this would, a little bit break the resistance against strict protection when you also allow indigenous peoples, through their millennia of sustainable use practices within ocean spaces, to continue their livelihoods, their traditional livelihoods. Then you can make a strong argument for expanding protection of marine spaces. I leave it there and maybe answer questions when they arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And I have one question back to you. And I think it's amazing how you say that traditional knowledge can help us understand the limits of those boundaries that can be used to create new areas of protection. Who needs to listen to this message? Is it the governments? Is it philanthropy, multilaterals?
All of the above. Of course, it's governments, and as indigenous peoples, we work with governments to establish the criteria for identifying areas of protection and inserting cultural criteria. But of course, it takes a lot of money, as my sister here on the panel has said. It takes a lot of money, not just for the establishment of the marine protected area, but also for the management, for data and research, for continuing community engagement, and education. So the philanthropies are also being addressed, and also the multilaterals. So how do we get money directly to indigenous peoples? Or also, how do we get money through the government so that there's better collaboration with indigenous peoples? So,
okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Listen, people, please replicate the message. And talking about philanthropy, Patricia, we have an amazing fund, Bezos Earth Fund, that now is implementing amazing projects across the world in different coastal areas. Tell us about, because you are quite new, we were recently created, and if you can tell us about this trust, and if you can tell us about the impact that is having, how important is philanthropy for these causes, what's the role and the support that you give to these governments, indigenous communities, coastal communities, and if you have a couple of examples that you can share with us.
Sure, thank you, Marcela. It's a pleasure to be here to share this panel with all of you, and with all of you, thanks. So the Bezos Earth Fund is here today, but we're part of Protecting Our Planet Challenge, which is the union of 10 philanthropic entities which have pledged $5 billion to support 30 by 30. Out of that, so I'm here representing all of them. I will speak and give and provide some examples specifically about the Bezos Earth Fund. First of all, the Bezos Earth Fund and other philanthropies, we support high ambition from governments, but also from indigenous peoples, from conservation trust funds, from MDBs. We work with all of you. And we need to support that high ambition. And I'll provide some examples across the globe. So let me start with the Eastern Tropical Pacific. That's, we're supporting CEMAR. CEMAR is a corridor with Ecuador, Colombia, Costa Rica, and Panama. And the 4 presidents of these countries came together in Glasgow in 2021 and said, we have high ambition. We have high ambition for the ocean, and we pledge to significantly increase marine protected areas in our 4 countries. And they did. They tripled marine protected areas, protecting an area bigger than Germany if you combine all the MPAs. So as a result, we came together with other donors as well, part of Protecting Our Planet Challenge and other donors, and committed $150 million to support that. The Bezos Earth Fund has now disbursed more than $40 million to support CEMAR. And we do that by supporting countries at the national level, but also CEMAR as a regional entity. So, for example, in Costa Rica, we established the Blue Fund, which is a conservation trust fund that supports the implementation of the Bicentenario and the Cocos marine protected areas. And we came together with other 5 donors to do that. So as you can see, everywhere we try and bring other donors together, and the Bezos Earth Fund tries to use its funding to mobilize other funding. In Colombia, we've supported the management plans of all the Pacific areas in marine protected areas in Colombia. And we provided funding for Herencia Colombia to fund the implementation of the management plans. That's another conservation trust fund, or PFP, that we're supporting. And let me go to a different area of the world. We've pledged $100 million to support the conservation of the Blue Continent. And this is following the leadership of 16 island nations, which came together at the PIF meeting last year and said, they were pledging to support 100% sustainable management of their economic exclusive zones, which includes at least 30% protection. And if you take all of these economic exclusive zones together, that's an area bigger than the continent of Africa. And so take 30% of that. It's a very, very large area. And there, we're just starting that portfolio, and we're meeting countries at different stages. So some countries have complete planning ready. They have marine spatial plans that are ready and have designated at least 30% for protection, and so we're supporting them. Some of them have conservation trust funds that are ready that we can support. Others are in the process of developing those. And then other countries are just starting in this process. Some are really just starting with their marine spatial planning, and we will meet each country where they are in the process. And the idea is that, yes, we support creation of protected areas, but also implementation and sustainable funding, right? So conservation trust funds, the Bezos Earth Fund is the biggest supporter of Enduring Earth, which create PFPs around the world. And so we've supported various of those, both in the ocean and on land. And finally, we're very proud to support indigenous peoples in Canada on their PFPs. So those PFPs are completely managed by indigenous peoples themselves. We're very, very happy to support that. And finally, talking about global support, today, along with another 10 philanthropies, so 11 counting us, we announced $51 million to support high seas MPAs around the world. So we're looking forward to seeing lots of high ambition from all countries. Please ratify the treaty, and please provide good examples of early movers for high seas MPAs. There's support out there for all of you high ambition countries. And so, yeah, in short, we work globally. We support high ambition from governments, from indigenous peoples. We work in partnership with all of you. We support the High Ambition Coalition Secretariat, and we're very happy to be here and share this panel with all of you. Thanks.
Thank you, Patricia. And my skepticism is, you know, I'm getting more positive now, and I think things are happening. People are gathering towards this aspect. Yeah, thank you. And Eric, te hago la pregunta en español. Desde las multilaterales, desde un banco de desarrollo regional y el apoyo y la potencialidad que tienen ustedes como banco de apoyar no solamente un país, sino iniciativas también transnacionales para el cumplimiento de este 30 por 30. ¿Cómo está la CAF apoyando los gobiernos de América Latina en esto? ¿Cómo están detrás de esas conversaciones de instrumentos financieros, de apoyar no solamente la creación del área protegida, sino también su manejo y a las comunidades que están detrás de esto?
Gracias, Marcela. Una bienvenida muy especial a nuestra ministra de Ecuador. Bienvenida al pabellón de CAF. Y primero que todo, yo soy optimista por muchas razones. Una, porque tenemos muchas mujeres champion aquí y yo creo que eso de una u otra forma ayuda, y soy optimista con la meta porque en su momento tuve la oportunidad de participar en el proceso de Colombia y con una decisión política contundente, acompañado de la ciencia, acompañado de ONGs, acompañados de la filantropía, se logró que Colombia pasara del 12% al 35%. Ahora, hay muchos desafíos, no solo en Colombia, con la implementación, y creo que el rol de un banco como CAF, que es un banco de la región, parte inicialmente por garantizar que nuestros países tengan una voz en la discusión de océanos global. Cuando estamos en muchas de estas reuniones, y vamos a reuniones de champions, de océanos, vemos muy pocos latinoamericanos en la discusión, y nuestras necesidades son un poco diferentes. Desafortunadamente, si no logramos tener lo que le llamamos en CAF, en nuestra estrategia que vamos a lanzar hoy, diplomacia azul, no lograremos posicionar el tema de océanos al nivel de otros sectores como infraestructura y demás. Yo no estoy seguro si el problema sea financiamiento. Yo creo que el tema es el tipo de financiamiento que se espera. Si mi presidenta anunciara hoy que tiene $5.000 millones para economía azul y son de cooperación técnica no reembolsable, antes de salir de aquí a allá se agotaría. Pero si anuncia que tiene ese mismo dinero, como lo anuncian para cualquier otro sector, es paradójico porque decimos no hay dinero, pero casi que a nosotros nos toca corretear a los clientes para que hagan operaciones de economía azul. Y desafortunadamente creo que el mayor reto que tenemos muchas multilaterales es ver cómo somos innovadores en lo azul. Realmente no tenemos instrumentos azules. Lo que hemos hecho es una adaptación de lo verde, que todavía no se ha terminado de diseñar. Entonces, teníamos el mercado de carbono y nos inventamos el carbono azul. Teníamos los bonos verdes, nos inventamos los bonos azules. Pero mecanismos propiamente azules que reconozcan el servicio ecosistémico que le brinda el océano al planeta, a las pesquerías, a las comunidades, aún no lo tenemos del todo desarrollado. Soy optimista porque esto hoy está en la discusión de los bancos. Y varios bancos firmamos en Cartagena, en Finanzas en Común, un compromiso de trabajar una hoja de ruta de cara a la conferencia de Niza el próximo año, para tener una hoja de ruta común en temas de financiamiento. Además, estamos involucrados con todo el tema del BEP, el foro que se va a hacer previamente en Mónaco, y yo creo que ese foro seguramente va a marcar un antes y un después en el financiamiento azul. Y para finalizar, también soy optimista, porque cuando yo decidí estudiar biología marina hace 30 años, el único camino probable era el desempleo. Y por alguna razón que nunca me imaginé. Hoy estoy en un banco y eso quiere decir que los bancos sí están priorizando la economía azul, aunque estemos aprendiendo a hacerlo. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Eric. I would like to give the opportunity to the public to intervene or to ask any questions. There's one question over there. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Monica Navarro. I'm from Costa Rica, also like a lot of our panelists and present people here. And I work for the Global Oceans Accounts Partnership. And listening to you, Jennifer, talking about how we can get indigenous peoples some financing, I think ocean accounts are really important to this because we need to find out what the ocean is really worth, what it's providing to our economies, and then we can put a value to it, and then we can ask for financial institutions to really give back what is given to the economy of our countries and our world. So Costa Rica is championing or trying to champion the whole rest of the Latin America area to join us to produce more ocean accounts and to bring them into their countries and do pilots with us. We're going to have an event in March where we are calling all countries to come with us and talk about ocean accounts and see if we can go to UNOC with a unified position in this. So, thank you.
That is one of the challenges of indigenous peoples is how to talk in the language that other people will understand. And I think you're providing exactly one way to get people to understand what the value is, what the value of the ocean is. The only thing I would add is that there are multiple values that we should also be looking at, not just economic value, because indigenous peoples regard our territories, including our oceans, and we view it with multiple values. There are the spiritual values, the cultural values, and so forth. And then if we're able to capture all of these multiple values of nature, of the oceans, then we would arrive at a more realistic valuation of what it means to us. Yeah, that's why. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Alan from the Seychelles. I work with the Trust in fundraising. So I'm very happy to have heard what Patricia said. It's very encouraging. It's been a while we've been planning to engage with the Bezos at Fund. So I just wanted to know, like, for example, an initiative like, a 30% designation on such a large scale with government. What sort of engagement modality usually you will encourage to happen? Do you go straight to CTF for such an engagement, or obviously will have to be a combination with the party and the CTF? And then a little comment to Rita on the hack platform. Perhaps a little recommendation is to have more philanthropies or financing organizations who's ready to go in terms of implementation. Because so far what we've seen is obviously there are a lot of organizations that's willing to help towards the financing, planning and everything else. But I think for parties like Seychelles, being part of the hack, obviously, and we're going to have more organizations ready to go in terms of projects on the ground. For example, in our case, we've achieved the 30%. So it's just a little recommendation, or perhaps, what are the actions and efforts of the hack, in that direction, so that perhaps coming from the COP, maybe we can get going. Thanks.
Me to take it first? Yeah. Okay. So to the direct question, we are engaging with the SPC. SPC is leading the political declaration process from the 16 SPC member countries, and so we have been supporting that process. hoping to have an agenda that is led by the region and owned by the region and facilitated by SPC. Once that agenda is completed, then we'll be making individual grants at the national level, with engaging with the governments aligned with the SPC-led agenda, and making grants directly to either conservation trust funds or other mechanisms in the region.
Yes, and maybe just to respond on your question, and it's a very good one, and actually we have the case of the Seychelles that had submitted a specific request for, it's specifically for the management of 5 seasonal protected areas, and it has been one of the requests that actually we haven't been able to find some finance specifically for that request. So what we're trying to do is really trying to open a bit more and trying to engage with several, with philanthropists, but also trying to see what other type of finance we can connect our countries with. What we're doing with the matchmaking is that not only we're having the offers on the platform, but we also are engaging beyond. We're having something called the basket of requests, which is something that we send to our partners, so including the philanthropists, but also others, and seeing how we can support those requests beyond the platform itself, because we know that the platform won't be able to respond to all the different requests. You know that many, for example, when we're based at the JEF, and the support from the JEF might not be able to be through the matchmaking platform, but then we at least can connect the governments with those different options in order to make sure that they have a bit more of facilitation and a bit more of that accompanied support. So to your point, we're absolutely in that process. I'm trying to see how we can facilitate more of that, because of course we will not be able to deliver on those requests solely by the matchmaking platform, but our efforts and our engagement goes beyond the matchmaking platform itself. But yeah, thank you for that point and for making me also mention this point of the Seychelles, which was part of the elements that I missed on mentioning in my intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. We're going to take one more question, the last one for this panel.
Thank you. My name is Jerome. I invest in ocean innovation. My question goes to the protection of the MPAs. Are there any discussions to standardize and scale the technologies to effectively protect those MPAs? Because that seems to be the cost in the Seychelles and frankly the problem across.
Thank you. I think that's a very relevant question, because for a lot of us, starting with the designation and then eventually trying to do that transition to using more technology to manage such a large area, it's very new. And given that there's very few examples really, in fact, for large-scale marine protected areas that are fully functioning right now. And for the ones that exist, they are from countries that have a little bit more resources than for us in the SIDS. So right now there is no standardization. And for us being ahead, it also means that we have to be trialing out a lot of new things. And that's also taking us more time, and it is costing us more. And so I think the idea of having more standardized processes, standardized ways of managing those large areas that we are asking countries to do will actually help us, rather than for us to be starting from scratch. The idea also for us to come and share our experiences is that we can actually share lessons, and for other countries that come after us, hopefully they don't have to do the same things, and hopefully that would then make things happen a little bit faster. And because we believe in the 30 by 30, and so we do encourage other countries to do start it, but I think together we will go further than if we expect countries to be doing that or pulling that leverage on their own. So.
Thank you. And thank you everybody for staying, and I need to say that I'm taking your phrase of that we need to believe, and that you believe in 30 by 30. I'm a believer now. I think we can make it. It's not gonna be easy at all. We need to speed up our actions. We need all of us from our side or our shore to support countries, support communities, support all these different initiatives that will take us to 30 by 30, hopefully before 2030. There are many ways to do conservation. We need to be innovative. We need to be practical. We need to make sure, and as Eric was saying, sometimes it's not about money, the money is there, but the way it is implemented, executed, and the way it flows into the territories, I think we need to make sure that that happens. Just one question for each one of you is the same question, and I would like to know who's missing in this conversation. If there's a party, who's missing? Who else? Who should be listening, or who should be invited to these kind of spaces so we can speed up this goal?
Quizás no hablamos de un tema donde CAF tiene muchas esperanzas, que son los créditos de biodiversidad marina. Creemos que si aprendemos lo bueno que tuvieron el mercado de carbono, pero también de las malas experiencias, esta vez es la región que le vaya mejor con esos fondos, porque somos la región más biodiversa del planeta y por lo tanto somos la región de mayor oportunidad en el tema.
Your question was on the actors, right?
Yeah.
Who we're missing. I think in general, I would say the more we get the message out there, the better. I think we need to involve the financial sector, we need to involve business, the private sector, youth, women. Everyone should be involved in our discussions. Sometimes we kind of preach to the same audience, and I think that's where we have failed. In the climate movement, I believe they have done a bit more of a better job in kind of getting the message out there, and we should learn from that. I think this, in order to be able to accelerate, as we were mentioning before, we need to have it a bit much more of a whole of society approach and involving as many people as we can and not isolating ourselves in this discussion. So I would say many are missing, and we're trying to do that effort as well.
I think just following on from what Rita was saying, I think everybody needs to be brought onto the table. Sometimes we tend to think of the big players, governments, funding agencies, philanthropies, but I think also the people, and that's something that we value a lot. Within SECAT, we want to empower people because they have a lot of drive, they have a lot of power, they have a lot of potential to really bring about the change, especially about managing protected areas, but also in living and surviving in those areas where you have designated protected areas. And so I think bringing in the public, bringing the information that we have into the public domain, continuously raising and speaking about it and advocating for it, and I think this is where we would have probably better chances of succeeding.
So I heard one of the ministers yesterday who said that in the 1992 Earth Conference, La Conferencia de Rio, there were about 15 private sector participants. And in this COP, there's thousands of private sector participants. So I think we've done something good. We've expanded the pie. And we need to keep doing that. I'm guessing most of us here are convinced that nature is worth saving. So we need to be better spokespeople. We need to be able to say why in simple terms and just take the message out there.
Thank you. I think I will agree with most of what has been said, with all of what has been said, actually. The GBF talks about a whole of society approach. Therefore, we should be engaging everyone. It also talks about a human rights-based approach. So probably one missing entity here is the people that would think about human rights implications within marine spaces. We also talked about access to all kinds of finance, not just multilateral finance, national domestic finance, and so forth. So really, the financial sector needs to be part of this conversation. And then lastly, proceeding from the remarks I made earlier, the scientists and the innovators need to really be part of this conversation, because there's something that some magic, I think, that can be developed from a conversation between scientists and culture bearers especially the culture of indigenous peoples and local communities in the ocean. And in that way, we can overcome those barriers around the criteria for how we identify marine protected areas. And we include, from a social scientist point of view, for example, culture, language, traditions, and so forth of indigenous peoples. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all. So I invite you to believe we will make it. We will protect at least 30% of our oceans. And please take this message out there, and together I think we will move forward that 30 by 30 challenge. Thank you so much.
¿Me da sonido? Gracias. Wow, what a great session. Please, a big applause for our panelists, and Marcela, thank you for moderating this session. We're going to take a break. It's going to be no more than 10 minutes. So if you want to grab something to drink, to eat, please do now, but please do not do during the next session. We don't want to interrupt our wonderful panelists. So please, out of respect, use this 10 minutes and do come back, because we're talking about innovation and private sector next. So stay tuned.
incluir innovación y discusión del involucramiento del sector privado. Así que por favor acompáñenos y muy pronto iniciamos.
Necesitan traducción, que hay dispositivos allá atrás. Si alzan la mano para ver quién necesita. If you need live translate, can you raise your hand, please, so that we get one to you? If you don't have it yet. Perfect. Bueno, muchas gracias por unirse a este evento hoy. Como saben, hemos tenido una jornada bastante larga en donde empezamos con la recepción del CAF, con una muy buena descripción de todo lo que se está invirtiendo, y luego con 2 o 3 paneles que ya han pasado en el Nexus de Clima y Océano, de los planes oceánicos sostenibles y más recientemente sobre 30 por 30. Ahora nos toca hablar sobre las colaboraciones público-privadas y el rol de la innovación para una economía azul regenerativa. Entonces, con eso tenemos un panel bastante interesante. Van a oír muchas perspectivas desde la academia, el sector privado, el gobierno. Pero antes de empezar, es un gran honor y un placer darle la bienvenida a su excelencia, la ministra Maisa Rojas, ministra de Medio Ambiente de Chile, que nos acompaña hoy para darnos las palabras de bienvenida y para contarnos un poquito sobre el gran liderazgo que Chile está teniendo en temas de océanos y que todos estamos apoyando en esta región. Muchas gracias por estar aquí.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todos y todas. I have my words in English prepared, so I don't know. I will speak in English because, yeah, they're written in English, and I'm going to mess it up if I try to translate on the spot. First of all, I think this is a very important conversation, a very central conversation. Find the actions and way to transition to a generative blue economy and the role that business has in this context. Chile not only believes of the very important interlinkages between conservation and sustainable use of the ocean, not only that they are compatible, but they're absolutely necessary and essential to ensure that the ocean continues to provide vital ecosystem services supporting our economies, providing climate solutions for current and future generations. We have to remember that one of the 5 threats to biodiversity is non-sustainable use of natural resources. And when we think about an ocean economy, of course, we think a lot about fishing and how that fishing has to be sustainable. As you can imagine, having this very, very long coastline, Chile depends a lot for its many economic sectors on the ocean. But Chile also is very committed to ocean protection. And we have currently a bit over 42% of our economic zone under some way of protection. And in this regard, of course, the goal 3 of the Global Biodiversity Framework 30 by 30 is key. When I say that we have 30%, I mean over 30% protected, this involves different categories. And of course, it is the action of the state that proposes and leads that process. But when I say 43%, this does not mean that our job is done, because there are important ecoregions in the coastal regions where that are underrepresented in our marine protected areas. And when we talk about coast, you can all imagine that the situation to create protected areas is a lot more complicated, because of course that's where there are many other uses as well. But this is where we have to incorporate innovation to increase nature positive and these zero transitions. To share a little bit more, in the case of Chile, we have currently a law in parliament to regulate fishing that includes sustainability criteria. This is a reform of an older law. And we are in the preparation with a stakeholder engagement of a law to regulate aquaculture, which is another very important activity in the country, and where the vision on how to have a sustainable aquaculture, particularly, not only, but particularly salmon industry, will have a space for discussion and hopefully to find a common vision on how to advance. As I mentioned, creating protected areas in coastal zones is not easy because of the many uses that there are. So we are advancing and by showing good partnership with the fishing communities in the category of multiple uses. So not fully protected, but multiple uses, so that, and in that case, we have had very close collaboration with small fishing communities that in some cases even have been the ones that have asked the ministry to do those declarations. And on the other hand, something that we have also heard, I hope, quite a lot, the importance for the 30 by 30 target of the entry into force of the BBNJ treaty high seas, right? There's no way we will have 30% of our oceans protected if we don't include the high seas. And not only for that do we need the 60 ratifications. We are currently around 50 countries have ratified. Chile was the second country to ratify. But once it is, once it enters into force, we also need to have a portfolio ready for protected areas that we can roll in very quickly. So we need to engage and work with all sectors to see the benefits of these protected areas, to see the benefits of multiple uses when there are multiple uses. This requires the cooperation of all of stakeholders, and in this regard I would like to thank CAF for the work that they're doing in helping us to have this fruitful conversation and engagement. So just to finish, I think that the invitation of Colombia to make peace with nature is not only very appropriate, but a very necessary question for us to reflect on what exactly that means, in this case, for a blue economy. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, ministra. De verdad que es un honor para nosotros poder trabajar con Chile y poder seguir su liderazgo, que a lo largo de los últimos años y sobre todo con la implementación pronta que todos deseamos del PBNJ, del Acuerdo para las Áreas Fuera de Jurisdicción Nacional, Chile nos está mostrando la ruta y todos estamos dispuestos a apoyar. Entonces, muchas gracias, ministra, y esperamos poder seguir trabajando muy de cerca con Chile. Ahora quisiera pasar to English, because I am going to invite our next opening remarks speaker, Asís Pérez. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Asís Pérez is the Undersecretary for Policy, Planning and Regulations of the Department of the Environment of the Philippines, and of the Department of Agriculture of the Philippines. Apologies for that. And my question to you is, how is the Philippines tapping into the possibilities of public-private collaboration to advance the blue economy? Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Yo hablo español, pero muy poquito. So let me address this discussion in English. Of course, it is my pleasure to be here with you today in behalf of our ministers. We have two ministries in the Philippines working hand in hand in this endeavor, and that is the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Agriculture. The connection between environment and agriculture is so obvious that it's very difficult really to separate them. And so I'm here representing the two ministries. We extend our sincere appreciation to the World Economic Forum for this invitation. And let me provide you with some background on where the Philippines is. Very far from here, 36 hours away by plane. And so you can just imagine the distance between our location and our country. We are uniquely positioned in the heart of Coral Triangle with 7,416 islands. You see, we have more water than land. So we have 2.2 million hectares of water areas in the country, with 62% of our population living in the coastal zone. Unfortunately, our fishermen also represents the highest level of poverty incidence in our country, 30% and 31% for our farmers. So this is a huge opportunity in a way because we have huge ocean, but also a huge challenge for a developing country like ours. Our waters currently contribute around $15 trillion in our economy, representing roughly 4% of our GDP. And around 2 million people are directly employed in many, many fishing industries. But we believe that there's a lot of opportunities available for the private sector. Recently, we started putting together, quite different from the 30-30, because, and this is what I would like to open up in the discussion, the possibility of our experience or the value of our experience, which we call time area closure for specific species. And I'm talking about sardine fisheries. Way back in 2011, we started our first closed season for sardines. And this resulted for 3 months or 4 months during the period when fish are spawning, which we were able to determine before during the month of November, December, January, February is the peak of our spawning period. We close the fishing area. It's a huge area where commercial fishing happens. And as a result of that, of course, at that time, I was not yet with the Department of Agriculture. I was the director for fisheries. You know, I had a lot of protest. People wanted to take me out in the picture because of what happened. But true enough, after a year of experience, 4 other areas applied for the same process. And to me, it is an indication of how best we can manage our area if we can show actual economic benefit out of proper management. And this is also why I'm here today, to share with you this little experience on fisheries. On top of that, we also believe that, you know, public-private collaboration can address long-standing environmental issues. We've seen that happen because without collaboration with the private sector, government like us, we cannot move. You know, we need investments, the blue investments, the green investments, to make sure that our goals are fulfilled. Without private investments, then we are nothing. We'd like to inform you that the Philippines is in the process of passing 2 very important legislations. One of which is the Blue Economy Act, which integrates our integrated coastal zone management together. So you have the Blue Economy Act plus the integrated coastal management, alongside with certain incentives, which we will provide to private sector, assuming they intend to invest in these 2 important endeavors. And so, what I'm saying is, Philippines is open. We're game, you know. We're a place where investors who wants to do, you know, blue and green economic development can go. And in case you want to go there, I'm here. I will pass around my contact details so that, you know, we can get in touch. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Thank you very much. I wish we had more countries saying that to all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now let's move on to our panel section. I will ask our panelists to please come to the front and leave 1 seat in the middle for me so that we can have an actual conversation back and forth. So first I will call Thomas Berna. I'll say all of this in English because that's how they are written. Regional Head for Coastal and Ocean Resilience of the IUCN in Africa. Thank you for joining us, Thomas. Second, I will call Renny Meyers, a Global Ocean Policy Lead for Ørsted. Thank you so much, Renny. Then Octavio Aburto Oropesa, Assistant Professor at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography. Thank you so much, Octavio. Next, Jimena Rodriguez, Group Senior Manager for Oceans and Biodiversity at DP World. Thank you, Jimena. Muchas gracias. And finally, Jorge Concha, Director of Green Operations and Financing, Positive Biodiversity at the CAF. Thank you so much for joining us, Jorge. Okay, now let me take my seat. You don't have a microphone, so you can have this. Hello. Perfect. So the idea now is that we have a conversation going back and forth. And if some of you have noticed, we are using this term that is called the regenerative blue economy. And the first thing that I want to do is that everyone in the room understands what we mean by that. So please let me go to you, Thomas, and feel free to respond in English or Spanish, whatever you feel more comfortable with. Can you help us describe what is the regenerative blue economy and how has the IUCN been championing this concept?
Yeah, thanks. And thank you for having me here. Really, really happy to be part of the discussion. It's actually very straightforward. Like a few years back with our partners, in particular on the African continent, but also sort of in the global south more generally, we took a step back and then we realized that unless we find a way to really mobilize the power of the economic engine towards climate and conservation outcomes, otherwise just plain and simple, the 2030 target, we can just put them in the closet and just forget about it. It's just not going to happen. Now, maybe it could have happened like maybe last century, and it should have been actually the century of the sustainability. It did not, clearly, otherwise we would not have the discussion today. So now it needs to be about, this century needs to be the century of regeneration. We've overshot, the planetary boundaries. We need to bring it back. And that means that we need to indeed catalyze the power of economic activities. And in fact, it's pretty straightforward. No, there is no silver bullet. It's not like, oh, well, you're going to use that one and then everybody's going to do the same and all the private companies are going to do the same. No, it's a process that they need to look into their own value chain, their own production system, their own, even the way they are financed, where do they deliver also the financing, and see, am I doing harm? That's kind of the first step, but it's not enough because sustainability is just not enough. So how can we actually so that, the CEO of a company, the CFO as well, so it's not just, the CEO, the whole leadership and the people in the company need to look at what they do and how can they turn this into a driver of positive outcome, right? So that's the whole sort of process. In particular, with our partners, we went through we've established incubation kind of programs, acceleration program for more mature, businesses, even like venture building programs, because in fact there is still a lot of new businesses, regenerative businesses that need to be developed, as well as financing facilities that are dedicated to support that kind of businesses. And that's very important. I'm very, very inspired also to hear, the leadership from the Philippines and we've been actually trying to, make that happen on the African continent. So I'd be very, very keen to hear what made you move in creating those fiscal incentives to bring the private sector to start investing to these kind of, businesses. So it needs to hold kind of a seascape approach in our case, because we're talking about the sea and the coast, a very holistic approach. There is no silver bullet. Thanks.
Muchas gracias, Thomas. With that, let's talk about a very concrete example of what this can actually look like. So for that, Rennie, Ørsted has made so many great investments in regenerating the ocean. And I would just love to hear from you, what have you done? What has worked?
Thank you. And it's great to speak after you because it very much feels like offshore wind is a case study in that exact principle, that in the just transition, it's not just about decarbonizing our energy systems, it's about delivering more for people and for nature, and those two things together. So it starts with the bread and butter of what we do in the offshore wind industry. We have to scale to make up for how deep we've dug ourselves into our carbon budget. And so as we scale offshore wind deployment, we are also looking at mitigation technologies and investing in long-term innovation projects that can then be supported by governments, in this case, the German government. We released news this past year of our low noise installation technology, which effectively brings down the installation noise impacts underwater sound to the background levels of the Baltic Sea, which was supported in part by an innovation subsidy from the German government. But that took 10 years of expertise and incubation within the company. So you also have to have that ethos and that mandate. And so as part of what's in Ørsted's DNA is also a net positive ambition for biodiversity. after being very opportunistic about what we could do for nature, supporting ghost gear removal. For example, when we were doing our transits for our survey studies, we decided that to make real change, to be strategic about those opportunities and taking advantage of the opportunities of the just transition, we needed to set a net positive ambition for all projects after 2030. So that means that we invested in 25 different pilots for our projects across the world on how to integrate restoration and conservation activity with our projects on top of no net loss. So that might be large-scale wetlands restoration or coral restoration demonstrations about integrating artificial reefs into the foundations of our turbines. We needed to measure and make sure we could adapt as we went, not just disclosing transparently our progress and impact, but also helping inform our decisions as we go, what's working well, what's not, and making sure that those are also social metrics. And then making sure we can finance that and be clear about the pathway of those finances. Offshore wind is eligible under green bonds, but our ocean action, we fund that using the world's first blue bond issued by an energy company so that we can be explicit about the fact that we are contributing to ocean action and that we know that we're tracing that dollar for our investors all the way through to impact on the ground with that same measurement framework. So that's sort of the scaffolding around our program. And for us, it means that as we build, we're going to get to take more and more opportunities for nature at the same time.
Thank you so much, Renny. So many great points that you raise. The energy transition cannot happen if it damages nature, if it harms nature. That's number one. The second one is we have a responsibility not only to avoid, but also to be contributing to a net positive. And the third one is perhaps when we get to Jorge, on what is the role of financial institutions to enable this to happen, because it's not cheap, but also it can happen. So thank you so much, Renny. Octavio, vamos a cambiar a español. Y solo, just a reminder for those that need a translator, that there's devices in the back. Octavio, muchas gracias por acompañarnos hoy. Tú perteneces a una de las instituciones oceanográficas más renombradas del mundo, que principalmente durante sus 100 años de historia se había basado en exploración. Y tú eres uno de esos pocos profesores que ahora dicen, ¿cómo lo traemos a la sociedad? Y creo que esta es una oportunidad muy importante para que nos ayudes a entender cuál es el rol de la academia y la ciencia en esta transición hacia una economía azul regenerativa.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias por la invitación. Efectivamente, la ciencia tiene que cambiar, tiene que buscar esas oportunidades en donde estos modelos de regeneración oceánica se tienen que dar. Si lo quieren ver un poco más claro, ¿dónde están los lugares en el mar que se pueden realizar actividades, por ejemplo, no extractivas, para balancearlas con las extractivas? Yo llevo 30 años haciendo ciencia y como biólogos pensábamos encontrar esos sitios donde hay mucha vida, pasarnos años encontrando esos sitios, después años convenciendo a los gobiernos que los protejan y después años para que esas áreas se vuelvan lucrativas y con ese dinero proteger esas áreas. Pero ya hay áreas que están dejando dinero sin sacarle nada al mar. Por ejemplo, donde se avistan ballenas, donde se bucea, donde se hace snorkel, donde se hace kayaking, donde se hacen surfing. Imagínense poner un mapa, que todos los países pudieran poner ese mapa donde ya se realizan esas actividades y les prometo que muchos países, como por ejemplo México, ese mapa podría mostrar que casi 10% del Producto Interno Bruto de esos países o de ese país en particular viene de la generación de esas actividades económicas y que pueden regenerar el mar. En un estudio que hicimos hace muy poquito, lo publicamos hace 2 años, evaluamos toda la industria del buceo en México y antes de nuestro estudio no se sabía que la industria de buceo en México deja igual o un poco más que toda la pesca en México, la artesanal y la industrial. Y sin embargo, pues no existen las mismas consideraciones para estos sectores no extractivos. Por eso también la ciencia tiene el reto de alinear estas dos cosas que se necesitan, ¿no? La recuperación ecológica, que lleva tiempo, estamos hablando de casi una década para ver cambios claros en la ecología y estas actividades económicas que tienen que suceder rápidamente. Si logramos alinear esas dos visiones, creo que podemos detonar esos cambios rápidamente.
Muchas gracias, Octavio. Nos llevaste a otra parte de la economía azul regenerativa, que son las actividades no extractivas y tampoco invasivas, como por ejemplo la infraestructura que a veces se tiene que poner para algunas de estas cosas. Entonces el buceo, el avistamiento, el kayak, todas estas actividades muy importantes también. Jimena, te voy a hacer la pregunta que llevo mucho tiempo esperando poderte hacer, que es que DP World mueve, para los que no sepan, DP World mueve 11% del comercio global. Pero además es una de las compañías que yo admiro de manera muy personal en el compromiso que tienen hacia la sostenibilidad. Y yo creo que contigo a cargo ahora de todos estos programas se pueden hacer muchas más cosas. Perdón por subir la expectativa tanto. Pero ¿nos podrías dar un resumen de tu estrategia, de tu ambición, de qué vas a hacer en los próximos años para llevarlo todavía al siguiente nivel?
Claro que sí. Muchas gracias por la invitación y es un placer poder compartir con ustedes lo que estamos haciendo en DP World. I have to change a little bit for English just to be able to speak business language. It's easier for my brain at this time. But just to, yes, I just agree with you. It's DP World has a big commitment to the ocean and sustainability overall. And this commitment has grown over the last years precisely because of the recognition of the role that we play in the oceans and for the blue economy. So as you mentioned, shipping industries by itself, they contribute more than $500 billion to the blue economy. So there's a lot of space to really drive change within the industry, and that's the commitment that we like to take forward. 90% of the trade of the goods in the world are moved through the ocean. So it's very intuitive, the relationship that we have with that and the responsibility. So last year, we entered a new journey of evolution of our vision for the oceans and the water as well. So one of the things that we did was to, first of all, to create a specific strategy that focused on oceans. Not to only look into how we can mitigate impacts, but also how we can contribute for the regenerative blue economy. And so we decided the ambition is basically to contribute to an ocean, thriving ocean, but also to a resilient trade system that is sustainable and is also fair and just with the communities where we are. So we created this strategy as a roadmap, and the strategy was actually very, I will say, challenging as well, because it implies that we needed to evolve that vision to make it more holistic in the way that we see the systems as well, and the possibilities that we have to work in the ground. So we adopted the Seascape approach and also a source-to-sea approach. Nothing new, but really is something new for a company like us to be able to integrate that into our business in the way that we manage water and the way that we see the ecosystems and the possibilities that we have for regeneration. So the strategy now is focusing in 4 areas, core areas of action, and this is a roadmap for us to bring, first of all, priority, recognize where the investment has to go, and third of all, really to work with strategic partners to make it happen, because we cannot do this alone. So that's also an invitation in the room to really come and work together with us to make this happen. So the areas of focus are, we focus on regeneration of blue carbon ecosystems, given the role that they have in mitigation and adaptation as well, primarily. And we do focus as well in healthy waters, which is the responsibility to decrease and mitigate pollution. But interestingly, we are looking into how we can reimagine the role of the way ports are looking in the future. So how we can bring, for example, innovation in terms of materials to develop and to build ports differently. And that can have a positive impact on biodiversity. So that's a very big area for us. We are looking at it very seriously, and it has to do with standards. And if you are familiar with the industry, you know that this is very difficult to achieve. So we are in that path, and we believe that also we can bring and convene the industry to make a jump in and a change in this direction. And one core area of the strategy is actually the behavioral change, because it's not anymore about awareness. We need to change a system, and the system has to change in the way that we do businesses, and that has to come with ocean literacy, education, and behavioral change. And finally, we have a very important area of the strategy, recognizing the importance on bringing investment to where is more needed. So the strategy created a focal area that is looking into blue finance. So we created this as an opportunity. We don't exactly know absolutely everything that we are gonna be able to be doing in this space, but that's where innovation also comes along, and to work with partners to be able to bring new innovative methods in terms of finance to really bring the investments to the oceans. So that's in a nutshell, I will say.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And just as a reminder, all of this operates in the context of 11% of global trade. So it's not a small challenge to tackle all of these strategies. And just the 4 points that I want to highlight again: social impacts, partnerships, innovation, because a lot of these solutions don't exist yet. We need to create them, and we need to foster that entrepreneur ecosystem to create them. And the last one, and our link to Jorge, enabling the investments to be able to flow, because these can become really large-scale projects. Entonces, con eso, Jorge, ¿nos podrías compartir un poquito de lo que hace el CAF para apoyar a la economía azul regenerativa y de cómo ustedes están contribuyendo ya ahora mismo en la región?
Seguro. Muchísimas gracias, Alfredo, y un gran saludo a todos y todas. Nosotros siempre decimos que el financiamiento de la economía azul está en el corazón de esta nueva visión que tiene CAF como Banco Verde de América Latina y el Caribe. Y en ese sentido, también desde el entendimiento de que para ser un banco verde tenemos que ser un banco que nos financiamos verde, que financiamos operaciones verdes y que también operamos de una manera verde, podemos trazar una analogía para cómo también desde CAF abordamos este compromiso con la economía azul y el financiamiento y la sostenibilidad de las actividades en el océano. Y esto quiero hacer énfasis en que incluso para instituciones multilaterales y cada vez más para el sector bancario, el compromiso que se tenga con los océanos, cómo nos fondeamos, tiene también una implicación en cuál es su compromiso con el océano. De hecho, en mucho del trabajo que hacemos con inversionistas, con los compradores de bonos, con las otras agencias con las que trabajamos para fondearnos, el compromiso de CAF con el océano forma parte esencial de aquello que también las instituciones cuando nos fondean ven. En segundo lugar, y también haciendo énfasis de hacia dónde CAF dirige ese financiamiento, CAF en la última conferencia de los océanos en Lisboa plasmó su compromiso de llegar al 2026 financiando 1.250 millones de dólares en temas de economía azul. Vamos progresando hacia ese gran objetivo y fundamentalmente el tipo de operaciones y ese financiamiento a donde va dirigido es a los diferentes instrumentos que tenemos como banco, tanto en términos de crédito, de inversiones patrimoniales, de cooperación técnica, también de conocimiento y de abogacía. En crédito, pues destacar fundamentalmente el trabajo que estamos haciendo en prevención de erosión costera. Tenemos operaciones en Trinidad y Tobago, en Brasil, también vinculado a aquellas actividades no extractivas, como comentaba el colega. Estamos trabajando de forma muy intensa en cómo el turismo puede ser una herramienta también de protección del océano y de creación de posibilidades de crecimiento para la población y para la sociedad que está involucrada en las zonas marino-costeras. y también desde el punto de vista del financiamiento, de las políticas públicas y de las estrategias programáticas que tienen los países. En términos de cooperación técnica y de cómo movilizamos otros fondos, no necesariamente CAF, sino de aliados globales como el GEF, como el GCF, ahí creo que es importante destacar el cómo estas iniciativas permiten contribuir como una herramienta de integración en la región de América Latina y el Caribe. Y mucho del trabajo que hacemos fundamentalmente a través del apoyo de nuestros aliados estratégicos y a través de los fondos es en iniciativas regionales, como en el Caribe, en el Gran Caribe, y ahí estamos trabajando con el GEF por la mitigación de los impactos del sargazo y también su aprovechamiento sostenible. Estamos trabajando en iniciativas en el Pacífico Este, en algunos elementos como el que se presentó aquí mismo ayer, en el Fondo Afropaz, en la región biogeográfica del Chocó, con la colaboración de Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Panamá, y adicionalmente también tenemos actividades en todos los países accionistas de CAF, desde Chile, y el trabajo que estamos haciendo junto con el Ministerio, pero también con otros actores, por ejemplo, en una iniciativa para promover mercados de biodiversidad que tengan un aprovechamiento sostenible del océano, a también medidas para evitar la pesca ilegal y favorecer el aprovechamiento sostenible del recurso. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Jorge. Dos figuras que resaltar aquí, o dos datos que resaltar aquí. Uno, no hay muchos bancos que puedan decir que han comprometido más que el CAF hacia la economía azul. 1.25 billones de dólares, de verdad es una gran suma. Obviamente hay retos para poder ejecutar ese dinero, pero lo que me parece aún más impresionante es que si se hace de una manera estratégica puede movilizar muchísimo más. Y eso es lo que CAF está intentando hacer ahora. Esta mañana firmamos un memorando de entendimiento con el World Resources Institute y con el World Economic Forum, precisamente para apoyar a CAF a seguir ejecutando esos fondos. La intención no es volver a hacer la ronda, pero creo que es una muy buena oportunidad para regresar a ti, Tomás. ¿Nos puedes dar una perspectiva un poquito diferente de otra región del mundo? ¿Qué está pasando en África? ¿Nos puedes decir algunos ejemplos de cuáles son las oportunidades específicas que tiene África y cómo se relaciona con lo que estamos viendo en otras partes?
Thanks. I just want to rebound a bit on the fact that a few of the speakers here actually sort of mentioned the fact that none of us by ourselves are actually able to figure that out. So partnership is absolutely key. And as a matter of fact, with several African countries, first, it's becoming global. We've established the Great Blue Wall Initiative, which actually aims at establishing a connected network of regenerative seascapes. So I'm very pleased to hear that also you are looking at the seascape approach, because indeed that's the scale required for us to be able to really regenerate the ecosystem, right? Now, the other thing is that, if you like croissant, you need to invest in the bakery, right? Now, you cannot expect to have croissant if you don't have the bakery. So that means that, again, either you wait that someone's going to build a bakery, or you do it by yourself and you bring other partners to help you build it. So that's exactly what we're trying to build. And again, partnerships are critical. And so that's the thing, is that if we want to accelerate the development of a regenerative blue economy, we need to all join our forces, probably sort of, bring down a bit some egos and some silos, because that's also the reality of human relationships, and find a way to figure this out together, right? So that's, again, trying to bring us all together. I'm really inspired by, seeing here the private sector, the MDBs, the NGOs, the international organization. How do we make it happen? It's possible. We've seen it happen on the seaweed, for instance, the seaweed sector, in tourism, in aquaculture, and, you name it, and others. Now, that's one challenge, though, I'm going to send to the CAF and other financial institutions more generally, is it's very, very, very hard to turn very large production system, industrial systems, to become regenerative, just because of the scale of it. Now, in some cases it's possible, but in many, many, many cases, what you're going to have to look at is like much more kind of smaller, ticket size, therefore, and projects, and it's by the numbers that they're going to become big, right? And that's how they're going to also become resilient. Now, that's the thing, is that if those big financing institutions keep coming and saying, well, I'm not going to do anything below 50 million or 10 million or 20 million, it's not going to cut it. An African small-scale fisherman is not able to absorb 10 or 15 or whatever the millions are, right? So now we need to find a way also, and that's where financial innovation is critical. We need to find a way to kind of de-aggregate those big tickets and make them chewable for the one who are actually best placed to deliver the impact, and those they are the indigenous people and the local communities. A regenerative blue economy needs to be driven and implemented by them, otherwise it's not going to go anywhere. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Thomas. Very concrete call for action. We will make sure to capture that in the communique that comes out of this and challenge all of the development banks with this. Thank you so much. Actually, let's return to you, Jorge. Do you want to share with us a little bit of what's next for CAF? We are getting closer to the Blue Economy and Finance Forum. There's an opportunity to show more leadership even. And now you have a challenge.
Cheers. Sí, muchas gracias y voy a aprovechar comenzando por lo que comentaba Tomás, y efectivamente, ¿no? Ese es un reto, llegar con capilaridad y con financiamiento a iniciativas innovadoras que se están produciendo en la región. Herramientas que ya tenemos, y que tenemos en CAF, pero también en el resto de MDBs, a través del sector financiero, del sector intermediario, y a través de las líneas de financiamiento que desde organismos multilaterales se pueden dar a la banca local o a la banca de desarrollo local para incentivar este tipo de proyectos, pero con una tasa en términos concesionales que de alguna manera también reduzca el riesgo para este tipo de iniciativas, es hoy ya posible. Ya estamos también avanzando, por ejemplo, en un proyecto con el GCF en Galápagos, en líneas de financiamiento para las pequeñas iniciativas locales, y que es una forma de bajar grandes recursos del GCF con tasas de concesionalidad muy altas, con financiamiento también de la banca CAF y con financiamiento de la banca local para llegarle a un productor y realmente con una capilaridad muy importante. El segundo elemento también tiene que ver con las inversiones de impacto, ¿no? Y a través de la contribución de fondos de inversión para llegar con capital a ese tipo de iniciativas. Con respecto a la pregunta, Alfredo, creo que uno de los principales retos que tenemos como institución y creo que en general en América Latina y el Caribe como región es estar muchos más presentes en la diplomacia azul global, de tal manera que la voz de la región, de América Latina y el Caribe, sea escuchada en las grandes conferencias globales que ven el tema de océano. Desde ese punto de vista, nosotros estamos apoyando, por ejemplo, a Costa Rica, que va a ser co-host de la próxima conferencia de Niza, en todas las actividades preparatorias y particularmente en el evento de inmersos en el cambio, de tal manera que podamos preparar desde la región cuál puede ser posiciones consensuadas que representen la voz de América Latina y el Caribe en estos escenarios globales. También formando parte desde los comités técnicos en términos que tienen que ver los aspectos financieros y económicos de la conferencia, que van a ser unos días antes en Mónaco, previo a la conferencia de Niza. Desde CAF también estamos participando en estas instancias de gobernanza para poder representar la voz de la región.
Muchas gracias. Y muchas gracias por la humildad también, porque CAF se acaba de volver parte de la mesa directiva del Blue Economy and Finance Forum, gracias al compromiso que acaban de hacer. Entonces, es un rol muy importante que hay en la región y que gracias CAF por el liderazgo que están mostrando en eso. Jimena, vamos a ti. Ya hablamos mucho sobre los instrumentos financieros, ya hablamos mucho sobre la ciencia, sobre algunos ejemplos. Quisiera hablar un poquito más sobre los retos que aún nos faltan. ¿Qué tenemos que enfrentar para de verdad empezar a creer que podemos hacer esta transición?
Ahora sí. Just before we enter into that, I was just hearing my colleagues, and I thought about, talking about investments and how we drive finance where it needs to go. So just want to share with you that last year we released 1.5 green sukuk. That precisely the purpose of it was to drive that investment into projects that are related to green transition. However, our ambition is also to be able to do the same and translate that into the blue space. And I think that maybe I link already the challenges that you are saying is that it's a new space. It needs a lot of guidelines and definitions for us to be able to define what is considered a blue asset, for example. And so we can raise that as well. And of course, indicators and matrices that we use to be able to report on those projects are vital as well, because that gives investors confidence to be able to invest on these initiatives. So that's one of the challenges, and we understand that this is a very emerging area. And that's what I was saying before to you. We are willing to participate in the development of this space and to really lead the space and potentially take the risk as well. But there's a little bit of more of guidelines that the businesses need on how to do it. There's a lot of, I guess, definitions as well that we need. I see you saying yes, and I think you understand that. But as we have that more and more available, we are going to be able, as a private sector, to be able to bring the investment where it's needed. So I just wanted to share that overall, and also to give you one example of an initiative that it didn't require much investment, really, but more forward thinking and imagination on how we can really bring impact for the oceans through different initiatives. And this was one that we partnered with a research institute, and we partnered with academia, and Octavio, this is probably related to you, when academia becomes really relevant for allowing us to understand what is possible. And so last year in COP28, we released an initiative to reduce the temperature by which food is being transported and stored every time we move it across the globe. So the standard that we were using before, it was 18 degrees to be able to store food. So in partnership with the academia, we were able to research what was the actual optimal temperature that allow us to drop it down from 18 degrees to a temperature that we could be more efficient in terms of less energy, and that less energy means less emissions as well. And that we can potentially invite people to undertake that. So we found out that 15 degrees is actually perfect. So food is not gonna be damaged, and we, by reducing this amount of degrees, we are actually potentially saving 7.5 or 7.7 millions of carbon emissions. This didn't cost absolutely anything. This just was a partnership we established with, science and research institutes to understand what was possible. And now we launched the initiative. 60% of shipping companies have signed into this initiative after we release it. And we hope that more companies are going to be joined and they participate of this. So this is also, I would say, an example of how private sector can have the possibility to move things ahead and quickly in a faster way that regulation sometimes does.
Prometo que no le pedí a Jimena que hiciera el plugin para que Octavio fuera la siguiente pregunta, pero ese es un ejemplo muy claro en donde, aunque ahí no entendí muy bien, bajaban, la temperatura que ustedes usaban era 18 y entonces para bajarla a 15 necesitaban menos energía, ¿o era al revés?
Yes, we need less energy to keep it down, bring it down to 15, right?
Okay.
So you have, it's more intensive, energy intensive, the colder you need to store something.
Por eso, entonces al revés, ¿no?
Sorry, it's
It's the other way around. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. But then you mentioned that this was very cheap comparatively to other things. It mostly required a collaboration with academia. And so now that is a perfect plug for Octavio to tell us of a good example. You have participated in several of them. Can you tell us of one good example where research informed something that then made a difference?
Bueno, les voy a compartir un ejemplo, pero lo importante es precisamente estos tiempos que estamos viviendo de colaboración, de cambio, de empezar a pensar de manera innovadora. Por mucho tiempo nos hemos concentrado en promover áreas marinas protegidas, Marine Protected Areas, y pues cada vez que hablamos de protección, pues los investors son los primeros que se dan la vuelta y se van, ¿no? Entonces nos juntamos con un equipo de corporaciones, de ONGs, acá con nuestro amigo Alfredo Girón del World Economic Forum, científicos, y empezamos a pensar cómo traer estas relaciones, ¿no? Estamos empujando un nuevo concepto, una nueva narrativa que esperamos traiga estas conexiones. En lugar de Marine Protected Areas, we should foster or promote Marine Prosperity Areas, áreas de prosperidad marina. ¿Quién no quisiera invertir en prosperidad? Y esa prosperidad nos puede traer varios jugadores, y diseñamos un marco de trabajo, un framework de 10 años con diferentes acciones claves para que desde las comunidades, desde el sector privado, desde la academia, se puedan lograr esos tiempos que les decía en un principio, ¿no? 10 años para ver una recuperación ecológica, pues cómo mantenemos a las comunidades a lo largo de esos 10 años, y también cómo inspiramos a los que invierten en estos tiempos que no son cortos. Ese es el modelo que vamos a empezar a promover, espero que lo escuchen pronto, pero decidimos hacer este primer ejemplo en el Golfo de California. Estamos promoviendo 10 áreas de prosperidad marina en los siguientes 10 años y que creemos que pueden influir a 100 comunidades que viven en ese mar que tenemos en México, y que de hecho hace 25 años publicamos que debía de haber una network, una red de áreas de protección marina, y sin embargo pues no lo logramos. Esperemos que esta vez, porque no nos queda mucho tiempo, promovamos estas áreas de prosperidad marina.
Muchas gracias, Octavio. ¿Qué tal si todos empezamos a usar ese término de ahora en adelante? Áreas de prosperidad marina en lugar de áreas marinas protegidas. Creo que es algo que todos podemos reconocer los beneficios que eso traería, y el cambio de mentalidad que nos ayudaría a tener a que no es solamente la naturaleza, sino la naturaleza porque también ayuda a la sociedad y a las comunidades. Renee, you have the best job, which is, well, apart from working for Ørsted, which is to leave us with a sense of hope and inspiration. I know you are working on big things at Ørsted. Can you tell us of an example? What's next?
Well, I think picking up on that prosperity piece, I think the next stage is to make sure that we're not just working across our industry, but across all industries to create alignment towards that vision of prosperity. So 2 pieces. One is out of our hands, and WRI is leading some great work on the 100% Alliance. So we need to be able to have sustainable ocean plans that look across all sectors, that ensure that we're integrating impacts across sectors and enabling that prosperity, you know, with regards to the science and across efforts. Within the renewable energy industry, particularly, we're working with the World Economic Forum on the Responsible Renewable Infrastructure Coalition, and that's exactly to integrate our metrics and actions and impact pathways for nature and people, so that we're not just saying, here's what we're doing for key habitats, protected species, but we're also looking at, as we transform in the just transition, how are we making sure that we're being transparent about our impacts on people and what those actions for nature can provide for coastal communities, what sorts of jobs and economic opportunities offshore wind can provide in the broader renewable space. So those are two pieces though, of enabling environment, and there's another great roadmap from the UN Global Compact and Ocean Stewardship Coalition on the enabling environments that can help those efforts from finance and governments and civil society actors. I think at the end of the day, the thing that gets me most excited is that we need to get the job done. So it's about getting these projects on the water, reaching our ambitions for both the CBD and FCCC secretariats and the targets that they've set, and doing so in collaboration with local partners, because ultimately we learn so much and we're able to deploy that much faster to ensure that we're taking the action we need today.
Thank you so much, Renny. With that, I think we come to an end, but I just want to make a quick recap of everything that we heard, which goes all the way from what is the regenerative blue economy. It's not enough to be sustainable. We have to be contributing and investing back on nature. The second thing is that we heard about financial institutions actively thinking not only about the big tickets, but also about how do we deploy the money actually? How do we make it count for communities? We also heard from academia. This needs knowledge. This needs frameworks. This needs to consider new concepts like prosperity, not only protection. And then we heard from two large-scale, very different businesses that are thinking about the same thing from very different perspectives. One of them from a very infrastructure-focused perspective on how do you regenerate actively on site. The other one more from a supply chain, logistics, really changing practices perspective across global supply chains. And so I hope that with this, all of us get the inspiration that we need. We also have some key governments working towards this to enable all of what we talked about. And hopefully all of you can go back to wherever you are working from and think of new ways to contribute to a regenerative blue economy. Thank you so much.
Please don't go because we need a family photo. Tenemos, por supuesto, un cierre con broche de oro de un proyecto de Latinoamérica y el Caribe preparado para ustedes. Creo que todo el mundo ha escuchado hablar de CEMAR. And now I'll switch to English briefly to mention that this is our last session. It's going to be focused on the Eastern Tropical Pacific. Thank you everyone for joining us, for being such champions of the ocean. Afterwards, we have a reception. So we have a marvelous panel to close Ocean Day at CAF Pavilion. At this moment, I'm going to turn the microphone to the moderator of this panel. Jose Julio Casas is the Secretary Pro Tempore of the Eastern Tropical Pacific Corridor, CEMAR. He's from Panama, and he will be leading this final session. Thank you, everyone. And over to you.
Muchas gracias, Cintia. Un gusto estar acá. Muchísimas gracias a CAF por esta oportunidad. Les pedimos disculpas por este pequeño retraso. Estamos esperando, como ustedes comprenderán, las complicadas agendas de nuestros jefes de ambiente. Sí. Y van a estar llegando. Tenemos un panel de altísimo nivel. Tenemos un panel en el cual todavía van a estar sumándose algunos de los miembros que van a estar conversando el día de hoy. Para no invertir más tiempo en este proceso, vamos a arrancar rápidamente con una presentación de, como les mencioné, el altísimo panel que tenemos el día de hoy. Arrancando con nuestra anfitriona, Alicia, muchísimas gracias por la oportunidad, por traernos acá, por el apoyo. Hablaremos un poco de eso ahora. Nos acompaña también Su Excelencia Juan Carlos Navarro, Ministro de Ambiente de Panamá, y el Ministro Franz Tattenbach, Ministro de Ambiente y Energía de Costa Rica. Bienvenidos a ambos. También contamos con la participación de Arturo Izurieta, que es el jefe del Parque Nacional Galápagos, que viene en representación de la ministra Inés, que no ha podido estar por temas de agenda acá. Contamos recién con la llegada, bienvenido, de Benoit Busquet del Banco Mundial, que también va a participar con nosotros. Y para arrancar, nuevamente agradeciéndoles el espacio que han sacado en sus agendas dentro de la programación. Hay un espacio muy pequeño para hacer una introducción sobre el corredor marino, una iniciativa que la gran mayoría de ustedes debe haber conocido, debe haber escuchado ya en los últimos 2-3 años por toda una serie de acciones que viene ejecutando. Una serie de acciones que viene ejecutando, pero muy basado en el compromiso de cada uno de los jefes de Estado, muchos de los que están el día de hoy acá, que han permitido que vayamos avanzando en este proceso. Ese compromiso viene soportado de los socios estratégicos con los que trabajamos, con quien también vamos a conversar el día de hoy y que están dentro de nuestros panelistas. El CEMAR es una iniciativa gubernamental, es una iniciativa regional que busca la conservación, la protección y el uso sostenible de los recursos. Esto es sumamente importante, ya que debemos tener presente que el CEMAR no es una mega área protegida, ni busca ser una mega área protegida, y muy por el contrario, lo que espera es que se puedan aprovechar de manera responsable, de manera sostenible, los recursos que compartimos entre estos 4 países, porque la iniciativa CEMAR se basa justamente en la conectividad, en la posibilidad de que distintos grupos y especies se muevan entre todas estas aguas, conectándonos. Contamos con 10 áreas marinas protegidas en el corredor que tienen una diversidad enorme y gigantesca. Y tenemos la oportunidad de aprovechar para esta y las siguientes generaciones. Entonces está dentro de nuestra responsabilidad como países y los socios que nos vienen apoyando hacer el esfuerzo para este proceso. Solo esto a manera introductoria y para arrancar con nuestro excelente panel que tenemos el día de hoy, quisiéramos arrancar con el presidente actual del corredor marino del Pacífico Este Tropical, don Juan Carlos Navarro, ministro de Ambiente de Panamá. Ministro, Panamá tiene la presidencia en este momento. Panamá está afrontando una gran cantidad de cambios sumamente importantes, liderados por usted, acompañados por un equipo técnico de todo el corredor. Pero todas esas prioridades, todos esos pasos hacia adelante han venido siendo muy favorecidos justamente por la posibilidad de contar con todos estos socios. ¿Cómo la presidencia acoge esta posibilidad, esta oportunidad de trabajar con socios tan importantes como los que tenemos el día de hoy acá?
Gracias, José Julio. Gracias a todos por venir a escuchar sobre CEMAR. CEMAR no necesita presentación. Y tenemos, Josh, great to have you here. Tenemos no solamente a Arturo, que es una institución de las Galápagos, y quiero pedir un aplauso para él. Y un maestro para todos nosotros, los que no somos mucho más jóvenes que él, pero verdaderamente, todo mi respeto y admiración. Para Franz de Costa Rica, que tampoco requiere presentación, pido un aplauso de bienvenida. Y muy pronto para quien se siente en la silla vacía, que tampoco va a necesitar presentación. Y por supuesto nuestros dos amigos del World Bank y del CAF. By the way, nadie le da las gracias a esta gente, pero el CAF puso el primer $1 millón para el CEMAR. Nadie le da las gracias, nadie sabe, nadie lo reconoce. Pues yo sí. Son lo máximo, nos ayudan en todo. El nuevo gobierno de Panamá empezó hace 100 días. En esos 100 días hemos encontrado espacio para reunirnos antes de los 100 días en Costa Rica, para hablar de los océanos, para trabajar de cerca con nuestros socios del CEMAR, para dar un impulso al CEMAR. Hemos encontrado tiempo también para aprobar el Tratado de Alta Mar, el BBNJ, que se aprobó en gabinete, se aprobó en asamblea, se envió a la ONU y se presentó la semana pasada. Panamá es ahora el país número 14 del mundo en haber entregado el instrumento de ratificación del Tratado de Alta Mar, el BBNJ, que va a impactar directamente al CEMAR, porque el propósito del tratado es permitirnos proteger áreas que están fuera de nuestras aguas territoriales. Aparte, Panamá tiene más del 54%, yo quiero 70, pero voy por 54% de nuestras aguas territoriales protegidas. Hemos reactivado el comité directivo de COIBA con la ayuda de Aida Magaña y una agente secreta que tenemos que se llama Cali. Hemos protegido y creado la nueva reserva marina o de vida silvestre de la isla de Saboga en Panamá. Pónganse de pie un momento para que la gente las conozca. Esta gente es maravillosa. Son maravillosas. Y además nos ayudan con las tortugas marinas y Aida es la nueva directora regional de nuestro ministerio en el área de Panamá Este y es bella y es lo máximo y va a hacer todo por la conservación porque tiene igual o más pasión que yo por la ecología. En fin, aquí hay un pocotón de personas que tienen que ver con Fundación Pacífico, que tienen que ver con Costas y Mares en el Ministerio de Ambiente. Digna, un saludo para que la gente sepa quién eres. Todas estas mujeres maravillosas son las que hacen que Panamá brille en materia del CEMAR. Algunas de ellas, como Digna, tienen mucho tiempo de estar trabajando en ello. Mi introducción termina con estas palabras. En los próximos días haremos un anuncio importante todos juntos, Costa Rica, Colombia, Ecuador y Panamá, sobre el CEMAR. Pero lo más importante es que hay una determinación de parte de nuestros gobiernos a todo nivel. Ecuador, está llegando el presidente Noboa hoy al COP16 con su ministra, o sea, un apoyo total a la biodiversidad y a las Galápagos. En Costa Rica, personalmente he conversado con el presidente Chávez en numerosas ocasiones sobre el tema, está totalmente comprometido con el CEMAR y con su ministro. Esto es sumamente importante. Hice lo propio en 2 ocasiones con el presidente Petro y con su ministra. Y esta combinación de decisión política al máximo nivel y decisión ministerial con el adecuado equipo técnico es la combinación que es imbatible. Ese es el secreto del éxito que de ahora en adelante va a tener aún más CEMAR. Y es por ello que pido su ayuda y su colaboración durante los próximos meses, a medida que ponemos turbo a CEMAR para hacer nuestro trabajo y llevarlo mucho más allá. Y ahora en preguntas y respuestas, con mucho gusto tocamos otros temas. Y gracias, José Julio, por tu trabajo.
Muchísimas gracias, ministro Navarro. Desde la Secretaría me voy a tomar el atrevimiento de agradecer a la nueva administración que con todo ese compromiso que ha tenido, no se ha notado un problema histórico que ha tenido el CEMAR con los cambios de la presidencia. Hemos tenido la oportunidad de continuar trabajando, venimos trabajando a nivel técnico, a nivel político, a nivel diplomático, incluso para seguir avanzando con los hitos que está marcando el corredor. Voy contigo, Arturo. El ministro resaltó todo lo que ustedes hacen, tu equipo en Galápagos. Definitivamente es sumamente importante poder generar información que permita, luego de análisis y luego de conversaciones entre la parte técnica y la parte política, permita la toma de decisiones. Ustedes tienen mucha experiencia en este tema, generan una gran cantidad de información y quisiéramos ver la posibilidad de cómo tú visualizas ese apoyo que no siempre tiene números, es un apoyo que también es muy fuerte para la construcción de todo lo que viene ejecutando el corredor a día de hoy.
Muchísimas gracias, José Julio. Juan Carlos, muchísimas gracias por esa bienvenida, ese entusiasmo. La verdad es que increíble. Da ganas de continuar con esa energía. Don Franz, Alicia, Leonard, un gusto estar aquí y un saludo muy especial de la doctora Inés Manzano, quien, como dijo José Julio, no pudo estar aquí, pero como igualmente los señores ministros y la decisión política de los países está al pie del cañón sobre el CEMAR y el apoyo total dentro de lo que es la visión del Ecuador hacia esta iniciativa regional. E igualmente el aspecto de Galápagos como parte o anclaje en las áreas protegidas de esta iniciativa, que ya empezamos con 4 y vamos con 10 en el transcurso de 20 años, ya tenemos 20 años en esta iniciativa. Contestando tu pregunta, el esfuerzo de poder ir armando este andamiaje de decisión política y que requiere de una decantación hacia el nivel técnico en el cual está en el campo, el cual ejecuta las diferentes actividades para poder realizar lo que por decisión política se emana, requiere de una articulación tremenda. Y en la parte del CEMAR, la parte técnica, el comité técnico compuesto por cada uno de quienes hemos sido delegados de los 4 países, nos reunimos para poder visualizar cómo podemos apuntar hacia la ejecución de aquellos mandatos. Y eso requiere financiamiento. El financiamiento muchas veces viene ya conectado con esa decisión política, con esa gestión a aquel nivel, pero en la parte técnica hay elementos que uno busca como gestor de un área protegida, como parte instrumental para que aquello se ejecute, de algunas otras fuentes que no necesariamente están inscritas en esos aspectos ya organizados, si pudiera llamarse el término, y son elementos complementarios importantísimos. Voy a sacar un ejemplo de un financiamiento pequeño pero importante. Cuando Ecuador tenía la Secretaría del CEMAR, estaba planificado varias actividades, pero una no tenía un elemento que faltaba, era el poder reunirnos para hacer un taller para ver cómo estaba la investigación en cambio climático en el CEMAR. Y aquí alzó la mano una ONG y dijo, aquí estamos. Y esa ONG se sentó con, en ese caso, con la secretaría que llevaba el Ecuador, se organizó a través de la decisión en consenso, porque no sé si la gente sabe, pero esta estructura trabaja por consenso. El comité técnico decide las cosas por consenso y lo eleva a los diferentes ministros para que estos también por consenso aprueben las cosas y haya una retroalimentación hacia la parte ejecutora. Entonces, estos financiamientos que son complementarios, en este caso estoy hablando de una actividad, un taller importante que trajo a los científicos de los 4 países a Galápagos para poder tener una primera línea base de estudios de cambio climático, fue fundamental a través de un financiamiento, en este caso de una ONG aliada amiga. Y así hay varios de los casos. Entonces, en resumen, lo que quisiera mantener es, y pedirle, así como el ministro don Juan Carlos les pidió a ustedes, de poder alzar la mano, acercarse a nosotros con sus iniciativas para poder articular aquellos elementos que el financiamiento sombrilla, macro, siempre hay vacíos y esos son importantes. Entonces, poderlos conversar y poderlos llenar para que se ejecuten estas actividades importantes como la que acabo de dar como un ejemplo en beneficio de la región y de la iniciativa CEMAR.
Muchísimas gracias, Arturo. Definitivamente todo ese acompañamiento que no siempre es con fondos sobre la mesa, es un acompañamiento muy importante que ayuda a este proceso. Ahora le paso la palabra a don Franz. Don Franz, usted tiene dentro de los 4 ministros a día de hoy el mayor tiempo dentro de este proceso, de esta iniciativa. Usted ha conocido, dentro de este proceso, por favor, usted ha conocido cómo ha venido esa migración, cómo ha venido esa evolución del corredor. Y justamente por eso yo quisiera saber qué piensa usted y cómo usted visualiza al comité ministerial, el órgano máximo de tomador de decisiones, altamente comprometido, llegando a consensos para toma de decisiones, que es muy importante lo que mencionó Ricardo, de aquí a 5, 10 años, pensando justamente y basándose en todo ese apoyo que recibimos de nuestros socios cooperantes.
Muchas gracias, José Julio. Efectivamente, en ese proceso soy el que tengo más años y en otros procesos también, José Julio. Pero mira qué cariño le tengo a CEMAR y no tengo tanto tiempo en el proceso, es como 2 años y medio en el proceso. Entonces, y con solo 100 días veo que se emociona a cualquier ministro del proceso en CEMAR, Juan Carlos. Esto es una cosa que CEMAR tiene un gran atractivo porque precisamente las decisiones se toman por consenso. Por consenso, 4 países que varios de nosotros no somos frontera en tierra, pero somos frontera en el mar. Es interesante, o sea, nuestras áreas económicas, quizá muchos de ustedes no lo saben, pero nuestras áreas de económica marina, de zona de exclusión económica, en el caso de Costa Rica, 10 veces más grande que nuestro territorio, 10 veces más grande, somos 10 veces más grande, y tenemos frontera con Panamá, con Colombia, con Panamá, con Ecuador, en el océano. Entonces, eso nos ha llevado, gracias al trabajo de los técnicos, de los equipos técnicos que tienen más años en el proceso, algunos de ellos aquí, haciendo un trabajo encomiable como el que describiste vos al inicio de investigación. Y creo que la gobernanza es importantísima en CEMAR. Yo lo he hablado esta mañana con el ministro Navarro, de que la gobernanza es clave. Y sí, estamos trabajando hacia un documento jurídicamente vinculante y hemos trabajado otras cosas que anunciaremos más tarde. Señor ministro, sí, entonces no se pueden anunciar todavía, pero CEMAR trabaja y se fortalece y se consolida. El trabajo de un documento jurídicamente vinculante es algo así como un convenio entre los 4 países ratificado por nuestras cancillerías y por en algunos casos nuestras asambleas legislativas o nuestros cuerpos legislativos. Eso es lo que estamos trabajando. Pero no queremos, y de verdad lo digo con cariño a todas las ONGs que nos apoyan y a los donantes, no queremos esperar más para actuar. Tenemos ya los mecanismos suficientes para actuar como ya se ha actuado técnicamente, pero ahora lo queremos hacer para consolidar. Tenemos los mecanismos financieros con una relación clara con Fundación Pacífica, tenemos el consenso entre los ministros a un nivel más alto, como lo mencionó el ministro Navarro, donde Juan Carlos, aquí estamos, los presidentes están muy comprometidos con el proceso de CEMAR a nivel presidencial, sin duda, y entonces es un momento para actuar y sabemos que hay compromisos muy fuertes de los donantes para ejecutar. Tenemos todos los elementos y uno más que se les anunciará. Creo además que queremos un mecanismo financiero sostenible y queremos fortalecer las áreas marinas núcleo y las de uso sostenible también. El CEMAR tiene que ser de uso sostenible en su apogeo, en su mayoría. Y finalmente tenemos que tener un foco y no perderlo en la investigación. O sea, CEMAR tiene que seguir investigando porque tiene una dedicación a la conservación. 30%, entre los países que estamos ahí, no todo el 30% nuestro está en el CEMAR, pero la mayoría sí va a estar en el CEMAR. Entonces hay un compromiso muy importante. Y la relación con BBNG, yo creo que es una muy buena oportunidad porque esto es un área que nadie ha recorrido. ¿Cómo vamos a conservar el océano de todos? ¿Cómo vamos a conservar el océano que es de todos y que jurisdiccionalmente solo existe en el BBNG y existe también en la decisión de la Convención CUMI-Montreal de que queremos proteger el 30% de ese océano que es de todos y no es jurisdiccional? CEMAR da un ejemplo de cómo pueden 4 naciones trabajar conjuntamente con un objetivo común de conservación y manejo sostenible en una cosa que es de todos y nos juntamos. Eso es un laboratorio. Somos el laboratorio para el BBNG y somos el laboratorio para la conservación en el océano de todos. Tenemos que ir hacia ahí. Tenemos propuestas, las vamos a traer a la mesa. Pero CEMAR es un laboratorio que tiene más de 10 años consolidándose, 15 años. José Julio, 15 años. 15 años. Hay gente más vieja en el proceso que yo. 15 años consolidándose. Pero es un gusto estar aquí realmente y ver el entusiasmo con que se presenta esto. Vaya, solo 100 días y con qué entusiasmo se asume. Me encanta, señor presidente del Comité Ministerial CEMAR. Es un gusto estar aquí y queremos decirle a ustedes que CEMAR le ha cumplido a la comunidad de donantes y a la comunidad de ONGs, que han sido nuestros impulsores, nuestro conejo que hay que andar detrás. Ustedes nos han entusiasmado, nos han alentado, les hemos cumplido, hemos ido fortaleciendo nuestros instrumentos de coordinación, nunca hemos fallado, tenemos al menos 4 reuniones ministeriales al año, eso es un montón. Ministeriales, los grupos técnicos tienen más a menudo, correcto. Entonces, yo así veo al CEMAR con un instrumento legal vinculante, lo veo con un mecanismo financiero ágil donde haya cooperación de las ONGs y de los donantes, donde nos sentamos a gusto y las decisiones se tomen por consenso y con justicia en una gobernanza de los 4 países. Vemos el área marina consolidada en las áreas protegidas y de manejo sostenible y una secretaría permanente, estable y basada en un país para que desde ahí podamos hacer nuestro trabajo y promoviendo la investigación y el uso sostenible en toda la región y también como el laboratorio necesario para el BBNG. Así nos vemos, o al menos uno de los laboratorios.
Muchísimas gracias, don Franz. Definitivamente venimos caminando mucho, muy rápido para lograr todos estos compromisos que tenemos como corredor y todo eso definitivamente se basa en el compromiso, pero se hace operativo con el apoyo de los socios. Tenemos 2 de los casi 25 socios con los que trabajamos a día de hoy en el CEMAR. Creo que se ha establecido un hito con la generación de la coalición de donantes del corredor, en donde han definido ellos una mesa para conversar, para alinear, para potenciar en vez de duplicar los fondos. Pero como muy bien mencionó don Juan Carlos Navarro, el primer socio que salió a apoyar la iniciativa del CEMAR con toda esta nueva visión del CEMAR durante la COP de Cambio Climático en noviembre del 2021 en Glasgow, fue CAF. Muchísimas gracias por el espacio, de verdad, por estar acá. Nosotros, la primera pregunta que nos surge es, ¿de dónde nace esa intención tan rápida, tan altruista de venir a apoyar una iniciativa que venía caminando 17 años en ese momento, pero que sí necesitaba ese empujón que arrancó justamente con ustedes? Por favor.
Muchísimas gracias, José Julio. Bienvenida, ministra. Sabemos que ha sido un esfuerzo encontrar este espacio, pero en CAF estamos muy orgullosos. Es un lujo que este panel pueda tener lugar hoy aquí y de verdad que me siento muy honrada de estar con los ministros y hablar de una iniciativa. Preguntabas, José Julio, que para CAF es emblemática, porque yo estaba pensando que nosotros adoptamos el compromiso de aportar 1.250 millones de dólares en junio de 2022 en la cumbre de Lisboa y al mismo tiempo, en ese mismo momento también se adoptó el compromiso de apoyar CEMAR con una cooperación técnica de $1 millón. Y creo que aquí es donde el papel de las instituciones multilaterales se tiene que mostrar. No se trata solo de aspectos de financiación, que son fundamentales, sino también de confianza en iniciativas que son emblemáticas y que deben ser un ejemplo. El enfoque regional, el dar los estímulos para que haya una gobernanza, para que se tomen las iniciativas de sostenibilidad de los instrumentos. En definitiva, nosotros siempre estaremos apoyando a los países en las iniciativas regionales. Nosotros ahora hemos presentado un enfoque basado en ecosistemas estratégicos que justamente profundiza en esto mismo, en cómo trabajar con los países para que las acciones sean más allá de las fronteras, que se aborden los retos de los ecosistemas con una perspectiva regional, y creemos que el trabajo que se ha hecho en CEMAR es increíble, pero hay que avanzar todavía más, hay que profundizar. La coalición de donantes creo que es una iniciativa importantísima porque también permitirá ordenar y racionalizar las acciones que estamos poniendo en marcha. Y bueno, yo estoy muy contenta de que se haya hecho este reconocimiento por parte de los ponentes, el ministro Navarro. Ministra, hasta ahora la verdad es que me siento muy orgullosa, y en nombre del presidente Díaz Granados, que ha tenido que salir hace un momento, pues les agradezco muchísimo su confianza y que sepan que vamos a seguir trabajando con CEMAR y apoyando pues todo lo que sea necesario para que funcione esta iniciativa regional y todas las iniciativas regionales que podamos apoyar en temas azules como Banco Verde, pero como decimos, no es posible un banco verde que sea azul ni un banco azul que no sea verde. Así que muchísimas gracias, José Julio.
Alicia, muchísimas gracias a ti, de verdad, nuevamente, y aprovecho para darle la bienvenida a su excelencia Susana Muhammad. Entendemos que su agenda está súper complicada. Muchísimas gracias por honrarnos con su presencia. Benoit, voy contigo. Nosotros, uno de los últimos socios con los que hemos venido trabajando ha sido el Banco Mundial. Hemos tenido la oportunidad de ver diferentes actores apoyando a nuestro corredor, y con base a eso entonces quería preguntarte un poco cómo son esos retos de parte de los socios para hacer o para ejecutar las acciones que se planifican con iniciativas como el CEMAR.
Bueno, antes que todo, saludar a los ministros, la ministra. Es para mí también un gran placer. Quiero agradecerle a Alicia para la invitación. Y sí, espero que no seamos el último socio, sino el más reciente, no sé. Es la diferencia en inglés entre last y latest, ¿no? Pero bueno, quisiera ofrecer pocas palabras en nombre del Banco Mundial, pero también del ProBlue, que realmente es el fondo fiduciario administrado por el Banco Mundial, pero creado realmente gracias a contribuciones de muchos donantes, ¿no? Alemania, Australia, Canadá, Dinamarca, la Comisión Europea, Estados Unidos, Francia, Irlanda, Islandia, Noruega, Reino Unido y Suecia. Entonces, a través del Banco Mundial se juntan muchos países y la Comisión Europea también. Aunque el paquete de financiación dirigida en este momento al CEMAR sea bastante como modesta, creo que es alrededor de $1.3 millones, 1.3 millones de dólares. Este financiamiento despliega amplia asistencia técnica realmente y conocimiento científico. Y por tres razones, ¿no? Hemos escuchado ya la importancia del tema científico, pero claro, la asistencia técnica, los conocimientos científicos y tradicionales, ¿no? Locales, que es un gran tema de la COP16, son cruciales para la formulación de buenas políticas nacionales y regionales, en este caso de conservación marina y costera. Por tres razones principales, ¿no? La primera es que la toma de decisión tiene que ser informada, ¿no? Los datos científicos y técnicos permiten a los responsables tomar decisiones basadas en pruebas empíricas para entender los complejos ecosistemas marinos y los impactos de las actividades humanas y del cambio climático. Entonces hay mucho que aprender y compartir experiencia con otras áreas protegidas, otras zonas costeras del mundo es muy importante. La segunda razón es el desarrollo de capacidades para todos, los funcionarios públicos, los cooperantes, las ONGs, los líderes comunitarios, todos juntos estamos aprendiendo y desarrollando nuestras capacidades para enfrentar los desafíos humanos o antropogénicos y climáticos. Y la tercera razón es la gestión sostenible, porque los conocimientos son la base para desarrollar prácticas de gestión que garanticen la salud a largo plazo de los ecosistemas marinos, desde la creación de zonas marinas protegidas hasta prácticas pesqueras sostenibles y medidas de control de la contaminación. Entonces, también somos muy orgullosos poder compartir y formar parte de esa gran sociedad que es el CEMAR, y espero poder en el futuro, ¿no? Incrementar nuestro apuesto técnico y financiero. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias por esa intervención. Definitivamente es muy importante poder contar cada vez con nuevos socios que apoyen. Y eso ha sido el Banco Mundial, un socio que se sumó recientemente, pero que nos ha venido apoyando muchísimo. Ministra, bienvenida. Nuevamente un placer de verdad tenerla acá. Viendo todo este cambio en la posibilidad de contar con fondos de apoyo de cooperantes súper estratégicos como los que tenemos acá, pero también como muchos otros que tenemos en la sala el día de hoy, y entendiendo que ese financiamiento y ese apoyo no puede ser permanente y no va a ser eterno, ¿cómo, desde la experiencia que ustedes también tienen en Colombia, cómo usted visualiza los mecanismos necesarios para asegurar la sostenibilidad de CEMAR financieramente en el tiempo?
Bueno, no es una pregunta fácil, pero yo creo que lo que hemos estado trabajando es en fortalecer primero la gobernanza. Una alianza de países tiene el respaldo precisamente de la institucionalidad de los países, de las capacidades técnicas de los países, y en ese sentido esa es como la primera cuota de sostenibilidad. La clave es cómo nos articulamos los países para que eso no sean partes, sino que sume sinérgicamente a un propósito superior. Entonces yo realmente creo mucho y estamos en ese trabajo de tener un tratado vinculante del CEMAR legal que genera, por lo tanto, ya no es un acuerdo voluntario, sino que genera un marco legal que le da una estabilidad al propósito de ese corredor marino tropical y pone responsabilidades concretas a los estados y a la organización del CEMAR. El segundo tema es el proyecto de que sea también una reserva de biosfera, porque entonces allí generamos también un sentido de que es para la protección del corredor marino, que de esa protección se pueden derivar posibilidades económicas para los países, como es la economía azul, como es los mismos recursos genéticos, pero en una palabra que hemos discutido durante estos 2 años, que es soberanía, porque en los océanos son uno de los lugares donde más se pierde soberanía, y la soberanía pensamos que se ejerce simplemente por tener nuestra flota naval cuidando los océanos, que normalmente no tenemos la suficiencia de recursos y capacidades, pero que en un acuerdo multilateral conjunto, vinculante, con un ordenamiento territorial del maritorio, un ordenamiento del corredor a través de la reserva de biosfera, generamos un fortalecimiento de la gobernanza, de las reglas del juego y de unir capacidades entre los 4 países, tanto de monitoreo como de trabajo. Ahora, eso permite que ya sean nuestros pescadores, nuestro turismo, o no turismo, sino más bien nuestros programas de investigación científica, que deben dejar también retribución a los países cuando vamos a generar investigación hacia el mundo. El turismo, que también es otro ingreso, y la economía azul, pero con un marco de gobernanza sólido. O si no, aquí pues estamos con una situación de pesca ilegal, estamos con una situación de extracción de recursos sin ni siquiera que los países nos demos cuenta y sin conocer siquiera la verdad, la potencialidad de ese territorio marítimo en esa lógica. Así que yo creo que unidos somos más, los 4, que somos además países latinoamericanos con unas fronteras marítimas que nos hermanan, el mar nos conecta con historias comunes, con comunidades y procesos territoriales que nos conectan también históricamente, que ese fortalecimiento va a traer. Ahora, tenemos la tercera decisión, hacer la Secretaría Permanente del CEMAR, que va a ser en Panamá, y estuvimos en esa decisión y que nos parece importantísima porque ya le empezamos también a generar institucionalidad al CEMAR. Entonces entonces tenemos un acuerdo legal vinculante, un ordenamiento del maritorio alrededor de la reserva de biosfera y una secretaría permanente. Estamos construyendo unos pilares de gobernanza sólidos que a partir de ahí, conjuntamente haciendo las sinergias, vamos a poder desarrollar hacia adelante. Hay un cuarto que hemos buscado, que va a ser la investigación del corredor en términos climáticos, en términos de biodiversidad. No es una cosa solo para los 4 países, va a dar claves muy importantes para la situación del mundo, y allí también tenemos otro activo, y claro, sobre eso, desarrollar una economía azul seria, responsable, que sea alrededor de la protección ambiental, pues creo que va a ser algo muy poderoso. Y entonces, bueno, ahí vamos como construyendo, ¿no? Después de 20 años de acuerdo voluntario, vamos construyendo un marco de gobernanza más profundo, y realmente es un ejemplo de paz con la naturaleza, porque está pensado en la lógica de preservar el corredor, pero también paz con la naturaleza, porque si 4 gobiernos se ponen un propósito común, que es cuidar la naturaleza, que es el propósito de esto, estamos estableciendo lazos de solidaridad. entre nuestros gobiernos, entre nuestros pueblos, económicos para el beneficio de nuestras naciones, y yo creo que eso es lo que tenemos que hacer en estos tiempos de crisis climática y de la biodiversidad.
Muchísimas gracias, ministra. Hemos cubierto este panel con 6 panelistas con un tiempo muy reducido. Tenemos espacio para 2 o 3 preguntas que quieran hacer de parte del público. Y tenemos a Cali la primera pregunta, o parece que solamente hay una. 2. Y 3.
Muy buenas tardes, me llamo Cali, como Cali, Colombia. Muchas gracias por su tiempo, su palabra y su dedicación a la naturaleza. Mi pregunta tiene que ver con eso de paz con la naturaleza y un marco bajo lo cual podemos proteger a ese mar. Y el marco bajo el cual más me ha dado esperanza es los derechos de la naturaleza. Y para dar contexto, sé que, por ejemplo, en 2008, Ecuador incluyó los derechos de la naturaleza en la Constitución. En 2022, Panamá tiene la ley de los derechos de la naturaleza. Colombia tiene más de 23 casos, si no me equivoco, de derechos de la naturaleza. Y Costa Rica tiene la capacidad por cualquier ciudadano representar la naturaleza en las cortes. Así que ya hay antecedente de este tema en cada de los 4 países. Y mi pregunta era si ustedes creen que bajo este marco de protección por el derecho intrínseco de la naturaleza a existir, persistir, regenerar sus ciclos vitales, etc., se podría manejar el mar de una manera muy innovadora y de mucha protección.
Bueno, no, es una pregunta muy importante. Creo que sí es un marco relevante porque el propósito es precisamente un corredor y el corredor está científicamente entendido como esa fuerza de reproducción de la vida que tenemos que sostener precisamente para que esa biodiversidad se pueda reproducir. Entonces, claro, ahí creo que hay un contexto importante para ese concepto. Ahora, ya cuando nos vamos a los temas legales, que es tal vez donde debería estar en el acuerdo legalmente vinculante, habría que ver si es viable en la realidad jurídica de cada uno de los países, pero creo que es un marco y un principio que sí podría representar el objetivo del CEMAR.
Gracias. Es poco lo que puedo agregar a lo que dijo la ministra, doña Susana, en esto. Yo creo que la clave va a estar en ese acuerdo vinculante, que creo que es donde los países tenemos que decidir la soberanía sobre el tema, porque nos estamos juntando los 4 países en un documento, en un acuerdo vinculante que será ratificado en el caso de Costa Rica por el Congreso. Entonces creo que sí podría ser el derecho de naturaleza, no sé, tenemos también los pelágicos que son importantes en el CEMAR, entonces no sé cómo se mezcla eso, pero interesante el concepto. No veo problema en eso, pero habrá que ver cómo lo ven los abogados a la hora de hacer el tratado internacional.
Una palabra adicional nada más, añadir a lo que dijo Susana. Cali, me encanta la idea de poder hacerlo y me parece que el marco de la reserva de la biosfera transnacional, donde estamos reconociendo que aquí hay un ecosistema, todo este ecosistema marino único en el mundo que traspasa fronteras y traspasa nuestras propias vidas. Ese es el marco en el que a mí me encantaría poder reconocer el derecho de la naturaleza, que es supremo y está por encima del nuestro, a mi criterio. Pero quiero añadir una cosa, muy orgulloso de ti y de Colombia. Pido un gran aplauso para la ministra y el trabajo que ha hecho con este COP. Aunque vi este aplauso un poco cobarde. Es un aplauso de verdad, coño. Que no olviden que ella nos representa y Colombia nos representa a todos los latinoamericanos. Muy orgullosos de ustedes.
Muchísimas gracias a todos. La siguiente pregunta, por favor. Acá. Sí.
Muy buenas tardes, un placer y agradeciendo la participación de ustedes en este panel. Me gustaría, soy Maritza Cárdenas de la Universidad de Guayaquil, la Fundación Violeta de Ecuador. Me gustaría saber si dentro de sus planificaciones, de sus actividades, está considerada el desarrollo de un marco legal que permita regular los metales pesados e hidrocarburos que están afectando la biodiversidad marina costera desde Colombia, Ecuador, Perú, ¿verdad? Aunque no aquí en este caso Panamá. Quisiera saber si ustedes están pensando ya en un marco regulatorio que evite no solamente la pérdida de la biodiversidad, sino la bioacumulación de estos contaminantes y la afectación sobre la salud de nuestros pescadores y de las comunas asentadas en el borde costero. Gracias.
Sí, muchas gracias, doctora. El tráfico marítimo es algo que está conectado con cada una de las responsabilidades y jurisdicciones de cada país. La OMI determina ciertos elementos que son considerados dentro de la jurisdicción de cada país, pero estamos elaborando el plan de acción del CEMAR. Hemos iniciado ese proceso y dentro de ese marco estamos visualizando como uno de los ejes el tráfico marítimo de diferentes índoles. Tanto de aquellos que cruzan comercialmente, con diferentes tipos de carga, estamos en ese análisis. Ahora, dentro de un marco legal, cada cual en cada país tiene que aplicar su norma de acuerdo a la cual está establecida. A lo que quiero ir es que la articulación dentro de los países hacia acciones va a depender mucho de, primero, las capacidades de cada país, pero mucho respeto también a la norma que estos tienen con respecto a el tráfico en cuanto a el tipo de carga que cada uno de esos lleva y evidentemente las cargas, puede ser combustible o cargas peligrosas, ya tienen de por sí dentro de la norma internacional ciertos pasajes para poderlo realizar. Por dar un ejemplo, en la Reserva Marina Galápagos se establece un pasaje que tiene las embarcaciones de cierto tipo de tonelaje y carga pasar por las afueras de la Reserva Marina. Entonces, sí hay, debemos también igualmente este ejercicio trae consigo compartir experiencias que nos pueden ayudar a la formulación de acciones un poco más concretas. Gracias.
Tal vez a nivel de CEMAR ya oyeron la explicación muy clara que se ha dado parte del equipo técnico nuestro, lo que se está haciendo. A nivel, digamos, de los países, por supuesto, cada país estará haciendo lo suyo que después se puede consolidar. Del lado de Costa Rica estamos trabajando en lo que se llama la iniciativa de agropaisajes sostenibles, que es una iniciativa que pasa por, primero, una agricultura cero deforestación, con una orientación hacia el comercio internacional con cero deforestación, después con cero emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero, con una responsabilidad ambiental y de biodiversidad, y luego pasa por el uso de agroquímicos responsables para reducir la carga de agroquímicos que va al océano, entre otras cosas, y a los cuerpos de agua. Pero de manera más bilateral, hoy en reunión con el ministro Navarro conversábamos de que bilateralmente algunos países empezaremos a tocar cosas, pero esto es un cuerpo que todos lo hacemos por consenso, entonces tenemos que tener cuidado. Nos hablamos un poco de la posibilidad de colaborar para el tema de las rutas de los buques y la velocidad para el tema de las ballenas, es una posibilidad, pero no podemos ir más rápido que lo que la institucionalidad de CEMAR da. Hay tentación a ir más rápido, pero tenemos que construir la institucionalidad porque si no aquí estamos por un lado siendo cuidadosos con la velocidad a la que puede avanzar el CEMAR en el corredor de la reserva de la biosfera, el acuerdo legalmente vinculante y la ejecución del mecanismo financiero, esos elementos de gobernanza. ¿Y qué se le pide al CEMAR, verdad? Como CEMAR, porque lo tenemos que actuar por consenso.
¿Algún aporte más? Nos vamos entonces con la última pregunta, que era allá atrás. No sé cómo hacemos. Sí, les mandamos el micrófono para allá.
Hola, y mi nombre es Felipe Ladino. Muchas gracias por este espacio. La principal presión que tenemos acá en el CEMAR sin duda es la pesca, principalmente la pesca ilegal y la pesca fantasma. Me gustaría saber cómo desde el CEMAR se está abordando para combatir esta, que es la principal presión que tenemos, porque vemos que las embarcaciones de estos países tienden a pescar en otros países debido a que es más fácil saltarse las normas, y vemos que también la pesca se está desarrollando por embarcaciones que están registradas como barcos tanqueros, como barcos de cabotaje inclusive, y bueno, ha sido bastante difícil reaccionar y los procesos no suelen llegar a buen término. Ahorita tenemos plataformas remotas que nos están mostrando la evidencia de esto, pero no son probatorios en ninguno de estos países, y pues para tener probatorios básicamente tenemos que estar en la zona, grabar la embarcación, grabar las coordenadas, grabar que estén sacando animales. Entonces pues ha sido un gran reto y me gustaría saber qué se está planteando para abordar este tema.
Tal vez una experiencia que hemos tenido, de nuevo, esto no son experiencias CEMAR, es una experiencia de un país CEMAR. O sea, a eso vamos a evolucionar probablemente, como lo mencionaba la ministra Mohamed, pero hacia eso vamos. Experiencias de Costa Rica han sido muy exitosas en dos temas. Uno, el 100% de la flota pesquera nacional con balizas. Inmediatamente a partir de las balizas desaparecen, y la incursión de las balizas y el acuerdo con los pescadores sobre el área protegida, el no take de la isla del Coco, que es un área enorme, del tamaño del territorio nacional, desaparece la pesca, digamos, la incursión de la pesca nuestra, pero teníamos la pesca fantasma, la ilegal, la que no usa balizas. Esa desaparece aparentemente a partir de la instalación de radares suficientemente poderosos con espejos en tierra y espejos en la isla del Coco para monitorear el 100% del área. Hemos tenido buenas experiencias de que cuando hay vigilancia 100% con radar, inclusive la que no tiene balizas desaparece. Entonces, ahora nos falta la pesca a donde no llega el radar no puede llegar a todo lado, pero en esos temas son todavía más delicados, así es que son temas que no los estamos trabajando en CEMAR, cómo se abordan esos temas, pero a eso son las evoluciones que tenemos, se está combatiendo.
Como añadidura, tenemos entre los países un proceso de aprendizaje. Ha habido muchísimo avance en lo que menciona el señor ministro de Costa Rica en cuanto a la instalación de radares y con plataformas como el Global Fishing Watch, por dar un ejemplo. También hay una articulación en el caso de Ecuador, por ejemplo, con la Armada del Ecuador para poder tener registros de espejo, y la evidencia demuestra, tal cual en Costa Rica, que este tipo de monitoreos ha alejado a las flotas pesqueras de las áreas protegidas. Entonces, sí hay acción, y también el Consejo de Ministros, el Comité de Ministros ha aprobado también la creación del Grupo de Coordinación de Control y Vigilancia para el CEMAR. Entonces, ahí vamos fortaleciendo.
No, muy rápido. Tenemos un debate público en la isla Gorgona sobre la instalación de un radar que implica dos delitos ambientales que pasan. Uno, el tema de tráfico de narcóticos que sale de la costa pacífica colombiana, y también el tema de pesca ilegal. Y creo que es un tema de consulta previa, que ya tenemos orden de un juez de hacer la consulta previa, y los derechos territoriales de los pueblos negros frente también a la visión ancestral del territorio. En Malpelo sí tenemos un radar en donde se puede, y tenemos una estación de guardacostas donde se está haciendo precisamente vigilancia, pero creo que en el tiempo Lo clave es que pudiéramos sincronizar los sistemas de vigilancia conjuntamente. Galápagos tiene un sistema impresionante de monitoreo, muy moderno, pero esas es precisamente las experiencias y capacidades para empezar a gobernar conjuntamente un territorio común. No es solamente el tema del monitoreo, vía sea radares o satélites o instrumentos tecnológicos, sino el tema de la gobernanza legal, porque entonces ¿dónde están los corredores? ¿Qué pasa si pasan de una frontera a otra? ¿Cuáles son los regímenes legales? Y allí nos hacemos, en la práctica, nos hacemos un 8. O sea, ¿qué nos pasa también en la Amazonía, en las fronteras? La zona de fronteras son zonas en donde se aprovecha mucho ilícitamente recursos naturales porque precisamente no hay esa coordinación, no solamente desde la vigilancia y el control, sino desde la jurisdicción, cómo aplicamos la legalidad. Pero yo creo que por eso un tratado vinculante nos permitirá empezar a trabajar protocolos y normas comunes de forma más efectiva, porque un tratado también le da una orden de ahí abajo a la institucionalidad, tanto a la fuerza pública como a las cancillerías. Siempre tenemos entre ministros de Ambiente y cancillerías un fuerte debate alrededor del tema de soberanía. Soberanía es un tema muy delicado, de fronteras, de soberanía. Ahí las cancillerías se ponen muy nerviosas y van los ministros de ambientes, pero es que pasa el tiburón para aquí para allá, pero ¿qué vamos a hacer? Pero tenemos que coordinar. Entonces, este es como los temas institucionales que en la práctica frenan que podamos tener una gobernanza común sobre un territorio que, como dijo el ministro, es un territorio que la naturaleza pues no tiene nacionalidad.
Una última palabra, que la ministra tiene compromisos. Ya estamos viendo el resultado de esta colaboración de CEMAR en cada uno de nuestros países con el aumento y los procesos de mejorar la conservación, protección y uso sostenible del recurso. Así como en Galápagos ya existe, se acaba de instalar un radar nuevo mucho más poderoso en Cocos, acabamos de instalar uno en Coiba, ya hay un proceso de consulta para hacer lo mismo en Malpelo. Los 4 países vamos entre todos mejorando nuestra gobernanza, pero también apoyándonos los unos a los otros para que haya cada vez más respeto por la vida en el mar. Mi posición ante estos pescadores ilegales, hundirlos primero y preguntar después.
Bueno, ministro, ahí tendremos que hablar de protocolos, pero veremos el tema. No, okay. Bueno, de todas formas queríamos contarles que los COFAN de la Amazonía colombiana, bien adentro en la selva, enviaron una carta al presidente Petro y a mí, y nos enviaron solo un mensaje, y el mensaje es que en todo lo que hagamos hay que enfriar. También lo dijeron los pueblos indígenas de la Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta cuando fuimos con el presidente Petro a hacer un poco de siembra de esta COP16, nos dijeron hay que enfriar. Entonces nosotros queremos, ministros, regalarles algo para que ustedes se mantengan un poco más fríos. Ay, si quieren, sáquenlo. Pero no, los pueblos indígenas nos dicen en serio, todo lo que hagamos, enfriar. Ese es un poco el mensaje.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Les vamos a pedir que antes de terminar, por favor, nos permitan la foto familiar del evento. Y solo para complementar, Felipe, la consulta tuya, desde el CEMAR ya se vienen trabajando una serie de mecanismos y estrategias para luchar contra ese tipo de actividad y en general las ilegalidades que se dan en el CEMAR, entendiendo que no podemos permitir eso porque definitivamente afecta todo lo que intentamos defender con el compromiso de los países, con el esfuerzo y el apoyo de los cooperantes. A todos ustedes, un placer, un panel de muy alto nivel. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por estar acá y ha sido un placer para nosotros.
a quien ha sido nuestra anfitriona el día de hoy, en el Día del Océano de CAF. Quisiera darle la palabra a Alicia para que nos brinde algunos anuncios y aprovechar, y le damos un gran aplauso a todo el personal del CAF por habernos dejado estar en su casa el día de hoy y celebrar el océano. Muchísimas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, ha sido un día muy intenso, pero emocionante por ver pues tanta dedicación a uno de los temas más importantes de la COP, que es el océano, de esta COP y de la COP de clima también. Y para nosotros, desde luego, ha sido un orgullo acoger esta jornada, y queremos agradecer muchísimo a Cintia y a Alfredo, que no sé si todavía está por aquí, alcanza a estar, por vuestra confianza en el trabajo de CAF y en estar en este pabellón y en darle tanta visibilidad a este tema de la mano de CAF. Yo quería muy brevemente referirme a cuáles son los siguientes pasos. Creo que ha quedado muy claro que el compromiso con el océano es algo absolutamente prioritario para CAF. Pero por ello queríamos terminar esta jornada haciendo unos anuncios. No es solo celebrar lo importante que es el océano, la economía azul para nosotros, por lo que supone para los medios de vida de muchas personas, para los ecosistemas, para la región, sino porque sinceramente pensamos que si no trabajamos con el océano no podremos conseguir los objetivos que se han marcado en el marco global de biodiversidad. Por tanto, lo que queremos es anunciar, sin PowerPoint igual, tampoco es imprescindible, que queremos poner en marcha. Nosotros ya anunciamos nuestro decálogo de economía azul hace un tiempo, hemos venido trabajando con una serie de compromisos, pero ahora me complace anunciar que vamos a poner en marcha una estrategia de economía azul sostenible a 2030, que va a guiar nuestro trabajo, orientar el apoyo financiero en América Latina y el Caribe hacia la sostenibilidad de los océanos y la resiliencia de las comunidades costeras. Nosotros no solamente queremos ser una fuente de financiación, somos un banco y tenemos que ser una fuente de financiación, sino lo que aspiramos es ser un socio clave de la región, también a través del conocimiento, a través de la innovación y a través de lo que denominamos la diplomacia azul. Queremos ser un actor relevante que acompañe a los países en las iniciativas. Ahora, en último término, hemos escuchado el SEMAR y cómo en su momento CAF tomó la decisión de apoyar esa iniciativa desde el primer momento, y eso es lo que queremos hacer, acompañar a los países en sus iniciativas, pero siempre tratar de ir un paso más allá, ser innovadores y aportar conocimiento y, sobre todo, como hemos venido hablando, ser capaces de reforzar la voz de América Latina en el océano. Tenemos muchísimas personas ya de América Latina y el Caribe que están trabajando de manera muy relevante, pero queremos que esa voz pues sea una voz reconocible. Generar modelos productivos sostenibles basados en la economía azul y sobre todo, bueno, pues poder ser entre todos un referente global. Esta estrategia quiero comentar ahora. Eric Castro va a decir un poco los temas así en los que nos vamos a centrar, y quiero dar las gracias también a NEARCO, que nos ha ayudado en este trabajo, que muchas veces es un trabajo a la interna y también a la externa, y por tanto, bueno, pues les queremos agradecer también su apoyo en lo que ya habéis hecho y en lo que vendrá. Eric, si quieres tú comentar un poquito con más detalle estas acciones.
Gracias, Alicia. Ha sido un día largo y es más de anuncios, entonces voy a ser bastante breve, pero sí estamos muy complacidos en la evolución que viene teniendo CAF en la economía azul. Y de manera resumida, esta estrategia se va a basar en 4 grandes pilares. Cuando empezamos a discutir la estrategia como banco, inicialmente dijimos, hay que concentrarnos en los mecanismos financieros y efectivamente lo vamos a hacer. Es decir, vamos a fortalecernos en temas como bonos azules, en temas como créditos de biodiversidad marina, en temas de carbono azul y en innovación, que hoy lo hablábamos mucho, que necesitamos innovación exclusiva para los temas azules. En mi panel de antes, yo mencionaba que en el tema de océanos realmente no tenemos instrumentos propios. Lo que hemos hecho es una adaptación
cubriendo, bueno, países como Brasil, Ecuador, Costa Rica, etcétera. Si uno suma toda esta área, 1,5 millones de kilómetros cuadrados es un poco más de la mitad del Mar Caribe. Entonces, la extensión es realmente muy significativa. Lo que la literatura, lo que la evidencia científica muestra es que este tipo de acción ayuda pues, a aumentar el tamaño de las poblaciones y la riqueza de las especies de peces. También pues, ayuda a la resiliencia al cambio climático. Y una cosa muy importante que alguien mencionaba afuera tenía que ver también con la parte más económica, digamos. Estas áreas marinas aumentan el empleo en el sector pesquero y otros sectores extractivos. Entonces, de alguna manera, se le puede también, alguien se refería a esto como áreas de prosperidad marina. Se han hecho también operaciones en el tema de pesca sostenible, que obviamente tiene las consecuencias que se pueden esperar de ello. Un tema importante ha sido la erradicación de especies invasoras y translocación de especies. Se han hecho también varias operaciones en este sentido, cosa que tiene una importancia muy importante para la preservación de los ecosistemas locales. Y bueno, hay también una discusión sobre los efectos de las acciones de CAF en temas de restauración de corales y específicamente sobre el uso de ciertas técnicas para la restauración de estos corales que son más efectivas unas que otras. Digamos, el tema de la reproducción como natural de los corales y esa promoción para lograr el objetivo de preservar y de frenar un poco la degradación de los corales por su efecto sobre la biodiversidad marina. Tema de la gestión de sargazo, que es importantísimo en algunas partes del Caribe. También, como ustedes saben, digamos, una parte importante de los problemas de contaminación en los océanos tiene que ver con los residuos que desechamos al mar. Entonces, el saneamiento y la gestión de estos residuos es una parte muy significativa de la acción de CAF para la protección de los océanos. Y esto, naturalmente, que tiene un efecto clave en la reducción en el vertido de aguas no tratadas y desechos al mar, ¿no? Y con el consecuente efecto positivo a la salud de los océanos. El tema de prevención de inundaciones es muy importante. Tiene una efectividad enorme este tipo de inversiones en reducir la incidencia sobre las consecuencias, los costos de las inundaciones se reducen de una manera muy importante con este tipo de operaciones. Y finalmente, una parte muy importante de toda esta estrategia tiene que ver con el apoyo a la actividad económica, a la sostenibilidad de la actividad económica en zonas que utilizan como recursos marinos de una manera significativa. Entonces, bueno, también parte de la acción de CAF está orientada en este sentido, con las economías de este tipo. Y bueno, finalmente, solamente decirles que estén atentos, que esto va a estar publicado pronto en la página de CAF. Y bueno, nada, espero que lo disfruten y que además lo interpreten como un compromiso de la organización, no solamente para medir lo que hacemos, como decía Alicia, y entender cuáles son las consecuencias de la intervención que CAF está financiando, sino también para entender dónde es que ese impacto puede ser más importante para que eso nos ayude también a priorizar acciones hacia adelante y utilizando para ello la mejor evidencia científica que esté disponible. Lo hacemos en los demás sectores y lo haremos también en este sector. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Daniel. Les prometimos que iba a ser un final del día de anuncios muy interesantes y muy importantes. Ahora que tengamos tiempo para tomarnos algo, para comer algo, aprovechemos para hacer preguntas sobre estos maravillosos proyectos. Me gustaría ahora invitar, y me voy a cambiar a inglés, para el siguiente anuncio, así que si necesitan traducción, igual ya saben que contamos con el servicio. The following announcement comes from the Global Director of the Ocean Program of the World Resources Institute, Tom Pickerel. As you know, not too long ago, WRI was in charge of a very important task to host the secretariat of our Ocean Conference. This conference is happening very soon. It's a great opportunity to keep the momentum for the ocean and to bring in more commitments towards sustainability, towards climate and biodiversity strategies. So for that reason, please, I would like to welcome Tom Pickerel to let us know a bit more about our Ocean Conference and what to expect next year in April in South Korea. Tom, the floor is yours.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Apologies for my lack of Spanish. I have tried very hard the last couple of days. I'm delighted to be here. Can I just ask you to raise your hands if you're interested in the ocean? That's good. I've got a good crowd. You may know that in 2014, Secretary John Kerry launched the Our Ocean Conference. The aim of this conference was to have an annual event where countries and organizations and companies could make commitments about what they were going to do to improve the health of the ocean and to improve the sustainable blue economy. It's now 10 years since that opening event, and the next conference is taking place in South Korea, as mentioned by my colleague Cynthia. So the Korean team unfortunately couldn't be here today. They're actually going to be doing an official launch of the event at the next COP, the UNFCCC COP in Azerbaijan, but I am here to just give you a bit more information in advance of that. So what I'm going to talk about is the date, the most important thing, what is the theme and the agenda of the meeting, and finally a little bit of information about the venue itself. So we do hope to see as many of you as possible there. The meeting will take place April next year on the 28th to the 30th. This will be preceded on the 27th by a youth summit. So this has become a bit of a tradition of the Our Ocean conferences. And the good thing about this is it enables us to bring some of the youth participants into the meeting to sit on the plenaries, etc. So what is the theme of the conference? Now this is the important one. Each Our Ocean conference has its own theme. And because this is going to commemorate the 10th anniversary, what we want to do in this conference, the Koreans want to look back over the last 10 years at the state of the commitments, what's happened to them, have they delivered, what's the impact, and we also want to look forward to the next 10 years. So it's a stock take almost. Look back and look forward. Because of this, the theme of the conference is Our Ocean, Our Action. So no more talk, let's start delivering. Because of the 10-year anniversary, all the commitment holders, so this is anyone who's made a commitment, if they have completed their commitment and there's now impact, they are invited to submit their commitment and the impact for highlighting in a showcase. And it might be one or two commitments for each of the thematic areas, but this is going to be like the best of the best, and it should be a real, good opportunity there. So there you go, Our Ocean, Our Action. There's going to be the traditional 6 core areas, plus the Korean government have picked a 7th one called Digital Oceans. So that's their focus, is digital oceans, as well as the normal 6 thematic areas. And they are, as you can see on the screen behind my big head, or maybe you can't, it's marine protected areas, it's climate change, sustainable fisheries, marine pollution, maritime security and sustainable blue economy. So that's, if you've got an idea for a side event, it's got to align with one of those topics. So there's also going to be a number of plenary sessions, and this is a high-level element of the conference, and this is normally where commitments are made. And there's going to be 7 plenary sessions throughout the 3 days, and as you can see, they're aligned to the themes. I've got in sort of text after it the areas of focus that the Koreans are looking for the plenaries. Oh. Stupid animation. Yeah, don't give me control. There's going to be 56 side event opportunities. So if you've got a side event, there's 56 slots available. It must align with the themes of the event. They will be 90 minutes long. Previous ones have been 60. I think this is much better. This will give us much more time to discuss and to take action forward. The applications for side events open on 11th of November. That's the day before the official launch of the official launch by the Koreans. There is a QR code that will take you to the website. That is where the side event applications can take place. The venue, the meeting will take place in Busan in South Korea. If you've not been to Korea, I recommend it. It's a beautiful country. Busan is on the coast. It's going to be taking place in Bexco, which is an enormous exposition center, so it's going to be absolutely perfect for this event. And hopefully we will see you in Busan. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I've got some flyers that I'll give out with all further information on it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Tom. You've heard it, 56 side events. Go for it. This is the ambition. We need to spread the word, we need to spread the work, and also we need to share also best practices and ambition and action. So moving forward, another great announcement. Let me go back to my notes. This is from one of our co-hosts, the WEF, and also Invermar, and for that, El Capi, no, Francisco Arias. I'm sorry. We all know him as El Capi. Y yo creo que ya me va a pasar español, ¿no? El Capi. Francisco Arias está acompañándonos de parte de Invermar. Y Alfredo, por favor, ¿podrías explicar un poquito sobre el proyecto antes de dar las noticias?
Claro. Muchas gracias. Nos ponemos por acá, Francisco, para que... Yo sí te llamo Francisco.
I love to be called Capi.
Capi. Nos ponemos por acá, Capi. Bueno, estamos muy felices de anunciar esta colaboración entre el Foro Económico Mundial y Colombia. Esta colaboración se llama Blue Carbon Action Partnership. Bienvenida, Jimena, únete de nosotros. Se llama Blue Carbon Action Partnership, la estrategia para el desarrollo de ecosistemas de carbono azul. Estas son las cosas que nunca digo en español. Y lo que nosotros hacemos a través del Foro Económico Mundial es que establecemos colaboraciones con gobiernos nacionales para ayudar a identificar cómo elaborar un plan de acción nacional, una hoja de ruta para conservar y restaurar estos ecosistemas. Afortunadamente para Colombia, ustedes son los líderes globales. No hay comparación con ningún otro país. El primer país en poner créditos en el mercado y el primer país también en pensar más allá de los créditos. Esto no es solamente de los créditos, es también de la protección costera, de las comunidades, de las pesquerías, de muchas otras cosas. Entonces, hoy estamos muy contentos porque hemos estado estableciendo esta colaboración con el Invermar también como uno de los agentes técnicos y más respetados de toda la región. Y pues bueno, le quiero dar la palabra aquí a Jimena para que nos cuente un poquito de la prioridad del gobierno colombiano y cómo vamos a seguir colaborando en esto hacia adelante.
Muchísimas gracias, muy buenas tardes todos y todas. Bueno, para Colombia es un gusto estar acá y muchísimas gracias por las palabras que nos han dado. Colombia ha hecho un recorrido muy importante en investigación inicialmente sobre los ecosistemas marinos y costeros y sus servicios, como todo ese servicio que nos prestan los arrecifes, también los manglares, los pastos marinos como sumideros de CO2. Esta investigación se inició en el INVEMAR y estamos muy orgullosos de ser uno de los países que cuenta con muy buena información, lo que nos ha permitido que en este momento desde el Gobierno Nacional estemos trabajando en la hoja de ruta de Colombia frente al manejo de estos ecosistemas al 2030 para dar cumplimiento de esta manera con los compromisos de la NDC frente a la COP de París. Entonces, de esta manera nosotros estamos contribuyendo también con la adaptación y mitigación al cambio climático, porque las NDC, tenemos 8 NDCs, una de ellas es incluir iniciativas de mitigación y adaptación al cambio climático basadas en ecosistemas de carbono azul. Por ello es tan importante que contemos con esta línea base de cuánto es lo que tenemos realmente de sumideros de CO2, tanto en el Caribe como en el Pacífico colombiano, y nuestra hoja de ruta hacia allá va, a que podamos establecer e identificar cuáles son esos ecosistemas que nos están brindando estos servicios, no solamente buscando la disponibilidad o la viabilidad de unos mercados de carbono, sino también en los servicios de la adaptación al cambio climático. Es muy importante para las comunidades locales vincularlas a ellas en este trabajo de cómo los ecosistemas brindan estos servicios y cómo ellos son parte de la solución frente al cambio climático. Entonces vamos a seguir trabajando junto con, no solamente Colombia, queremos trabajar con los demás países de América Latina y el Caribe. En el marco de la Convención Ramsar también lo estamos haciendo. Tenemos una iniciativa de carbono azul desde Costa Rica, Colombia, Ecuador, Panamá, con los que venimos trabajando en esta iniciativa de Ramsar, porque consideramos que estos ecosistemas son una parte del futuro del país frente a la adaptación al cambio climático. Entonces, muchísimas gracias. El INVEMAR es nuestro principal aliado, es el brazo técnico del Ministerio de Ambiente y por ello estamos trabajando conjuntamente y decidimos iniciar este proceso del memorando. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Francisco, ¿quisieras compartir?
Bueno, gracias por la invitación y por estar acá. Creo que es un momento de alianzas, de trabajar juntos, de cooperar, ese mensaje permanente de que la unión hace la fuerza. Y a mí me gusta recordar, y en el marco del escenario de esta COP, que busca acercar los compromisos de la COP de biodiversidad con la COP de cambio climático, el tema de los ecosistemas marinos se hace relevante. Y en particular el de los manglares, que se ha mencionado. Y siempre me gusta recordar 2 o 3 cosas. Uno, que en la Convención de Cambio Climático se le dio el énfasis al concepto de la mitigación y todos los procesos relacionados con él. Y esto, digamos, tocaba a cierto grupo de países, pero los principalmente afectados por los impactos del cambio climático, que éramos otros países, y en donde el énfasis ha debido ser en la adaptación, quedó relegado. Y durante años la Convención de Cambio Climático jamás miró con la atención que debía tenerse el tema de la adaptación, que es el gran problema de algunos de los países, incluidos en ellos a Colombia. Lo segundo es que los impactos del cambio climático tienen directo efecto sobre la pérdida de biodiversidad, uno de los grandes problemas que trabajamos y que estamos abordando. Y decimos que los 3 grandes factores de urgencia en el planeta tienen que ver con cambio climático, pérdida de biodiversidad y contaminación. Y el primero y el último afectan directamente la pérdida de la biodiversidad. Acidificación de los océanos, sobre los arrecifes, sobre los ecosistemas marinos, aumento en las temperaturas superficiales del océano, impacto directo en los ecosistemas, la escasez de oxígeno que vamos a empezar a sentir en los fondos oceánicos con la pérdida de biodiversidad. En fin, podemos sumar todo esto. Y aquí llego al tema de manglares, porque como se ha dicho, Colombia ha sido pionero en esto, y en esa reflexión de la visión, a veces corta, alrededor de los ecosistemas marinos como parte de los problemas cuando se hace mal y de la solución cuando lo hacemos bien, es que los ecosistemas marinos eran reputados como productores de gases de efecto invernadero. Eran demonizados y nos sacaban cuentas de la producción de metano y de óxidos de azufre en estos sistemas, pero evidentemente lo eran cuando eran mal manejados. Ecosistemas marinos saludables son, al contrario, por lo menos en lo que el instituto logró medir y llevar a la discusión y clasificarlos como captadores de exceso de CO2 y retenedores de ese CO2 con una garantía adicional que la voy a mencionar, son hasta 5 o hasta 7 veces mucho más eficientes que los bosques continentales. Y el CO2 que se captura en estos ecosistemas, una buena parte se mineraliza, es decir, se congela en el tiempo, diferente a lo que pasa en los ecosistemas continentales, en donde esos bosques pueden, por malas prácticas, regresar a la atmósfera el CO2 o por causas naturales igualmente. Entonces son no solamente más eficientes, sino muchísimo más seguros en términos del carbono que se deposita. Entonces, haber entrado y haber podido probar científicamente esa capacidad ha sido un logro de la ciencia, de los que estamos metidos en la investigación marina y que hoy podemos llevarlo a esa discusión y a esa diferencia de la mitigación y la adaptación, con otra serie de cobeneficios, como se mencionaron, con la erosión. Ya voy a terminar, Alfredo, ya voy a terminar, porque voy a hacer una solicitud muy especial a Alicia, entonces, que se me hizo que eso. Entonces, haber dado ese paso y adicionalmente en los modelos de carbono azul incorporado muy fuertemente el componente de los cobeneficios a las comunidades locales, ha sido realmente un éxito. Nuestro proyecto hoy en día, digamos así, invierte lo que recaudamos de los créditos directamente en las comunidades locales. 14 grupos comunitarios que formamos, que los convertimos en aliados, que pasaron de ser cazadores o taladores de mangle en cuidadores del sistema y que hoy en día contribuimos a un impacto, a un cambio en sus vidas para bien, por supuesto, de su bienestar, pero también para el bienestar del ecosistema. Y es algo de lo que nos sentimos muy, muy orgullosos. Y lo último, este escenario evoca esos bosques de manglar. Y yo le voy a hacer una solicitud a la CAF. No sé cómo vamos a hacer. El Instituto de Investigaciones Marinas INMEMAR tiene un museo de historia natural que está en fase de montar su área de exhibición y no sé cómo vamos a hacer, pero yo voy a pedir que no lo desmonten y lo perdamos y lo desechemos. Si es posible, con la CAF, el Instituto solicita muy atentamente que podamos trasladar este escenario tan hermoso y tan evocador a la ciudad de Santa Marta, al Museo de Historia Natural Marino de Colombia, para que lo tengamos cuidado, como siempre, evocando este mensaje que la CAF dio sobre los sistemas marinos en la COP16 en Colombia. Alfredo.
Muchas gracias. Y solo para terminar y contarles por 30 segundos qué sigue en esta colaboración. Bueno, lo que sigue es que a través del Foro Económico Mundial tenemos tanto las plataformas nacionales, en donde hay gobiernos que ya están haciendo muchísimo, como las plataformas internacionales, en donde trabajamos mucho con los inversionistas, con los bancos de desarrollo, para decir, ok, ya tenemos esa hoja de ruta, cuánto cuesta, qué mecanismos financieros y cómo educamos a esas instituciones para que respeten las prioridades de los países. Ese es nuestro rol en esta colaboración y estamos muy felices de que Colombia nos haya dado esta oportunidad a través del Ministerio y a través del INMEMAR para colaborar con ustedes. Muchas gracias. Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Sí. Yo no sé ustedes, pero aprovechemos esa solicitud del CAP y quién vota que sí y quién presiona aquí al CAF un poquito. No sé, Eric, si te quieres referir al tema.
Bueno, no hay peor petición que cuando la jefa se fue. Pero aquí está el jefe. Y no, mire, CAF tiene un compromiso muy fuerte de compensar, de reducir también su huella de carbono y eso hace parte de este proceso. Y tenga CAF toda la seguridad de que si no tiene dueño, que si es de CAF, que si no hay ninguna restricción, nos ponemos de acuerdo estos días y estaríamos muy felices que el 17 de diciembre, que va a estar nuestro presidente, ojalá ya esté esto en el museo instalado.
Ignacio me va a matar, está aquí al frente y yo creo que no me toca moderar nunca más aquí. Bueno, sigue otra parte súper inspiradora para que se vayan de aquí a la parte de tomarnos algo, de compartir, de hablar entre nosotros, de comernos algo delicioso que nos tiene preparado por cortesía del CAF. Una parte muy importante es, and I'll switch to English because our next speaker speaks English. So one very important part of this is the connection with culture, with art, and with peace. And for that, I would like to give the floor to Marcus Raymond from TBA 21, Thyssen-Bornemisza Art Contemporary, to inspire us and lead the way towards the connection with culture, art, peace, and the ocean. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much for the invitation and continuing. You have to say.
It's about to rain. We had everything set outside for everyone, so food and drinks are coming in. Apologize for that. It's going to be a bit loud. We apologize our attendees. Sorry.
Don't worry. Yeah, I guess my misfortune continues. I arrived yesterday without clothes, so therefore I lost my luggage. So. And then I come here, and then the videos weren't downloaded, and so now it starts raining, and everybody's coming in, which is actually a good fortune. So fantastic. Yeah, as said, my name is Marcus Ryman. I'm one of the directors of TBA 21, and TBA 21 is a contemporary art foundation, an advocacy foundation that's been working since 15 years on bringing the ocean into the cultural sphere. Yeah, I'll talk a little bit more about that later. Why? Maybe we just, whilst everybody's coming in, we watch 4 minutes of videos. They're by an artist called Will Benedict. They're called All Bleeding Stops Eventually. And it's going to be quite different from the other films, inspirational films that you see here. So why don't we play and then we talk after. They're muted currently. You have to press the volume. Excuse me. But it also looks as if on the link the volume is not there. Yeah, there we go. No. Well, it does continue. The misfortune, it just keeps going and going and going. Maybe we start this way.
Experience of the past into the future.
Okay, now we have sound without image.
What is the function of the ocean? Imposing a rhythm upon everything that is bewildered and confused? Imagine the ocean as the source of a new identity. Imagine yourself saying, "We ocean." The ocean is what allows you to transition from the colonial experience of the past into the future headquarters of the post-human quest for a global ethic, wherein you identify the ocean as a part of you, like the Amazon is an actual lung and the steam engine an actual hurricane. Make this sentence a mantra. Fuse it into your breath. The ice was here. The ice was there. The ice was all around. The poles are the place where nature reveals itself, where humanity itself descends into madness and violence, where the dream of universal mastery goes catastrophically awry. Frankenstein begins and ends there. The melting ice is a mechanical reaction. The humans simply pushed a button, and the skies are emptying out. If the poles of the Earth were melting of their own free will, then the rising of the sea levels can be seen as a natural courtesy between the ice and the seas, as the ultimate cultivation of politeness among the active agents of climate and planetary life. Do you see the problem? Humans push the button. Oceans have opinions. Their currents ask questions. They cultivate the wild virtue of curiosity. No orders. First comes thought. The mountains are not interested in the mountaineer. This little bag of blood, this human, appropriates the mountain in order to enter the monumental time of the earth, while at the same time he abuses this asymmetry, piercing and mining, melting and polluting the mountain flesh with the assumption that it's not felt. I read an article in the New York Times today that said, the skies are emptying out. Society, in its wisdom, has found so many ways of constructing refuge. Since it has been disposed to make love life a pastime, it has also felt obliged to trivialize it, to make it cheap, risk-free and secure, as public pleasures usually are. Turn the ocean into your biggest public space and the risks will die away. The sky will fill, the salmon will return and the orca will eat. Or kill yourself. The choice, unfortunately, is yours. Oh yes, change the ocean and change your habits by all means. Apply activism and morality. Rescue. What is rescue? Rescue means to heroically embark into repairing the damages. And yet, are you going to do this before affording the ocean the opportunity to be radically and immeasurably different than you? Do you have the political imagination to develop laws and a language that leads to a future without the damage-rescue equation? Can you let the ocean guide you? Otherwise, you are really only trying to save yourselves.
So, there we go. This is obviously a very, very, very different register than what we usually see here, no? And but there's still a conception, or still an idea that we need information and just more information, and this will lead us to action. And I think the past 40 years have actually shown that this is not true, no? And there's more and more neuroscientific knowledge that is being produced that actually says the pathway to action is a lot shorter from empathy, context, and meaning than from pure information. And this is actually what we're working on and the hypothesis that we're following, because the ocean, as we know and as we heard before, this fantastic action and these fantastic goals and achievements that we've all celebrated, but the ocean should be present everywhere, and not just the ocean as we hear it here. No, it's the biodiversity COP, and so therefore we thought we bring the sun, the moon, cats, whales, and so on. But so this means we need to tell better stories. We need to tell ourselves better stories, and there's an analysis made between 2016 and 2022 of all content created in Hollywood. So this is after COP21 and throughout the pandemic. And Hollywood arguably being the second biggest cultural producers, at least in the Western world, no? And exactly 3% of that content was dealing with climate change, used climate change, or referred to climate change related technologies, or used climate change related language, no? And so it is the stories, and we become the stories that we tell each other, no? And that we tell ourselves. And so therefore, we believe that we need to create this engagement. We need to bring artists and cultural producers into these processes and into these decision-making processes, because if the knowledge is created somewhere and the action is created somewhere else, and then you bring in communicators and artists and cultural producers to, at the end of the day, only communicate what has been done, there's very little buy-in. and that creates very little engagement, no? And from everything that we heard, this is exactly what we need. So I hope that this gives you a little bit of a break of everything that we've seen before, completely different register. It's nice to see so many friends here, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you very much. Gracias, Marcos. Hemos llegado al día de una sesión larga, de un día completo, pero aún así ustedes han estado a lo largo de todas estas sesiones, señas de que les importa, señas de que quieren trabajar hacia una acción común. Muchas gracias a todos por haber participado. Me quedo con ese mensaje esperanzador de Marcos del final en cuanto a tener empatía, en cuanto al océano como un conector, y en realidad todos venimos de países oceánicos, porque no importa si nuestros países dan o no con el océano, al fin y al cabo vamos a depender del océano para combatir la crisis climática, para acabar con la pérdida de biodiversidad y para tener también seguridad alimentaria, y para eso necesitamos manejar sosteniblemente el océano, que ha sido básicamente el conector a través de toda nuestra discusión del día de hoy. Somos todos en realidad ciudadanos del mar. Quisiera agradecer a CAF, por favor, un fuerte aplauso a todos los socios CAF, que se pongan de pie todos los que son del CAF, por favor, para que los reconozcan. Muchísimas gracias, Ignacio, equipo. Y quisiera hacer un agradecimiento muy, muy, muy especial a las personas que estuvieron durante los últimos 2 meses con nosotros en esta aventura. Irene, que está allá atrás. Irene, ponte de pie, por favor. Un aplauso para Irene. Una guerrera total, que la pusimos a hacer lo imposible. Y por favor a Eric también, porque ha sido nuestro socio estratégico. Sí. Se nos fue Alfredo, que es del Foro Económico Mundial, también el brazo derecho y también quien nos ha ayudado en todo esto. Y de parte de WRI, que hemos sido los co-hosts y que con la generosidad del CAF y de Alicia, que tuvo que salir porque tienen que hacer 1000 cosas a la vez, pero sí un agradecimiento muy especial a todos nuestros socios del día de hoy para hacer realidad cada una de estas sesiones y traerles lo mejor de lo que estamos trabajando, traerles la ambición y traerles también la acción. Parece que va a llover, entonces probablemente traigamos todo para acá, pero están todos, absolutamente todos invitados a unirse a esta celebración alrededor del Día del Océano de CAF, a que puedan conversar entre ustedes y generar mejores ideas para más acciones. Y vamos a hacer una selfie, pero se me perdió el fotógrafo, porque ustedes son lo más importante, los que van a hacer los cambios. Eric, ¿alguna última palabra de parte CAF?
Muchas gracias a ti, Cintia. La verdad que hemos estado tratando de hacer la mejor agenda. Mucha gente quiso participar y tratamos de integrar. Y quizás nos faltó tener 2 días de océanos, pero bueno, eso lo vamos negociando. Aquí tenemos a nuestra representante en Brasil, que tiene mucho poder con lo que se viene en la COP de cambio climático, y bueno, iremos negociando, pero por lo menos ya uno creo que ya no nos lo vuelven a quitar. No, Cintia, muchas gracias y de verdad ya disfruten porque ya estuvo bueno por hoy.